Hello there. You probably have a few questions. What is this? Where are we? Did you finally finish part 2 of the carried value series you started 6 months ago? Well, not exactly. If you're new here, this is a show where I talk about things in the Proving Ground circuit that I think are interesting. We're going to take a look at some numbers, maybe make some graphs. We'll talk about some important things and some not so important things. All that matters is you have some fun along the way. Maybe learn a thing or two. Oh, and we're sponsored by Unified now. Which reminds me. Much better. Welcome back to Fruit for Thought. Unified's first Proving Ground Circuit qualifier is about to get underway, with 16 of the best teams Amateur has to offer taken to the Rift to try and start Season 12 off on the right foot. With all the new teams and so many roster announcements, it can be difficult to navigate through all the lineups to figure out who is strong and who we can expect to perform well. Where do we start? In traditional sports, one of the main storylines at the beginning of every season always seems to revolve around the reigning champions. What was it about that team that made them so good? And do they have the potential to do it again? This mindset's a bit less popular here in the Amateur League of Legends space. With short contracts and constant promotions to higher levels of play, roster turnover for PGC orgs is often insanely high, with very few players remaining on a team for more than a split, let alone between off-seasons. With none of the main cores of any semi-pro team from last split sticking together, it seems like there would be very little correlation between who's good now and who was good before. But let's take a look anyway. Before we go any further, we have to define who the reigning champions of semi-pro are. The most obvious answer here is Wildcard, whose main roster won all 3 summer Tier 2 tournaments and finished the highest out of any non-academy team at Proving Grounds. However, another argument can be made for 100 Thieves next. While they didn't perform as well as Wildcard throughout any of the Tier 2 tournaments, they did have 3 of their players promoted up to 100 Thieves Academy mid-season, and with their help, literally won Proving Grounds. Technicalities aside, it's safe to say that both 100 Next and Wildcard sat at the top of the amateur space in their own way this year. Let's see how they did it. At this point, it's important to note that success in semi-pro is defined a little bit differently than at the professional level. While winning tournaments and performing well is obviously important for both the players and the teams, it's also important to develop newer, younger players into academy-level talent. While this is an overarching goal for the entirety of the amateur scene, each team has their own little incentives for developing prospects and getting people promoted. For LCS organizations like 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses, developing young talent on your amateur team gets you early access to players who have the potential to transform into the region's next resident superstar. For independent organizations such as Wildcard, getting players into academy is important economically. The LCS awards development fees to teams who get players promoted into academy or LCS in the next season. This money can serve as a valuable income source for some of these organizations, who thus make it their goal to promote as many players as possible. So, those are the 2 main goals of an amateur roster. Luckily for teams, these 2 concepts seem to work hand in hand at times. If you have really good, solid players to teach your rookies, they'll get better faster. And if your young players are playing better and better, chances are, you win more. Surrounding new talent with veterans is obviously far from a foreign concept. It's commonplace in academy, LCS, and even traditional sports. But only a few teams at the top of the amateur sphere have gone for this sort of methodology. Can you guess who they are? Here we have the experience levels of every player on Wildcard Red's 2021 summer roster at the time they were acquired. Recorded games played at the professional level are in blue, Academy or Challenger Series games are in red, and amateur and collegiate matches are in yellow. Right away, we see a pretty obvious split between young development pieces and proven experienced veterans. Bradley, Daption, and Winston to an extent were brought in as super high skill ceiling players without that much experience. In contrast, you have Brandini, Dokla, and literal LCS MVP turned player coach Arrow. While they might be more well-known quantities, these players played exceptionally well throughout the season, as well as using their experience to help some of the younger players hone their craft. 100 Thieves Next is a really interesting case to look at. After some disappointing finishes with essentially a 5-rookie lineup in the spring split, 100 Thieves decided to bring in Gamsu, who has had storied careers in both League of Legends and Overwatch. Not only was Gamsu able to help 100 Next dramatically improve their standings throughout the Tier 2s, but many of the younger players also saw immense jumps in their play throughout the summer. At the end of the day, not only did Wildcard and 100 Next find success in the summer Proving Ground circuit, but 7 of their players have found themselves on academy teams at the start of 2022. I'd call that a mission success. This leads us back to our original question. Are the reigning champs of amateur ready to run it back in 2022? Even though none of the players on either of these teams are coming back to their respective rosters, it seems like both orgs decided to build in a similar way with the hopes of doing well and getting players promoted. On the side of Wildcard, their top side of Alorum and Griffin are two of the smartest, most storied players in the scene, with over a decade of experience between them at all 3 levels of play. As for young talent, all eyes will be on Minwei, who showed promise as both a weak side and strong side carry in Wildcard's developmental system in 2021. And make sure to watch out for Strumpus and Rhino, 2 players who did very well in Amateur last year and are looking to take that next step to get back into Academy. Like last year, 100 Next roster has considerably less games than Wildcard's, but the strategy still remains. The big name here is Insanity, who was Immortal's LCS mid laner for the past year and a half. He'll be bringing his experience to a roster full of potential, with amateur superstars Array and Fnatic, a role-swapping sword, and of course, the 15-year-old prodigy General Sniper. Both Wildcard and 100 Thieves Next built rosters that promoted both success and talent development last summer. Going into 2022, these orgs kept to their strategy, forming teams filled with players who could realistically be promoted, and more importantly, can win. The fun's about to begin. Hope you're ready.
We're live. It is Proving Grounds, closed qualifiers, day 1. My camera's already freaking out. It can't handle my excitement, and I should probably chill out a little bit. But of course, I am going to be your play-by-play here for the day. I am Jolly, and I'm joined by the ever wonderful and handsome Rebel Fox right here. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. 2 days full of an enormous number of games, an enormous amount of League of Legends between 32 teams, and now we've been able to distill down 16 of the top teams to prepare for our first qualifier. It's been just an exciting couple of days, and we get to fill it with even more action as we're starting into the first few games here in the groups.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, we've got some pretty awesome games that we get to cover right here. You and I are covering 2 best of 3s today. And of course, we can see right down at the bottom of the screen, you're going to be starting with Golden Guardians Academy versus UC Irvine Esports here. So, I mean, swords against anteaters, you know, that's not really something that I would want to put into action. But I'm very excited to see these 2 teams. And then, of course, later in the day, we're going to have Wildcard and Bay State. So really 2 amazing sets, and of course, best of 3s as usual here, Rebel Fox. We do, of course, have to just call out all of our sponsors. Thank you to those of you who have helped out with the production, throwing this all together, including funding things like prize pool and allowing us to put on an amazing show for you guys across this and the Academy stream. So Atlantic, Tipalti, and Skulls, thank you. Of course, we'll shout you guys out a couple times as the show goes down. But you know, Rebel, we don't have a ton of time to talk. Of course, I mean, I guess we have a little bit longer than usual here, but we're gonna go into the round 1 matchups just so you guys can kind of see everything across the board, right? So Group A, 100 Thieves Next and Team Ambition. If you want to check these out, of course, you guys do have access as there are multiple streams going on right now. We are going to be covering Group B here, so Group A will be on that Academy stream. If you have any interest, you can always, have 2 screens open at the same time, right, Rebel?
Yeah, you're able to multitask like that. I was multitasking in a couple of different dimensions, trying to keep track of all the streams yesterday while covering our own. Group A's got some really loaded talent. You talk about 100 Thieves versus Ambition is going to be good, but then No Team and Radiance also competing. Group D, you take a look at EG Prodigies, Taco Gaming, Maryville, Dinka, all of them very, very good contenders to continue on inside of the tournament. Our focus, of course, we get to see GGS, who just recently lost to 100 Thieves last night in that first place match. Super close game, fantastic series between the 2, and I think everybody's waiting on bated breath potentially for the rematch that might come along. And Wildcard, they're getting a chance to kind of put up to the test against Bay State, who's really stepped up, UCI, who's been able to step up and get into groups here with a brand new roster of 3 rookies. So we get a bunch of chance to look into Group B and everybody else that's participating in the first couple of rounds. I do want to note, losing 2 games in a row does knock you out as we get into our predictions here for the day.
Yeah, and we can see that for the most part, things across the board are pretty similar, as you can see here for the day one match predictions. We get everybody's predictions here, right? It's not just the talent that is on air for these days. Each of us is going to kind of throw out our thoughts as these go on. But the biggest conflict, I would say, as you can tell, is No Team versus Radiance right here. It's a bit of back and forth. It's not quite 50-50, still a little bit heavily in the favor of No Team. But then I guess we also got to call out a single vote here for Bay State going through. And this is I don't want to say, oh, I'm not excited about this upcoming match, but I really think Wildcard and Bay State is going to be a really, really good one, especially with Wildcard trying to find their footing in being a more consistent team and performing in a more consistent manner. And so I like to see that there is a little bit of a call out right there for Bay State to potentially come through on this one, as it is a best of 3. They get their time to shine, they get their time to warm up here, but for the most part, especially in those top 2, you can see, not even for the most part, but straight across the board, not a single person here has gone against either 100 Thieves X or Golden Guardians Academy. So this is really up to these two teams to kind of step it up and prove all of us wrong.
I think NFT Radiance is going to be a pretty exciting series just as both teams are loaded with talent that is trying to establish themselves as being some of the top level talent inside of the second set of Proving Grounds now that we're in year 2. By the way, Wildcard fans, if you're curious who it is, Kenobi comes from Overwatch. Don't blame him too heavily. We're not going to put that on to him, which is why you see the Bay State prediction as everybody else had that Wildcard prediction in there. But yeah, it is a call out. I think that series specifically probably is a bit closer than some of the other series today. When you're talking about the 1-2 seed playing against 15-16 seed, things tend to be a little bit more one-sided. That's a game that I think could actually be a little bit more interesting than what we see in some of the first ones of the day here.
Absolutely, yeah. We can always look forward to the upcoming matches, and the whole idea behind this is as we get further and further along in this bracket, the matches are going to get closer and closer, right? So the anticipation kind of going into day 1 for this one, even though it is the close qualifier, is that a lot of these games are going to be one-sided. We hate to see it, we hate to acknowledge it, but it is something that will likely come to fruition here. And I think it's really just exciting to me to see one of these matches that has a lot of an opportunity to potentially go to the third match or go to the third round in that best of 3, or even potentially an upset kind of coming through. So Kenobi, hey, for all we know, you're actually right on this one. Crazier things have happened. All right, I do like the fact that there's a little bit of there's some bulldog, pride at least out there to say that Bay State does have an opportunity here. But you're absolutely right, Rebel Fox. Probably the closest one that we might even see just in the whole lineup today.
It's entirely possible. We'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit later because now I think it's time that we jump into our first match of the day, which is Golden Guardians up against the side of UCI, who let's talk about this a little bit more in depth just because I think it's worthwhile talking about. This is, of course, in retrospect to what is happening on the Academy stream where you would see 100 Thieves, the phenomenal team who did upset Golden Guardians yesterday to take the number 1 seed against Team Ambition. And Team Ambition actually, funny enough, beat UCI a little bit earlier on in the tournament for a reason that I think we get to discuss also. Let's start with Golden Guardians, who are coming here. They've got a brand new roster. They brought back a couple of kind of consistent players from their LCS team from the previous split in both Iconic and also in Chime in the jungle and support position. And they filled out the rest with a lot of players that are really talented as well. They are a rock solid team. Seeing them lose yesterday was a bit surprising. They had a gold lead. They were commanding that game to some extent, and they flipped on what was a base push that ended up kind of going all wrong in the return play. So there's that. UCI, on the other hand, when they're at full power, we're looking very competitive. One of our top 5 collegiate teams here, one of the few that made it into the group stage, unfortunately are going to be playing without Sahori in the bottom lane, instead going to be substituting in their backup ADC.
Yeah, and a lot of newer players in general as well on UCI. And I say newer, more young players, right? They've been in the scene kind of, but you got like a lot of 18-year-old players, right? You got a lot of, for League of Legends at least, that's a young player. That's coming straight out of high school. And we've even seen some high school players, of course, not on this team, but some high school players on some of these, amateur academy kind of teams. So it's very exciting to see that a lot of this talent is being picked up right out of high school, right? These kids who have had their nose to the grindstone, who really are focusing on moving forward and potentially becoming a professional player. That's kind of been more of a priority for teams, I think. Is there a lot of players who tend to play maybe collegiate, who will play on amateur or academy, not so much academy, but definitely collegiate and amateur, where they don't really want to pursue a professional career. And I think that that's something that's kind of been brought more to the forefront of, all right, well, we've got a lot of potential players. And if somebody does, in fact, want to move on to pro play after this, or try to move up to academy, try to maybe make their way into LCS, we're going to invest into some of these players. And so I really do like to see a lot of those who recognize I'm not really in this for becoming a professional saying, you know what, might as well pass off the baton, hand the mantle over to somebody maybe who's a bit younger and who is really, really invested and who does have the mentality here to push forward, because this is stressful. I'm not gonna lie, especially with college schools. We do have two with the two matches that we have today. Of course, UCI being the one to start this out here, University of California, Irvine. So this is a school, and you have to consider that GGA, these players, not only maybe have they're a little bit more veterans coming into this. They've been on the team for a little bit longer as well, but they don't necessarily have some of the obligations and responsibilities that a collegiate player does, and just keeping up your GPA and keeping up with everything that you have to within school, and then trying to stay social on top of it. It can be a lot to put on the mental of a player. So I love to see the fact that we do have some really solid representation for colleges and schools within this bracket here.
I think it's also been a really hot minute since we've seen UCI be at the forefront. At one time, back in 2018, they were the champion. Back in the next season, they were top 4. And it's been a long time since this roster has really been at that same level of competition to be competing. 2020 wasn't around. 2021 wasn't really around in terms of the collegiate championship. And so they went out and they found 3 new players in Barrick in the top lane, I think one of the better looking top lane prospects in the entire tournament on his own right when it comes to individual skill. Cinnamon Bread made that surprising run against Wildcard just 1 year ago inside of the first Proving Ground circuit. Didn't end up winning, but did take a game, which was a little bit of a nail biter for them. And then, of course, they had their new ADC, Sahori, who I'd heard a ridiculous amount about when it came to their communication skills and adding that to the team. Alongside Kim Down, alongside Duong Pro, they have been a roster that's actually been improving slowly throughout the fall. They've made it into this top 16 here in PG circuit, which is something that not a lot of collegiate teams had done in the past. And so this is a roster that continues to look to go forward. And a lot of these players, I think, have very, very positive upside. This is a game where we're not really so much looking, I think, for them to be incredibly competitive against Golden Guardians, because Golden Guardians is literally an academy team. And I believe 4 of these players, actually, I think this entire squad that they're fielding right now without Violet is also going to be playing LCS lock-in. So this is a literal LCS team walking into the beginning of the split that's going to be playing against UCI.
Yeah, so it's not so much of, oh, you've got a potential hill to climb here. It really is like a mountain. It really is Mount Everest. But that doesn't mean that UCI can't show improvement. They cannot, this is their opportunity to really show that they have grown together as a team, and that they do have a big investment in some of these newer players. I think part of what you were talking about too a little bit earlier, Rebel, I'm not even sure if this was live or this was behind the scenes, but just the fact that, some of the members that are primary shot callers, for instance, really, really big vocal spots on UCI are not going to be in here today. And so this isn't necessarily even the best of what they're going to be showing to us. And it's a big struggle, even just mentally, to get over the fact of, oh, we're going into GGA. We're going to the starting roster right now. What is the starting roster temporarily for LCS, Golden Guardians? And so I think that they're more than capable of saying, hey, you know what, let's brush that off. We're going to do the best that we can. But I do think it makes it a little bit more difficult with the roster adjustments on the fly.
It does. I will say, though, Golden Guardians, when they have been attacked, especially yesterday against 100 Thieves, a fair amount of the ability to do damage to this team actually comes from top lane. Tony Top in the past was part of the Academy circuit, then joined EGA, and actually had some good performances on EGA. Tends to like to be left alone in the top lane as much as possible. He's an incredibly good laner, will take champions that are capable of just beating your opponent down in the laning phase. He's famous for the Jax pick and everything else that comes about from it. And so in a lot of games, they're going to want to play away from him. And he's not somebody that's like, oh, I need constant jungle pressure. I need constant movement towards me. He's cool taking a 20-minute laning phase, and he's going to be up 40 CS, and he's probably going to have a solo kill during that process. This is a game where I feel like if UCI really wants to take a full shot at Golden Guardians and take a swing, they're going to have to play through Barrick. Barrick is a talented player. He has a chance at having some semblance of a step up to Tony Top in the top lane. And if they put resources into him, maybe that is one breaking point they can have.
Awesome. We're getting some notifications too that the lobby has been made. So we're now just game to start. As I always say, that's my favorite part, when you guys don't have to look at our faces, but in fact, you get to look at the game. And it's fine because Monty's trying to take the limelight anyway away from me. He'll keep popping up in the background. Honestly, anytime I get hype, anytime we talk about these top laners, I guarantee he's going to show up. But I agree. That's one of those situations where, especially with the current state of the game too, on top of that, top laners have so much opportunity. And it is still, or can still be this island state. That we used to throw back a couple of years ago to where top lane was just boring. Top lane was like, all right, how far into the game are we? Is it time for us to go to team fight stage yet? Or do I still just have to kind of maintain myself here in the hopes that maybe a jungle will appear, hopefully on my side, right? On my team. But that's not really the case anymore. There are a lot of potentials for some of these carries or for some unorthodox picks as well, I would say, towards the top lane that could do a really good job. And when it comes to counter picks and bans, I think, this current state of it is even more important than it ever has been. Of course, when you get to the start of this, as we are going to be hopping right over to the draft, when you get into the beginning of this kind of bracket, there's a lot more flexibility, right? You can kind of play around with some things. You also don't necessarily know for maybe some of the newer players, if you haven't done their research, where they tend to excel, what style or what champions in particular might be unorthodox to other people, but is a completely natural pick for some of these top laners. So I do love to see the fact that we've got some incredible tops coming into these teams. It really, across the board, every single one of these players that I have seen has had some real standout moments or some real plays on individual champions that are just pretty mind-blowing.
I'm excited to see. I know you're talking about champion pools. Tony Top's got his own individual stuff, and Barrick's got his own individual stuff. Jax is a very legitimate possibility. Vladimir is a possibility that is a long shot that Tony Top was really good back in the day. And then you got like Darius, Tryndamere, both inside of the pool of Barrick. We'll need to take those into top side. If we happen
Graves,
to see
right?
quite a bit more of a... Graves? Yeah,
that
Graves
he was the one that does the top Graves, yeah.
Yeah, he did the top great. Now, in fairness, he had 0 kills and 8 assists, so like I'm gonna knock him for that a little bit. But I mean, if he's just gonna stonewall the lane, that's perfectly fine for me as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've already got our first round of bans now finalized. We can see Golden Guardians, Lee Sin, the LeBlanc, and the Olaf. And on the side of UC Irvine, we got the Caitlyn, the Syndra, and the Camille. So pretty classic, strong champions that are in the meta as of right now, and especially for Ryoma. That is very much a Ryoma ban. You don't want to allow the Syndra to go through, and it's going to be a first pick Thresh for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, see, in the way that like top laners both have very unique pools that have a bunch of different kind of disparity to them, every champion is barred to Chime. Chime is an incredible player, and he roams everywhere. And against 100 Thieves, I think he was just in every single fight across the entire map, playing incredibly on the Rel. And the Thresh is one of the best champions. Yes, his name is the namesake of the Bard, but before that, back even when he started on Supernova and when he started at LCS, Thresh was that go-to champion for this guy. And it's a champion that he excels at in a number of ways, being able to hit hooks, play make, safety for everybody. It's a fantastic choice for him.
Absolutely. And so we've got a response here of, what could potentially be a bit of a flex. You've got the Jhin locked in as well as the Karma here. And the Jinx is going to be the response there to the Jhin. So really working on being as aggressive as possible here for this Golden Guardians Academy side. Jhin is very easy to shut down if you have that early pressure. It is a little bit riskier, of course, with Jinx. Because if you want to get within range, you're going to be expending a lot more mana. However, if you've got somebody like Chime on this Thresh, you have nothing to worry about.
They've got possibilities now for Golden Guardians to play into Stixxay very heavily in the bottom lane 2v2, especially when you've got Mr. Dot, who's substituting in for Zahori, who again was a large part of the communication for UCI. You double down on taking the Jhin pick, which usually has a tendency to be safe but doesn't get much interaction unless you force into it in the early game. With this Karma pick, they are really trying to neutralize any possibility of attacking on the bottom side of the map to the best of their ability. So now, at least in my opinion, I think Thresh is going to have to find other places to go, especially because they go for the Xin Zhao for Iconic. It's one of the best champions of the jungle right now, and Duong Pro goes for the counter pick of the Trundle. This was like when Xin Zhao started popping up, this was the immediate response. People said, okay, you can't fight me. I'm going to drain your AD. I'm going to auto attack you with a club to death, and it's going to be easy enough for me to not have to worry about the dueling.
Not only that, I mean, we saw some flexing too towards the end of last season with that Trundle too. I mean, whether you're going to the top lane, we've seen some crazy things happen with this Trundle. I think it's a really strong pick, and I think it's also recognized that there's a lot of versatility to it. Of course, we're going to get the classic Teemo hover, that I should have known that right off the bat, day one, they weren't going to give us any slack, and oh my god, I would love to see it! Yes, it is! It's going to be the Vex locked in. I adore this champion. I absolutely love this champion. She's so incredibly fun. She's got some of the best voice lines as well. I think that Riot has really been focusing a lot on trying to integrate a little bit more personality into some of these champions, and she is definitely ripe with personality, I would say, or lack thereof, rather. So we are looking at Stixxay locking in the Twisted Fate. We're gonna get a couple more hovers. I was gonna say that Jace makes things a little bit heavy-sided in terms of damage, just straight up damage and vulnerability. So they are going to potentially still lock it in. We'll have to see how things work. Of course, Golden Guardians, they've got somebody like Chime, as you said, on this Thresh. That's a lot of the front line that they are looking for. And then if you've got Iconic as well on the Xin Zhao, you know, as long as they are the ones that are making the initiations, Jace is definitely going to supply a lot of additional damage and backside, as well as, you know, part of his own once he pulls out that Hextech Hammer. And it looks like the Viego might be the opposing hover here. I do love to see Viego not on the enemy team. I love to see a Viego picked on my team, because no matter what has happened with everything, still very busted. But the Tryndamere is going to be the selection here. A lot more of an opportunity to go into somebody like this Jace, with just a lot of hard-hitting damage. Hey, you know what? When you can't kill me, then you're going to be the one to die.
You have to find a way now. I'm a little bit concerned. I love the Tryndamere pick. It's fantastic. Varric is one of the Tryndamere players in the tournament, and we're getting an opportunity to see it up close and personal, which is fantastic to see. It's an individual like champion stylization that's special to him. Not a lot of other people have played this. I know it's still a strong champion. The problem is your expectation for this from Golden Guardians is that they will be playing to topside. They have picked the Thresh for Chime. That's going to roam. They picked a Twisted Fate in the mid lane for Ryoma. He's going to get out and about. He's going to attack top lane too, and they've got a ganking Xin Zhao to work with. They could put every resource in the world into this Tryndamere, shut it out, and get this Jace ahead, and all of a sudden there are problems, because your Vex is getting challenged, your Jhin is getting challenged from the backline just from Tony Top's damage alone. So there is that problem. It's a question of how does UCI respond to that? Can they find pressure on bottom side with Jhin and Karma, or do they find ways to defend against it and try to get Varric through this laning phase? They're putting some eggs into their top lane basket the way I wanted to, and they got to make sure he's going to get out of this unscathed, because there could be very big problems if they let GGA roam.
Yeah, well, and not just the roaming from it, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Even just in the laning phase, in terms of before you hit level 6, as Tryndamere, you're in a very risky situation. Potentially, you've got Jace, who is capable of swapping back and forth between, between his hammer and his cannon, I think is what it's called. And the speed boost that you get innately from just making the swap means that he's going to have the advantage in the early part of the game. And I have no doubt that we're going to see Varric play this very, very carefully and very, very well, because this is kind of a standard style of champion that he plays that really doesn't turn on until they actually hit that level 6. So the whole idea is that the expectation is that your jungle is not going to be able to come to help you out. The expectation is that you're not going to be able to have your support roaming all the way up to the top in the early part of the game before you hit level 6. So it's kind of a self-sufficient thing, but it can be very risky, because like you said, Rebel Fox, if it does end up being Tony Top who gets the upper hand, then you have roaming opportunities from top lane before you even have a Tryndamere who is activated. And that can really just kind of set the whole stage of the Rift completely off kilter.
I think UCI is also willing to take a test of 1v1 type of strategy between Varric and Tony Top here. I don't necessarily favor that for them, but what I am saying is that if they were to take this Trundle, move it into mid lane with Cinnamon Bread and shut out Twisted Fate, all of a sudden it's a lot harder to try to generate some of these cross-map plays. Chime's going to have to roam through basically what is a dead lane control that's coming in the way of Cinnamon Bread if you start to get ahead in terms of that. So I think it's another very viable strategy for UCI that could mean, if they put faith into Varric to say, okay, we could take the one-on-one matchup between Tryndamere into Tony Top's Jace, maybe they feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, we'll also have to see how much pressure they can really kind of respond with in the bottom side. You know, there is some good opportunity if you have Stixxet kind of out of position with this Karma running through. If you're able to get a Mantra Q pop, you know, there's so much damage that you can follow up with, as well as the range opportunities to be able to get that W lockdown from Sahori here for the Jhin. So there are still some good opportunities, but kind of like you said just a second ago, Rebel, it's not necessarily favorable in terms of the players that we have on board, right? The champions always offer these different opportunities. As it sounds like we have game number 1 ready, so we're going to be tossing right over to the... No! That's us. That's not the game. All right, so right before we step in then, Golden Guardians Academy, of course, we can see here on the blue side, UC Irvine Esports on the red side to start the day out in this best of 3. Rebel Fox, are you excited?
Oh, I'm very excited. It may not sound it right now, but I'm trying to keep myself tame for the remaining 6 games that we're going to have on the day, where I'm going to be screaming my mind out for the next few days. So
that's smart. That's smart.
Yeah, at least to the best of our abilities, especially because they were ramping up for a pretty big invade altogether. They seem to have broken apart, and they're just going to work their way into the jungle instead. But
yeah, nothing too crazy to start out here. You do actually have some vision already thrown down, though. Look at that. UCI very, very quickly running forward. They send Kim down into the jungle, so they have immediate vision on red, and they are going to make an invasion here, and Ryoma might get caught out alone. Should be pretty easy to walk away from this one, though.
Yeah, they do have 4 members here. They went for like the top side invade, which is the response. It's like the reflected bottom side invade that you can do. Throw a ward down up there to make sure that the Jace is going to have coverage, be able to attack people, things along those lines. And now you're going to be able to talk about everything else that comes through as an invade immediately.
It's a flash forward. It's a steal of the red buff. It's Iconic who's going to go down, and it ends up being, of course, Sahori right here is going to be Mr. Dot. Taking up the first blood. All right. What looked like a very unsuccessful initial invade very quickly got turned around.
Yeah, they double down on it. They go, okay, it doesn't matter that we have a vision, doesn't matter that we're down an entire member. We're just going to full commit to this. They are trusting in Trundle and is trusting in Duong Pro to be able to hit the smite, and he does. Gets the red buff away from Iconic, slows down the clear speed, everything else. And now even Duong Pro kind of walking in looking for the blue buff. He doesn't have flash to go for it, but I wonder if he could put some additional pressure into Xin Zhao, just trying to slow down the pacing of Iconic at the beginning of this game.
And that was, I mean, that was a lot of trust you got to put into somebody to be able to flash forward. Iconic is getting jumped on again, and Duong Pro is going to find another kill right here for UCI. Holy cow. I don't know about you, Rebel Fox, but I was not anticipating the game starting in this manner.
I mean, you can't sit and let this game play around you, right? Like, if you do that on the side of UCI, you're allowing a very solid set of players to go out and about and kind of command themselves. This is an LCS squad. They know how to close games. They know how to play late games. You don't want them to feel comfortable, so they just go attacking immediately with this Trundle pick. They say, okay, we're shutting out the opposing jungler. We're going to make sure that these lanes are not going to play out perfectly for you, and that's exactly what's happening. You don't want to let this Jinx just scale infinitely into the late game the way that we might have expected it to. We don't want to allow a bunch of pressure being put on by Iconic across the map to slow down some of our lanes. It's worked out pretty well for them so far. It's now just about what do they do with it next.
Ooh, a nice dodge there on the death sentence out of Chime. You got to be very careful of those because we talked about how much this team can take off of a single hook coming out of this player. And by forcing, you know, this kind of push and response too, and also a little bit of navigation as we can see it down and around. You can kind of see, it's starting to be a mental game, to be honest, from UCI Esports. They're really trying to force GGA to keep Chime there down towards the bottom side. It's going to be a little bit of a fear there onto Barrick, who again does not have the ultimate. He's going to flash forward, a flash in response, though, and the Q is not going to land onto Barrick. Honestly, this is such confident play coming from the members of UCI. I'm wildly impressed.
Yeah, I'm really loving it. They aren't taking a break inside of this game, right? They're not taking this to a point where they're going to have to rely on really individual macro play. Instead, they are putting their front foot forward and saying, we're going to play with aggressive right out of the gate. And yes, maybe or not that like GGA can actually turn this, but this is the one strategy that can make them feel uncomfortable. And you can see like Tony Top with a range character had to burn the flash in the early levels against Barrick's Tryndamere, something he's comfortable on. That invade from Duong Pro, all things that they must have discussed beforehand just to make sure that GGA was never going to get comfortable and set their feet inside of this game. So far, worked out for them. We'll see how they can actually transition it into tangible leads. Because again, flash down in the top lane, you throw a pillar behind that Jace, all of a sudden, you're not getting away from a Tryndamere. You set that lane up for success.
Yep. And that's a nice little combination. We see another little dodge there. Iconic revealing himself a little bit here to these two bottom members of UCI Esports. And of course, the pressure is going to be on, right? When you have Stixay on Jinx, when you got Chime on Thresh in terms of a versus a Karma and a Jhin, you're probably going to be pushed back. But the fact that they're able to transition these into successful fights, even while they're amongst enemy minions, again, I mean, definitely not something that I was kind of anticipating right off the bat, and this is exactly what you were talking about. You got Duong Pro, who's coming through, and yes, there is a ward, but it might be too little too late. The fear comes out from Barrick. Duong Pro's going to throw it down a ward just to ensure that they have eyes on Tony Top. Barrick trying to navigate around this to avoid taking any more damage, and it's going to be a dash in, and it's Duong Pro allowing Barrick to pick up that kill, a third one for UCI.
And they just completely deny any counterplay from Tony Top because Barrick doesn't have much of a health bar and does have a full rage bar to work with a heal. But maybe there's potential eventually for Tony Top to find something if Barrick gives him an opening and gets to anti, tries to get in. Instead, he just lets Duong Pro walk up, auto-attack the top laner basically to death and takes the kill away. And all of this was an attempted punish from from what was Tony Top on the top side with the Jace because the wave was stacked and Barrick hadn't backed yet, so he didn't have much of a health bar to work with. He's like, okay, if I can get this wave crashed, there's going to be plenty for me to work with here. And instead, it was a big bait from UCI. Their early game plan is looking very, very good right now.
Absolutely, and those 3 kills have been spread throughout, you know, more towards the top, I guess. You got to see that there's one for Tryndamere, one for Trundle right there. But then you've also got that first blood having gone over to Mr. Bada Sahori is absolutely huge for this bottom side to be able to maintain itself. And now you've got UCI Esports right after that happened. As soon as that first blood went over to Mr. Dot, you get to the point where you're like, all right, cool, we are able to just kind of bully this top lane. And that fear that we had, that I was kind of talking about before the match started, of what is Barracks going to do before level 6, you know, how well is this going to be able to be maintained, especially if Duong Pro needs to focus towards the mid or towards the bottom side of the map. That was immediately sent away as soon as that first blood went over to UCI, and in particular went over to Mr. Dot. So really, really well, adapted. It was very, very much on the fly of saying, hey, you know what, we have strengths across the map here, and we also are capable of adjusting where we put our focus based on how that initial play went down.
Yeah. UCI is actually, they're looking a lot more competitive and impressive than I think we would have expected in this first game, especially with a substitute bot lane, but props to them for coming out with a very tangible game plan to begin things. And now things are starting to slow down a little bit. You're in an okay position with your Tryndamere on the top side. This Trundle gives you a lot of control of the bottom side river, or just in the river in general. Cinnamon Bread's going to be here for this play, but only level 5 on Mr. Dot before the rest of that wave gets picked up, only level 5 in general. And Cinnamon Bread's not able to full commit because the wave had crashed in the middle, so it's just going to be a 2v2. Mr. Dot has to leave just to come in, but Shime is already kind of cutting off the angle. They're playing a little bit of back and forth around this Drake right now, trying to see who's going to full commit to it, who's going to look for the fight.
And it does look like it's UCI that decide to fully commit with 4 members here. Chime is trying to get the steal away, and it's going to be farther engaged by Cinna, who manages to pick that up thanks to the ultimate. Can the second one hit? Chime is actually going to flash out of the way. I'm not sure if that range would have supported it, but it was very well done. Again, UCI find themselves not just the dragon, but a kill on top of it.
I'm really confused about what GGA was trying to communicate right there, because Ryoma had actually stepped off the mid wave because there was a little bit of hovering from an additional champion, and it allowed Cinnamon Bread to push out the mid wave and join the fight on the bottom side before the dragon had really been spiked down. All that kind of questioning and all that decision making that wasn't quite there. If they had just committed fully to the dragon, they might have been able to cap it before that mid wave got crashed. And if they hadn't gone to it, they could have just given up the dragon and not worried about it, try to go somewhere else, maybe try to set top lane in a different path. But instead, they have this dance around the dragon, end up losing a kill off the back end because Cinnamon Bread's able to tag a nice ultimate. And it's just, again, questionable decision making from Golden Guardians right there.
And even to force the flash there out of Chime, sure, Chime does have the Hex Flash available, but for something like that, where the ultimate comes out, it already picks up a kill, that means, yes, you're able to reactivate it, and you've got a pretty decent time window as well. That's another reason that Vex not only is so ridiculously fun to play, is also quite busted in terms of just the general idea of her kit here, and so to force a flash out of Chime there at the end, that certainly puts even more pressure here on this bottom lane.
It's actually a funny thing. When I walked into this event specifically, one of the things that I wanted to judge mid laners, especially newer mid laners, on was how well do they play Vex. I find that really good mid laners are often able to pick up Vex and use the champion to a very high degree very quickly, whereas a mid laner that might have very different set of skills or might have like a very unique skill set or a champion pool or something like that, oftentimes struggles to pick up Vex in very specific situations. So Cinnamon Bread having a bit of ability on the Vex to begin with is show the ability to get out of lane, start attacking as quick as possible. A lot of that is due to the control of Duong Pro. But again, I'm keeping my eyes on our Vex players, and so far, Cinnamon Bread, I'm pretty sure played it a little bit earlier in the tournament as well, and has had some okay performances on it thus far. I'm not calling him an amazing top-level prospect in the mid lane quite yet for this, but again, I'm keeping my eyes on the Vex play because it's one of the champions that I think is easy enough to judge with.
Right, yeah, and I do think, it's actually interesting that you say that, because there's definitely certain styles for mid lane, and I would say that Vex's style is much more akin to that of like a support. Something like Seraphine that we've seen come out. It's going to be Golden Guardians finally making a play on their own. It is Stixay with the ultimate that picks up the kill. Now it's Mr. Dot who's going to be engaged on a double kill is picked up after that guy. The Shadow Surge is going to be followed up though, and as you're talking about Cinna, he's going to pick up the death sentence on top of it directly into the trap, so it means you're not going to get out of that one. And Cinna instantly goes down in response.
That is a great hook from Chime to be able to set up the response to that play. Yes, you get a trade kill onto Cinnamon Bread, who is able to show up in the right situation. A turret play able to be traded back up from Barrick. But it's a nice play into bottom side. Golden Guardians finally make a really distinctive move, which is that, you're playing towards Jinx, you play towards Stixay. It's an amazing champion to set up for this game. And finally, they make an aggressive play towards the bottom side. They get the first one with the Mega Death Rocket. The dive here ends up in a solid position where Stixay is the one who ends up picking up the kill. And that's every everything that you could have possibly asked for. Sinnoh trying to snag Stixxay, I think on the end got a little bit too far forward, ended up getting snagged by Chime. Kill goes over to Iconic, but you will take a bunch of turret plates and gold into your Jinx. They're no longer, I think, willing to play into topside. They're going to put a lot more focus into making sure that their big team fight is going to be on point, and making sure to play towards Stixxay and attack the points of the map that UCI is probably weakest at right now with the substitute ADC is finally what they've decided on.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was touching on a little bit earlier, Rebel, is just the fact that, hey, that early kill that was given over to Mr. Dot, that first blood kill, allowed for a lot more wiggle room for UCI on the bottom side. They allowed really kind of the focus here for Duong Pro to go more towards the top side to support that lackluster pre-6 Tryndamere, but now they've gotten past that point, right? We're looking at level 9s, level 10s in the mid and the top side, which are going to obviously be the highest ones in the solo lanes. So that now, not that it's been negated, right? They still have the benefit, they still have the dragon, they still have 2 additional kills, but the gold has transitioned over to Golden Guardians Academy, and you're absolutely right, Rebel, in that focus now needs to be readjusted. It's going to be Chime hitting Duong Pro right there, but immediately gets turned around into a fight and will be kept down with some beautiful damage that follows it up. Sinnoh going to be picking that one up, and yet again, Duong Pro is going to be navigating his way and stealing part of the enemy jungle.
Another situation where it seems like Golden Guardians Academy weren't sure if they wanted to full commit to a 4-on-4 inside of that jungle, and UCI just take full advantage of the lack of just like very, very decisive calling on that one, where they say, okay, Chime hits a hook onto a trundle, it's in the middle of nowhere, and they're like, okay, we don't really know what to do here. Do we full commit to this? And in that process, the pillar getting dropped on Chime, and then the support coming in for Mr. Dotkin down leads to an additional kill going into the back pocket of, again, Cinnamon Bread on this Vex, who continues to just rack up gold. The solo laners here having a great day at the moment. Nice move from Ryoma.
Ooh, the flash forward and another beautiful hook right there is going to give Stixxay yet another kill, following it up with the lantern. A nice lockdown there. Ryoma is going to pick up the kill on that one, and things have very quickly transitioned. Even though UCI is finding themselves these objectives, they are not winning the fights.
They are making sure now to put a bunch of pressure, put a bunch of gold and resource into making sure Stixxay is going to be ahead. If you're losing your top and your mid lane this badly, and you're not going to be able to catch up anytime soon, you got to find some strikes somewhere. And so Golden Guardians continue to lay on the pressure to this bottom side and take advantage of the newer player in that role for this UCI team. As they also use the Rift Herald, they're able to find a nice position. Ult into the river, they're going to find a fight.
There it is. Shadow Surge goes forward. It's going to be a hook in response onto Sin, and you got to watch out because Stixxay is back in the wings trying to throw out yet another Q right there. It's not going to be enough damage, and this is where Vex can kind of fall off as well.
They didn't get baited into a bad fight, which is quite nice. It would have been easy enough for UCI to say, okay, we've got a powerful enough 2v2 with our mid and our jungle to work with in this bottom side river. But if they do that, they eventually get the support of Stixxay and Chime, and they just end up losing that situation horribly, especially after the trade into the bottom side as well. So good on UCI to be able to call that. Their towers are in a little bit of disarray. They lost their bottom tower. Top tower is just a very quick auto attack or just a W from Jace from going down easy enough. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult with the longer lanes and getting shoved back for Tryndamere to do the split push type thing. Soon enough, they're going to have to transition out of this like earlier game where they put a bunch of focus into making sure to catch people off guard from Golden Guardians and punishing kind of a lack of really decisive push shot calling, because Golden Guardians will eventually get out of that. Eventually, they can just say, okay, we're going to put all 5 of our champions together. We're going to let Jinx auto attack forward. And by that point, UCI has to have some kind of response.
Yeah, and that's the opportunity, just as you said, they've been taking advantage of here, whereas Golden Guardians has been a little bit lackluster in terms of their response time, or really just kind of congregating together and making a solid decision. It feels as though they're kind of torn between 2 shot callers, but that is something that is very easily overcomeable for a team like Golden Guardians Academy in particular. They've done this before, they've had these struggles, they understand how to overcome them as well, and so we see them already immediately begin to group up a lot more.
I also like that UCI has given them a win or given themselves a win condition in the Dragon Soul, just because they have the possibility. They got the first 2, and a Kevin-Tech Drake is not exactly the Dragon Soul you want to be giving up on the side of Golden Guardian. So they've got to be ready to team fight when the time comes. If they're going to play chicken with the 3rd dragon or the 4th dragon, they're going to have to be forced into a situation where UCI can kind of force their hand into fighting around one of these objectives. And at that point, UCI, they get to decide, do we want to scale up for another 20 minutes while the Dragon Soul or the dragons are getting contested and GG's taking those away, or do we want to find a moment during the course of that time period where we can actually look to fight? Tony might be in for a rude awakening here.
Yeah, Barrick waiting in the bush. The ultimate should be able to be expended, but it's flashed forward. And in the wings is Iconic. Not only Iconic, but 3 other members. A total of 4 here. Golden Guardians teaming up very, very well. That means a flash expended on 2 ends. But no kills to come through. In the meantime, the rest of UCI is going to focus here on the next Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald likely to be taken. I don't know, the transition's going to be fast enough here. Unfortunately, no TP on Tony means this is at best a 4-on-4, and everyone else is a little bit slow to the game, especially because Iconic went for a full back. So you might be looking at a 4-on-4 fight. I think they're going to bail on that idea. Instead, they're just going to move Stixay up mid, and you look for a bit of chip damage on the tower. Probably can't get the whole thing with the Vex around, and it's just going to be the Rift Herald take in exchange for Barrick's Summoner spells, which he did use both of in that exchange up against Tony Top, where Tony Top just burnt the flash and didn't get anything else out of it. So Barrick threatening, not quite as menacing as he will be once he hits 2-3 items, where immediately those crits are going to do way too much. And now looking for Ryoma, he's going to be able to find an ultimate to get away from the Trundle. Not going to worry about that one. And now actually, with the support of Kim Down, I didn't see him there. Trundle's going to be able to walk out, so nothing crazy from either side.
That and Cinna with the pinch around the top side as well. So I think UCI Esports is recognizing, all right, those kind of situations where we were catching Golden Guardians out and they weren't really responding in time, that's not going to work for us. The exact thing that you and I were just saying a moment ago needs to be addressed, absolutely has been.
Getting a replay of this situation right now. I think it was just them not having the vision and seeing that that wasn't going to get a forward, and their backs, I guess. Is there? I'm not sure. Did I miss something during the course of this process that we're getting a replay of?
Yeah, I must have too, because I cannot help you out on this one, Rebel. I'm not quite sure.
Somebody really doesn't like Duong Pro hunting for that Twisted Fate right there. He just wanted to clown him a little bit more, I guess.
You've got a nice spread of these kills, though. You know, it is unfortunate that you have now Mr. Dot having gone down twice, but this is kind of the anticipation, right? As you were talking about with this replacement in the bottom lane, or with this sub coming through. That's one of the weakest parts of the fact that Golden Guardians Academy has capitalized on that is great, but it's also great in the fact that UCI Esports has recognized and said, okay, you know what? This probably isn't going to be our strongest side of the map. We need to kind of focus on other aspects and get as quickly as we can to the team fight stage. And now Golden Guardians says, hey, we do not want to allow this to go so easily, this Dragon Soul to go so easily over to UCI. Out comes the Curtain Call. It's not going to do very much damage at all. Of course, you get the Mantra shielding coming through here. You get the shielding from Chime with that Lantern. It's going to give the opportunity for Duong Pro to kind of navigate his way into this. And out comes the Shadow Surge. So much damage on the back end. It's going to pick up 1 kill as well as the Crescent coming through. And Barrick now is trying to send away Chime. In goes Cinna, tries to re-engage here, does find it with the ultimate, but doesn't pick up the kill, and now has the opportunity to send it out once more. Cinna's going to pick up yet another kill. That fight was all over the place, Rebel.
They took that fight and they shattered it into 1,000,000 pieces right there, which is exactly what UCI is looking to do, and they've confirmed themselves third Drake. That's going to set them up. Okay. Poor Duong Pro. He didn't realize he had the Rift Herald in his inventory. He's cool dropping this here. I just think that probably stopping right there wasn't exactly what he wanted to do, but it is going to confirm the tower. But what a play from UCI, because they win the fight the entire time. They grab the Dragon, they get everything in their back pocket, and they set up for a Chemtech Soul, which is not what you want. All of this was around this Dragon. We knew this was an inevitable thing that was going to happen, that GGA was going to look to force for a fight. They worked their way into the river so that they can capture this ahead of time. They force UCI to make a really aggressive move. The thing that baffles me is how in the world did UCI get them to split in basically 3-fold different directions? Because you got on one side of the fight, the top half, you're going to see Mr. Dot sets up as the Jhin. Cinnamon Bread actually gets on the right side of the fight on top of a ward, finds an ultimate into Stixay, and Barrick gets around back to be able to put damage into a third member all at once. This all happens, and GGA just looked completely dumbfounded about how to play out this entire situation. It is really, really amazing to see just how easy this was once this ultimate hits and tags, because Stixay gets killed immediately. Now all of a sudden, Iconic and Chime are on the back line. You see the other two, they get kind of pillared off, and they're able to find Tony Top. That's Duong Pro on the Trundle who gets that one. And again, Barrick finds a third on the back line. Iconic tries to fight for something, but just can't get anything back, and they give up third Dragon in the process.
Such a beautiful split there, and that's a heavy commit, right? If you're going to send Barrick all down and around to the bottom of the pit in the hopes and anticipation that Golden Guardians is not going to find an opportunity to initiate or engage onto the front side, which in essence puts him farther back and farther behind, it's absolutely spectacular to watch such, I mean, just really such a high-end play come to fruition for these guys in UCI Esports. We'll take a look at that gold lead over time, too, up until 10 minutes, even though Golden Guardians wasn't that far far behind. It was still definitely a lead. It was just, I mean, we can see that that's only 12-7-2, so it has not been a massive split. You're looking at under 2,000 difference throughout the entirety of this game. But Golden Guardians kind of started to take a little bit of a dominant lead, and instantly, I mean, immediately that was staunched down. Not only did it make it so the gold was even, but it turned the favor back into the hands of UCI Esports after one fight.
Pretty much every ounce of resource now from Golden Guardians Academy, I think, is just going to be thrust into Stixxay, and they just have to play bodyguard at this point to allow Stixxay to play as close to front to back as possible. And down gets caught.
Oh, that was a Hex Flash. Out is going to come the box, and that is just an instant lockdown. Ryoma is going to find that one. Sinna looking for the ultimate here, but it's going to be a nice lantern to avoid that. Ryoma is going to dodge another shot from the curtain call right here. The last one is going to miss, go right in between those two members of Chime and Stixxay. Man, poor Mr. Dot, just not able to hit any of these skill shots in the last minute or two.
Yeah, I'm getting caught right there. They aren't able to make or force a play off the back end of it. The Jhin not able to hit the shots because it's a little bit slow and everybody's able to range. They did. Yep. I don't think there was enough damage behind it. They're looking to force down this tower with Stixxay to the best of their ability. During the course, also big props to the communication between Stixxay and Chime, because that lantern saved what could have been an assassin bred from the Vex tagging the ultimate immediately onto that Jinx. That could have been disastrous if you dragged him back into the rest of the team and they were able to get enough people there for a fight to break out. So yeah, good on GG. They were able to find some definitive plays here and there. Oftentimes it feels like Ryoma is kind of at the center with gold cards or pick potential alongside Chime. So I think that's where they have to start playing around, is using this Twisted Fate ultimate with the gold card and just looking to try to pick off individual members from UCI little by little, shave away at the gold lead, get themselves in a position where they're comfortable, because right now, I mean, they're only a couple minutes out from losing this game. If they lose that Chemtech Soul, or coming very close to losing.
Yep. Well, and, you know, not just are they recognizing, I guess, that Ryoma is definitely the center of a lot of these fights and is really facilitating the turnaround that Golden Guardians has been able to have. But hey, the more that Ryoma can kind of take upon his own mantle to allow Stixxay to just get farther to the late game, get closer and closer to the late game, because that's really a big thing that Golden Guardians is also looking forward to. You've got 3, 1, and 3 for both this mid laner and this bottom laner, and that's sitting real pretty, especially considering that they've shut down the opposing bottom lane. So really, the responsibilities fall towards the top half of the map for UCI Esports, but that's very hard to do if Vex is going to be denied being able to get that Shadow Surge hit, right? Because you've got such minimal range. Yes, you've got the Pillar. You know, yes, you've got Trundle's ability with the fact that he's got Frozen Domain to try to get in there quicker, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to pop off enough damage with all of the crowd control that's coming through from Golden Guardians Academy. That exactly proves it right there. The range is just too much right now for this front line to deal with.
15 seconds until this dragon is going to be up. Look to see where it is that both Cinnamon Bread and Barrack, like you said, these solo laners are going to be positioned, because if they can get into a backline is really where this entire fight could actually go very wrong for Golden Guardians. Seems like they've got enough control of the river. The poke from Tony Top is starting to come through, and it means that it's difficult to get onto this dragon. UCI don't want to overreach here. I think they should be more comfortable giving this if they need to.
That's going to be a lockdown, though. And there's so much more to follow up. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. But so does just Shadow Surge. So much damage. Barrack manages to find his way onto the backside here. Will the crits be enough? Or will the Undying Rage dissipate? Yes, just barely. No way as the Undying Rage goes down. Now, Sinna trying to do what he can. No way! Barrack is able to find a second. The Vision game is so strong. And UCI Esports vehemently take control of this game by snagging themselves the Dragon Soul.
They walk directly into Golden Guardians. Man. They're just standing in the river in front of them. They lose their jungler. Everything is looking wrong. And out of absolutely nowhere, Barrack gets into backline and kills 2 members without the ultimate really accomplishing all that much. I thought this was pure disaster. I was like, hey, UCI, back off. You got 3 dragons. You got time. I know you don't want the Jinx to scale, but at this point, she's on 3 items. Like, you're not really slowing that down to any event. And once Dwang Pro went down, I thought this was just pure disaster. But look at Cinnamon Bread finding another incredible ultimate onto Chime, setting up a little bit at the beginning of this. And Barrack, look at the engage range. The combination of the Gale Force, the flash, the E, means that Stixxay can't get away, and was literally like single points of health had to be from dying to Stixxay. Ryoma not prepared for Barrack to re-engage on him out of the rush, finds a second, and all of a sudden, the fight's a complete disaster. Golden Guardians can't contest. They lose the Dragon Soul on top of all the kills. The team has come to fruition. UCI came to play. Cinnamon Bread came to collect his Golden Guardians win yet again.
Holy cow, that was an absolutely insane team fight. And you also have to consider too, I do, I don't want to call out Golden Guardians, but there were definitely multiple times where, that split kind of turned away from Barrick, where you had the opportunity to potentially take him down, but then you had the turn and the adjustment into, being able to use that vision play, or that anti-vision play. Really, now Stixxay is trying to deal a bunch of damage here to Duong Pro. There's going to be the cannon that comes through. A lot of damage, and in goes Vex once more. Personal space tries to send him away. Out comes the curtain call on the backside. It's going to be a big lockdown, a big pop-up here onto Duong Pro, but there is the resurrection coming through. Oh my goodness, it instantly gets burned down though, so it doesn't make a difference, and this is that long-range damage I was talking about that is just too dang much for UCI Esports to deal with now that Golden Guardians has gotten themselves collectively as a 5-man team.
Yeah, the kite back right there was phenomenal. Biggest thing was the Cinnamon Bread did not get onto Stixxay, didn't get onto one of the main damages, instead tagged onto Iconic, who has enough safety to be able to walk out, and Shime's positioning on the Lantern has gotten better over the fight, making sure to be far enough back that you're not going to have to concern yourself with anything else. They do not have Duong Pro, so there is no smite. They got to find a fight here instead of anything else. Barrick honestly just looks to walk up river because he still has the ultimate, still has the Chemtech soul to be able to work with. At this point, just walk into the pit to try to deny this because they're going to burst it down.
There it is. The crowd control is just too little, too much. It still is up and available, but it is going to be Golden Guardians Academy who picked that one up. Another resurrection there onto the backside. It's going to be a zombie that comes through. It actually deals quite a bit of damage here. It's not going to be enough to stay alive and, get all of the team. But Chime is the only surviving member here. This is absolutely insane. UCI, where did this team come from?
It's incredible, and even better, like, their decisiveness has been really there. They had a nice early game plan. They transitioned nicely also into making sure that these team fights were just creative ways to get Barrick and Cinnamon Bread into phenomenal positions. This is another example of it. They're down a member. They have no way of playing for a Baron steal unless they go for like a 20-30-80 split, something like that. They're going to make a push right up mid lane. They're going to snag the inhibitor. I wonder if they can just end. They've got 10 seconds on Tony and Iconic. I think they're just going to force.
They have a lot of time here, and they are doing a lot of damage. Barrick is totally willing to take the brunt of the damage here thanks to the resurrection, the fact that they've got this Dragon Soul still up and available, and this is the end of the game. There's no way the Golden Guardians is going to be able to stop this, and oh my god, in 28 minutes of back and forth, UCI Esports make a name for themselves here. Day one of the open qualifiers. Oh my god, I'm already going to lose my voice, and it's just the first game here, Rebel.
See, this is why when you asked me if I was excited, I couldn't just come out of the gate and go, yeah! This is why! This is the reason games like this happen out of absolutely nowhere. UCR comes in with a substitute. They're coming in as the 15 seed against the 2 seed Golden Guardians Academy, who are playing in the LCS lock-in tournament, and they go out with a bang of a first game to be able to take things all the way. Props to the solo laners, props to Duong Pro, who from minute one was just running this game over top of Iconic. Their game planning in this one, very, very intelligent. The fact that they somehow made a Tryndamere Vex composition work together in terms of being able to get onto the backline still baffles me to some extent. I don't know if they're going to be able to replicate that kind of success, but if they keep that same kind of game planning, I'm really excited to see game number 2.
Oh my goodness, yes, and really curious to see how Golden Guardians is going to be able to compete with this. We can see the damage spread right there. It is still highest damage held by Jace there in the top side. Of course, Tony Top doing a lot as that champion, but the fact that you can see Vex come in here for Cinnamon Bread at just, just under 1,000 or above 1,000 under that is massive. And honestly, it was the positioning, it was the placement, it was the confidence that was really working out incredibly well for UCI, and it was something that Golden Guardians was not able to adapt to as quickly.
It's a matter of, like, there was free damage coming out of Tony Top and the Jays, and this is part of the reason I wanted them to play in the top lane, just to not only shut out Barrick from the game, but also to get Tony Top and the Jays ahead, and to have this damage, like, supplement, where, like, if the Jays is one item hurt ahead, those shock blasts are dropping half, 3/4 of the health off of most of the members from UCI, and all of a sudden the fight is easily won by Jinx just with one single rocket getting excited and be able to rip through the rest of the health bars. But it just never came to fruition. They didn't quite get it there fast enough, and Vex on the other side was able to do quite the opposite, where it's okay, you tag somebody with the ultimate, you go in, they die most of the time. That's just what happened. Right. And so Golden Guardians had no real response to that. It was difficult for Chime to be able to pull out the right members, flay away the right members, to be able to deny that fast enough for the rest of UCI to not be able to follow up. So, good on them. Again, understanding a relatively complex team fighting style that they were able to work into such a well-refined kind of machine here in Golden Guardians.
Okay, well then that kind of leads me to ask you the question then, Rebel Fox, of knowing what works really, really well here for UCI. Is there something in terms of the pick ban phase that you think is going to help them, or do you think it's more of like an internal strategy within the game that they have to kind of adjust themselves around?
First off, that level 1 kind of was disastrous, so there is that. That's a big thing that's just like really easy fix. Just make sure you don't get clapped at level 1 and lose Iconic's kind of tempo just to begin the game and give it all over to the Trundle. But like you understand what the comp or what the return is going to be from Barrack. He's gonna play some Darius. He's gonna play Trinity. He's gonna play one of these champions. He's not gonna play a tank or something. So get Tony Top in a matchup that he's gonna be comfortable in. Get him one of his namesake champions if you're gonna leave him alone, or just play to it. I don't think Stixxay was really under any threat of losing that bottom lane before pressure started to get put there. Just let the Jinx sit there, farm up for the first 15-20 minutes of the game, put all your pressure on the top side of the map to shut out Cinnamon Bread and Barrack, and all of a sudden I feel like Golden Guardians have a much smoother curve of getting into the win of the game.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they take any of those strategies moving forward. We are going to take a very quick break before heading into game number 2 in this best of 3, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. welcome back, everyone. I think we've got the chance to pivot here, Rebel Fox, because we just had an incredible game number 1. Holy cow! I mean, if this is how the day is starting, I can't wait. It also kind of puts a pretty high bar to set the stage right for the rest of the day, because UCI. I mean, really, it was a back and forth, even though I guess at the end of the day, Rebel Fox, it really did feel like when it came to control over the fights, over the positioning, it was pretty much all in UCI's hands.
They did quite a bit to make sure that this game was going to go perfect for them. They controlled pretty much every aspect of it. They were comfortable with their draft. They got comfort champions for themselves. They started off from minute 1 with a nice game plan. They understood how their composition was supposed to execute in team fights. The only thing that was like out of whack for them was they weren't able to keep a consistent gold lead. But that was kind of the idea, right? It's going to be really difficult to do that against a team who plays at the level that Golden Guardians does. So instead, they just focused on, okay, here's what we need to do right. And they did what they needed to do right, which is exactly how you play a game like this, which leaves us to a situation where either A, we go to 3 games, or B, UCI wins, right? One of those two things has to happen. And I guess we could go to 3 games and UCI can win, but of course that just leads to one of the 2 options. So I mean, it's kind of insane to think that could be an upset. And then things also get into further disarray. I don't know if you know, but also Bay State beat UCI earlier in the tournament. So now all of a sudden, Bay State versus Golden Guardians, Bay State tonight versus a Wildcard, everything gets thrown in the air.
Yep. It really does, yeah. I mean, I kind of mentioned upsets. I'd mentioned that I'd like to see an upset. And I will admit that this is not the one I was talking about, right? I was talking about the Bay State Wildcard game that we have coming through here. But oh my goodness, if Golden Guardians doesn't really learn to adapt and adjust here, according to how UCI was playing that, I mean, it could very easily, not very easily, obviously. This is still a struggle for them. This is still a very, very good team, incredible team that can really get rolling once they get the ball rolling. But UCI did such a good job of preventing that from ever happening, or even when Golden Guardians, kind of recouped and was able to get a bit of a gold lead there, UCI said, okay, that's fine. We'll let you think you're in the lead. We'll let you kind of take control on this objective fight, but it's actually going to be us controlling your positioning. It's going to be us executing better than you guys, and then taking the objective on top of it, I think is the biggest other thing, right? They ended up getting the Dragon Soul. And at that point too, when there have been 2 to 3 fights back to back where they did take place in front of the Dragon Pit, where you were trying to counter them getting that soul and you were incapable of making it happen multiple times over, doing your best, that really says something about the prowess of this UCI esports team. And, of course, we have been talking up a lot Barrick, Sinna, and Duong Pro, and really that is where a lot of this strength comes from. Not to discount at all the 2 bottom players there in Mr. Dot and Kim Down, but it's really difficult to go into 2 players into whether or not it's 6A and Chime, but also Jinx and Thresh, because that amount of crowd control is just, it's too much to deal with a lot of the times. You get hit by the death sentence, you get the traps thrown behind you, and it is essentially a death sentence, right? It's a fitting name for the hook for Thresh there. But that's not to say that Golden Guardians, of course, can't just instantly be like, all right, we need to switch our focus. That's the top side, right? Just like what you were saying before the break happened, Rebel.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of things that can be fixed from Golden Guardians. Number one that I want to see fixed is decisiveness. So many times we saw them just kind of not be able to full commit to an idea, and that really did cost them a number of times into UCI, who were very definitive in their movements. And like you said, there is this kind of dichotomy that they didn't decide on until partway into the game of, do we lean into the Stixay Chime advantage that we have with the substitute bot laner, or do we go and play into Tony Top and deny the advantage that can be held on the top side of the map from UCI? Last game, they were kind of deciding between the two, couldn't really come to a valid decision until they started really leaning into the Jinx on bottom side. But by that point, the damage already done from the side of UCI. So in this game, come out with a much more cohesive game plan to begin with and execute on it very, very quickly. Whoever it is that's kind of controlling comms in there, I know Chime probably has a pretty big voice. I've heard him before in some comms, and I want to hear really distinctive calls. Make sure that you're on the same page for this game, because if you are, I feel like this game looks a lot different. A lot of the plays that went UCI's way probably could have been salvaged if it weren't for some of the lack of just clear decision making.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely something that has to be acknowledged. And also not only having a really strong shot caller, but also the team having the confidence in that shot caller, even if you don't necessarily believe that they are making the best call. If they are the one that is making the call, or at least, if that is kind of a position that you guys that the team has placed that individual in, of all right, you are the strongest shot caller, when that person makes a shot, it's going to be a decisive decision. You can't have hesitation from the players themselves. And I can't tell, sometimes you can kind of tell, was it that there were no shots called? Was it that there were multiple shots and they were kind of torn between these ideas? And so just coming to that cohesive position of saying, all right, you know what? It doesn't matter. We are just going to move as a unit. Whether or not it's the right call, we're going to execute it together, is actually more helpful than having that fight between members of really what is the best call, right? If there are two primary shot callers. I do think the other big thing, towards the end, we were talking primarily about Cinnamon Bread and Barrett, right? But the whole first part of the game, absolutely, thanks to Duong Pro with the invades. And it wasn't just the starting invade that ended up getting that first blood over to the Jin and Mr. Dot. It was really the multiple invades that followed up to where they shut, I'm pretty sure we saw a solo kill onto Iconic. Either that or it was, assisted there, maybe with Cinnamon Bread, but invading to the point where they were then able to kind of navigate into the jungle and just say, okay, this is mine again. And it was one of those advantages, one of those recognitions of, I can do more damage. I have the ability to, speed myself up a little bit. I have the ability to slow you down and stall you out thanks to the pillar. And that alone is enough that if you have the confidence in yourself as an individual player to say, yes, I can take this 1v1. And yes, it will maybe make the game play out according to my script, kind of. So I think that it cannot really be shoved under the rug that Duong Pro set Barrick and set Cinnamon Bread up for the success that they really saw throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, control of mid-jungle was a huge part of this because, again, it shut out Iconic from the game, and more importantly, also it shut out Ryoma, who is, he's literally ex-LCS. He's an incredible mid laner. We know that. He was a mid lane talent, just won even in Scouting Grounds, Proving Grounds, that kind of thing with 100 Thieves Academy. And so coming to Golden Guardians Academy on the Twisted Fate, expectations were when he's out and about and he's getting action on the map, he's going to be able to convert on it. And it did happen, but it didn't happen as often as I think Golden Guardians really wanted to. And so in this game, having better control of their mid-jungle combination and making sure to use that if that is a part of their game plan is much more important, because that was kind of the crux, like you were talking about, for setting up success on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and even if that is something where you recognize, UCI might have this advantage thanks to, like, let's say the Trundle pick into the Xin Zhao pick, right? Of just that early advantage of preparing for it, right? If you know that they already invaded, if they found success in that, and then you also know that there was an assist that went over to Duong Pro, that the red buff was also stolen away and they were able to take, that part of the jungle, you got to anticipate, all right, if that works, they very may well try to continue on with this pressure. And so I think it was kind of one of those things where Iconic just wasn't anticipating it. And you have to now, I think none of these things are going to be slept on going into game number 2. I do really think that maybe Golden Guardians thought it was going to be a potentially easier matchup, especially right from the start, as we are heading into draft again. Here's game number 2. You butthead. Dog almost gave me a heart attack, right? He's back. But yeah, Golden Guardians has selected the blue side once more, so it's going to be the same starting side. It's going to be the same starting bands as well, looks like, for both teams.
They have to understand, I think, a really big part of this now for GGA. Taking blue side means you are giving Barrick a counter pick no matter what that situation is. Either use both of your bans or even 3 of your bans now to take away that champion pool from this dude, or expect him to be on a carry champion that he will stomp Tony top with because he has a couple in his back pocket. That's going to happen. There is an inevitability that, especially on red side, UCI is going to get that option. I was a little curious when I heard that. I know blue side has been the preference. It's been working out for a lot of teams, but I was like, okay, if you want to shut down somebody like this, the best way is to prevent a counter pick, and especially when you got Tony top, you can do the same thing on the opposite side. Like, I'm just a little bit curious on that one.
Yeah. So. That is true. It's very possible that they're looking for a first pick. I was going to say, if that is the case, based on the fact that it's the same bands, it's likely still just going to be that lock-in of Thresh here for Chime. It is good enough that, hey, you know what, might as well take it. I do like, however, the Respect ban coming out of Golden Guardians on the Karma. That was the second ban. It wasn't the Vex, it wasn't the Tryndamere, it wasn't the Trundle they were afraid of. It's the Karma that they actually don't want to see, because those Mantra shields and the additional damage from the Mantra Q adds to the range that, kind of was a disadvantage, right, for UCI, but it played in so darn well with the rest of the team and the cohesiveness of the team that it's something that Golden Guardians doesn't want to see. It does look like the UCI says, hey, you know what, we don't need the Karma to run this Jhin. That ended up working well, and especially when you're talking about Mr. Dot being the sub on this team, generally having a little bit less, I don't want to say a little less range, but maybe a little more shallow of a pool, if you will, of things that they're really confident going forward with, especially when you're going into a team like Golden Guardians.
They find a nice substitute for Kim Down, and they say, okay, what are you going to take after the Karma? And you go into the Lux. The Lux is a bit more damage-based. I think it's a little weaker in the earlier stages, unless you're really able to exploit some of the pick potential. But ultimately, it fits a very similar thing. You've got CC on the Key, you got good damage, you got some shielding, you got a lot of range to work with as well. So I think this is a nice pick for Kim Down, who is another person that, again, UCI is able to rely on. Didn't have the most pop-up of performances, was very electrifying from the rest of his team, but was a very consistent rock throughout that game, like you said, with the Karma shields and everything else. And now Ryoma actually goes to the Victor, which I do kind of like. Instead of going for something very roam heavy, they're going to say, okay, if you don't pressure us in the mid lane, the Victor is going to become a problem that you're going to have to deal with. They go back to the Vex, so maybe more of that roaming style from Cinnamon Bread to begin with. They're going to have to capitalize on it just as well as they did in the previous game, because now there's no Twisted Fate that has to attack side lanes. It's a Victor, and if you're not converting, all of a sudden the free farm, the plates, anything else that the Victor is getting in his pocket is just cash for the late game.
Oh yeah, Obley would be a big fan of that pick. But I will say that the Victor, just in general, in terms of going up against the Vex, is a better option, right? It's not so much the solo pick potential. Yes, the crowd control is good and all, but Vex has so much darn range that being able to get kind of some AoE damage out that you can supply with the Victor will be very, very helpful. So I do really like that one. We are looking at potentially a lock-in here of the Graves. And, I don't see this being locked in, to be honest. I mean, if it is, I won't be super surprised, because this is played by multiple members here, obviously on the side of UCI, but a few more kind of flexible options, right, that they're giving themselves maybe a bit of a mind game advantage for.
It's a very interesting idea here, because of course it's the flexibility to the jungle. You'd almost expect it to go to Barrick, given everything else that they've got in their back pocket right now. But then if that's the case, the Graves is going to be top, so it's okay, what does Tony Top have? He's got Jax, and I've seen him stomp Graves on Jax in the top side of the map, no matter what the situation is. Slight hover of the Vi there, and so they're going to go to Renekton as the grab. So now you can make the decision to the end
of Vi, right? And you get Viego, so.
True, yeah. And Iconic was great on that champion yesterday, so I will put that. Wasn't quite able to carry the team, but did have a lot of kills on that champion, so was very successful on it. And the Renekton, I think, makes it difficult to make a decision here. What does Barrick go into it? Does he decide for something different? He's just going to go for the Graves, try to capitalize on the fact that that can be neutralizing lane, and they're going to go right back to the Trundle for long throw.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And, that there's still an opportunity, I guess, for the Trinity to be picked earlier on. Of course, we can see that it was selected in the second ban phase there. Golden Guardians, in fact, banning out that Xin Zhao as well. And so, I like it. I like what we're going with here. The Jax was taken away too, and the Gwen is also very, very good into the Graves. Just has so much sustainability and survivability. I think that's kind of what Tony Top went with as well with the Renekton, right? If I can't get that sustainability, survivability from a Gwen, if I can't get it from a Jax, I can at least someone get it here from a Renekton. A little bit less consistent in the early game, but once it gets to a later game, with the slice and dice, with the ability for that immediate solid lockdown onto Graves, if there isn't already a solid advantage and in roaming opportunities really for Barrick, things are going to get really, really difficult there. But that means that we can imagine that, again, Duong Pro is probably going to say, okay, hey, you know what, guys? Even though this might be the weakest part of the map for us, y'all did a really good job on the bottom side. Just kind of sustain, maintain yourselves. We'll try to feed you some early kills again at the beginning of the game, just like we did in round number 1. But the focus should still, once again, given the power that we've seen and the prowess that we've seen from those players, probably be pushed towards Barrick and towards Cinnamon Bread.
It's actually really funny, because in this game, UCI, normally I have problems with compositions that are drafted into Victor or into Jinx because they're too low range, and those champions have a lot of range to them. But you talk about Jhin ultimate, you talk about Lux ultimate, you talk about Vex ultimate. You've got a lot of ways to get on top of Victor and put damage into those two champions, which I can respect quite a bit. And it's nice because, like, if you think about what Barrick likes to play, typically I would think Darius might be a grab. I know it's not perfect into Renekton necessarily, but it's something that I'm sure he's well-versed in enough in to take into the Renekton matchup and fills the same role of being kind of a defender against the Viego and the Renekton when they try to get in on top of the squishier members of the team. But in this regard, what it's for is exactly that purpose, but also has a safer laning phase, and it's got range potentially to contest and throw some extra damage into Victor, into Jinx when the time comes. So that's the idea, I guess, for UCI, is just deny anything on top side. They can play to either side of their map. I actually kind of would prefer to see a little bit more mid to bot side focus for Dwong Pro and to leave the top lane alone, because this isn't the same kind of Jax pick that Tony Top can take away. Renekton isn't something he's as good at just taking over a game from bottom to top. It's not really designed to do that as a champion. And so now, if they don't super hard go for it on GGA to get that, Renekton ahead, Graves is going to be fine. Just go to the other side of the map, start attacking down there.
Yeah, and then, because you do have that question for Golden Guardians. All right, do we focus where we know that we can get an advantage in this bottom lane, right? Do we help push that? Or do we try to just kind of prevent what happened in the last game? Because it was enough to overtake the game. All it took was a lead, really, for and it was only, one kill apiece, but they had just kind of a control in terms of the rotations on the map, in terms of their mobility, and again, in positioning on these fights. And so going through into this one, I guess my biggest fear for UCI on this would just have to be there's much less frontline going in on this one, right? With the Tryndamere, you've got the survivability, you have the Undying Rage, so you have the chance to get into the back line with that low range but high damage, high crit champion, and that doesn't quite come through here. With Graves, you have to anticipate, sure, you might have some positioning advantages. It might be easier for you to get where you want to get. The fact that you got your dash, the fact that you also have the range ability, and you've also got the blind there with the smoke screen. But at the same time, how far into the game does that matter, really, when you have so much survivability? And Viego's another one of those, very similar to Gwen, kind of what I was talking about, in that it just gets to a point after a few items, it is so dang hard to kill them. And it takes a lot of crowd control. It takes a lot of decisive, just saying, all right, we're taking down Viego right now. But when you have people backing a Viego like Realma on the Victor, when you've got Sticks on the Jinx, more crowd control and amazing, Thresh on Chime, and then of course Tony Top, who's going to be able to slice and dice in, right? How much really can you focus on these single targets once it gets to the team fight stage? It's going to be tough.
One of my biggest complaints actually about GGA right now is they've got fantastic setup with Jinx and Victor to be amazing team fighters, and they've got this Viego, but they don't have a bunch of CC. Like, they've got Thresh, which is great. I'm sure hooks, I'm sure flays are going to be out and about. They've got the stun from Renekton. The gravity field is good for counter engaging and things, but they have no real fight starter. They have no way to be like, okay, we're going to go fight now, and you're going to stay in place for a second while we get a Victor laser in place, where we get Jinx rockets in place. You've got great reset potential between the Jinx and between the Viego, but to get them onto those kills might be a bit more of a problem. So I'm curious how they're going to work around that one deficit to their composition, because they don't have a true engage. They don't have like the how I would call it, the quote-unquote Malphite flash ultimate, get up the rest of your team for a team fighting type setup. They don't have that initial burst of like a Cataclysm or something to lock everyone in place. They're relying a lot more on damage and scaling to kind of do their team fighting for them.
Yeah, and I think survivability has a lot to do with that too. That kind of ties in exactly to what I was saying, right? Once, if you got to get yourself to that point in the game, because there is still an advantage that UCI is going to have with the early damage that they've got. They do have the additional range, right? And you were talking about it with the ultimates, the final spark, and oh my goodness, I talked about it. This is exactly what I was saying. Oh, they might just try to do the exact same thing they did in that first round of, hey, you know what? Let's try to set our bottom lane up for something here. Maybe trying to hand a kill over to Mr. Dop. That is not going to come through this time. No flash needed, just a recognition of, all right, this pinch has 4 on one side and 1 on the side that I'm running towards. I can navigate that.
I think it was even a little bit mistimed, because if they had been a little bit more patient with their engage in from the top side, then I think it would have actually led to maybe a bit closer for them, so that maybe they could have landed the Jhin W force at a flash or something from Tony Top. However, the trade-off was the W start for the Jhin in exchange for the E start from the Renekton, which does, of course, make it just a little bit easier to work with here in terms of wave control for Baron, which is rather nice. So there is that to consider as well in the early stages, but otherwise they didn't get anything. I love the cheeky little plays, though. Again, UCI, in game 1 they went for that invade. Game 2 they go for the attack onto the Renekton, which I think is it's really nice to see. Chime got real cheeky right there. The number of times he's tried to steal jungle camps and objectives with this hook has been insane. Misses out on that one by just a little bit, because it was down to sub 100 health.
Yep, that's a Chime classic for sure, and that takes a lot of confidence to be able to navigate your way there, and then also say, hey, Stix A, I'll be right back, right? You know, this might work out, this might not work out, but I think these are a lot of the plays that we're going to keep seeing in that. All right, if it doesn't work out, I'm not going to die, right? If it doesn't work out, I'm really not losing much aside from a bit of mana from throwing out the death sentence, and that's, you know, where they were planning on starting anyway, obviously, with that champion. So, I like these cheeky plays. I do like these attempts to where it is, sure, the riskiest position that you put somebody in with that isn't even Chime, it's putting Stix A alone down there to where, you know, if something comes through, sure, you might take a chance. And it was snagged? Was that snagged there by Duong Pro?
Duong Pro snagged it, but even more importantly, he's behind this team. They just hit a hook, and they're going to have a pillar. Oh, no.
There's the frozen domain. A little bit of a flay outward, but that is still a level 3 Duong Pro. It's going to be first blood once again, handed right over to Mr. Dot. Has to use the heal to try to stay alive there, and also kind of peel the rest of its way in Chime. Duong Pro says, all right, I did my job. I got my double buffs. I'm level 3. We're good.
Big props to Duong Pro for the creativity in this series. Having the invade in the previous game, this game going blue to close side red and splitting the map in favor of his bot lane to set up this gank to the bottom side to try to shut down Stix A and Chime as the combination. It's just a stroke of brilliance. Has really had an astute level of game planning here from UCI. I don't know whether this is the coaching staff, whether it is Duong Pro himself, or whether the team themselves have come to the conclusion that this was necessary. But I've loved it, because this is exactly what you need to do to a team that is this proper and considered better than you. It's just throw strikes in.
Exactly, and be confident in them too. And I think that's something that maybe that's the thing that I was kind of anticipating or expecting the least, because it's hard to go into this match and have a strong mental and not say, okay, it's Golden Guardians, we're probably going to lose, right? Duong Pro's actually going to flash forward on this one. The pillar come out, doesn't matter, it's a forced flash in response there by Tony Top, so no kill for either side, but a couple of summoner spells out.
Duong Pro seems to be very, very keen on the idea of now burning as much pressure as possible for between the side lanes. I like this idea of working through both bottom and top. It had Sohori been in, I would have suggested this is the playstyle that UCI should go for just about every game, is just, fighting with Cinnamon Bread and Duong Pro and attacking into their side lanes, which usually have quite a bit to them. Here, attempted play. Actually, Tony Top loses unreal health there.
Yeah, that was actually quite insane considering the slice and dice were both used there. The teleport was just utilized for Tony Top to get back in, so already sitting at half health is a little bit rough, whereas Barrick had used the teleport a lot earlier in that, so we'll have a, closer cooldown, I guess, as to when it's up and available, but still pretty early for both of those to be expended for them and to already be at low health here. I do already like we're seeing the roam from Chime that we anticipate seeing, and of course it has instantly been countered by Kim down. Another good thing is the adaptability. I keep kind of touching on that for UCI, but it has been a real showing of adaptability from this team. And man, I cannot talk about how impressed really I am with this team, because again, hey, you know what? If UCI Esports takes this game number 2, not a single member of talent voted for UCI here. Every single one of us is going to be eating our shorts.
That's absolutely true. To be able to call that
what a hook. Oh my gosh, that hitbox was a little bit interesting, but if anyone's going to understand it, it's going to be Chime. The Ignite does go through. Chime is going to be the one to pick up that kill. Stix A trying to use the rockets is going to force the flash here out of Kim down, who also use their own Ignite. So all summoner spells out from the bottom side here, a side flash.
Oh, okay. Cinnamon Bread not going to fall too, thankfully, during this situation. This is a problem that we knew that could possibly arise, which is that Stix A and Chime, I mean, they've got more than enough experience. They've both been in LCS before. They could legitimately challenge Mr. Dot and Kim down in the 2v2 situation, and right there was the first example of it. They're up the kill, and they're up, what is it, about 23S or 23 CS. They're about doubling what their lane opponent has right now, just off the back of some of this individual 2-on-2 pressure that the two of them bring. This is why I wanted to see a lot more from Duong Pro towards the bottom side to make sure that these two weren't going to feel this uncomfortable in the beginning stages of the game.
I think, I like this because I do kind of think that's the expectation as well of Golden Guardians, right? Is, all right, Stix A and Chime, they're more than capable of setting amazing plays up here. Mr. Dot has been taken down, of course, did get the first blood, or was kind of fed the first blood a little bit earlier in the game, so it just kind of evens things out for this player, and the kill did go over to Chime, right? So even with the fact that, all right, they're finding successful fights by this really, just strong stalwart bottom lane, bottom side, it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure Duong Pro is like, well, yeah, but they're expecting that, right? They're expecting us to kind of navigate our way down and try to counter this. And so Stixay and Chime are going to constantly be keeping an eye on things, constantly trying to keep vision towards that river. And as long as you just say, hey guys, I'm sorry, but you know, if we keep distracting, if you keep pulling some of the pressure away from the rest of the map, if this is something where Duong Pro can continue to focus on the objectives, as we just saw there, was able to take the first dragon of the game very, very quickly, that's one of those situations where it plays into the later game. And that is part of the one of the struggling points, I think, for UCI Esports, just given their overall composition right here, right? When you're looking at late game for Golden Guardians Academy, you're seeing a lot more potential than late game for UCI Esports here, just based on the cohesion, I guess, along with that composition.
Yeah, based on damage alone, GG Academy could definitely have more than enough of it. They've got it in spades, basically, on 3 champions to work with into the later stages of the game. Again, that setup is the one question. Actually, back to bottom lane, where Kim down.
It's Kim down. This time, who will get taken down. Of course, that means that Mr. Dot is going to be the one that survives here. But oh my gosh, it is a very, very aggressive dive onto this one. Chime is going to take a couple tower shots. The heal expended by Stixay, but it doesn't matter as low as Mr. Dot is. Oh my god, no way! It's a double kill! They went way too deep.
Oh no, tragedy strikes underneath the bottom tower. They're not able to get away with it. What an amazing max range hook into the trap line to find Kim down to begin this, and they just get way too big. That rocket I didn't think was actually going to attack, so I thought they were going to get out without actually losing anybody. Chime starts the tanking, and this isn't an aftershock thresh, so there isn't a bunch of tank stats necessarily. Tanks the last tower shot. I'm curious what happened on the other side of it. Oh, he stopped the minions! Oh no, yeah. I think he just tried to deliver the last auto attack. He's back to top lane to get Tony.
And oh my goodness, in the meantime, all right, we can see Kim down getting chased down by Iconic, but does that matter? Because there might be a counter kill. It is going to be Iconic that finds one in response, but it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of UCI in that fight.
This is not the situation that Golden Guardians were picturing themselves in. This is not the Golden Guardians we were picturing. And when we were making predictions earlier today, they're making mistakes. They're getting exploited. UCI is playing out of their minds right now on both sides of the map. That pickup from Mr. Dot does a lot to make sure that they deny quite a bit. Cinnamon Bread not even going to fall victim to the hook from Chime.
Able to get out of that one. Sure, it takes a flash, but you know what? It's worthwhile, and that means the storm's going to come out as well. Not going to be a lot from Ryoma because of the range difference there. Let's take another look at the replay at the top while we were watching the replay from the bottom fight.
Easy enough. I mean, Tony, he pops the ultimate. He's able to get away, but the pillar was enough to actually keep him within range of Barrack. I don't know if the flash was back up from previous, and now a fight around the Rift Herald is going to lead to Duong Pro going down.
This is non-stop fights. This is non-stop fights, Rebel.
Okay. I don't know what exactly the situation was entailing. I would have imagined that Barrack would have had to back and Cinnamon Bread would have had to back. And somehow UCI came away with the Rift Herald, which is really important. Yeah, I see that as well, because Chime was on the top side of the map. Going to teleport back as Barrack, because he's relatively safe on the graves underneath the tower. I say that as they bring in 3 members, so they're going to test my ability to understand the situation.
Still took 2 tower shots there for Tony Top. And oh my gosh, Barrack is going to be able to find the one. Tony Top has to flash to get away here from the Shadow Surge, just from the teleport out of Cinna. Absolutely worth it. Holy cow. I think this thing, this thing where we're saying, oh, Golden Guardians, they weren't expecting to be here. I think the bigger thing is we were not expecting UCI to play out of their damn minds, and that is what they're doing right now.
I mean, that dive was just questionable altogether. Again, the Graves is already hard enough to bring down when you've got, like, the Vamp Scepter, you've got the mobility. But right there, I mean, he just walked in. Okay, so this was the continuation of the play, because this was the pillar that snuck Tony Top, and you're going to find the kill onto Iconic as well. At the end of this one, I'm a bit of a critique here, just because I wasn't sure whether or not Iconic needed to take the soul of the Lux. As we bounce back into the game, they drop into counter dive.
It's going to be Iconic, who might find the one on Barrack, a little bit of heal. Oh my gosh, he's still alive, but Ryoma is going to be there to be able to support this jungler here in Iconic, so it's going to be the one pickup. It will be the soul pickup as well, but there is some assistance here from Cinna as Duong Pro navigates back into the mid lane here.
Yes, I believe what was attempted was they were trying to create the opposite situation. So the dive was going to go down onto Barrack, but they didn't have a Rift Herald. This was Duong Pro with Barrack saying, okay, let's dive top tower and let's drop the Rift Herald, break that down, and get you this gold. Not quite able to do it fast enough. Ryoma on the quick teleport, able to kind of respond. Also, burning the flash to get the kill, very nice. The Victor's now on 2, so Ryoma is going to be a rock on which Golden Guardians can kind of build the rest of this game, which is rather nice. The UCI still putting up a fight, still have plenty of avenues to work with because they've given themselves more than enough opportunities. Bottom lane's going okay with the 3 kills on Jhin. Top lane's looking great with the Graves. They're really just not finding a weakness right now.
Yeah, that's a big deal for this team. And you know, we were looking at just a second ago at over 1 kill per minute, which is absolutely insane for this team here. Golden Guardians now are clearly deciding to get a little bit cheeky on their own. You can see some invades here, and it is Duong Pro for the most part still putting a lot of pressure here onto the top side. It's once again Tony Top who's being aggressed upon, and it looks like the Rift Herald is going to come out here, and they're going to find themselves the first tower of the game with 1.5 minutes before these plates fall.
And that's going to be a ton of gold into the pocket of both Barrick and also into the main kind of tank in this game, in the Trundle, who's going to be able to frontline quite a bit more. They're going to find Tony. They're going to go right back to top lane. They're going to get another charge in for Shelly here onto the top tower. They're committing to the tower? Yeah, that's just improper right there. Nice pillar is going to deny Tony Top and Shine from really re-engaging right there. So just going to walk out of that situation. Barrick taking a bunch of resource from Duong Pro, unlike in the previous game.
Ooh. That's a nice death sentence over the wall, but you can't do much about that because Duong Pro is right there in the wings, had just thrown down the frozen domain. We see that it is a Hex Tech Dragon Soul that we are going to be focusing on here for this game. And just like the last game too, if we look at the gold differential, you know, the kills are very similar. There's only a differential of a couple. Now at this point, Golden Guardians has said, okay, we're going to focus now a little bit more than we have in the past on the objectives. And I think that that has been something that is very helpful for them because we know how much UCI likes to focus on those objectives, and not only that, but how well they can fight around them and kind of write the script for those fights.
It's a position they find themselves in where now this time they don't have to worry about the Dragon Soul nearly as much. And better yet, when it comes to setting up a team fight, it's a lot easier to do that when you've got control of neutral objectives. Barrick is just going to look to run down Tony here. Oh!
Hey, it's going to work out. Out comes the final spark as well. And not only that, but Duong Pro is also in the wings thanks to a little bit of a pillar. Out comes the Dominus, but it's not going to be enough to stay alive when there are 2 full health members chasing you down.
You got to be kidding me, man. They're just throwing everything right now into making sure that Barrick is going to be really strong. I don't see how Barrick interacts super heavily with like the Jinx or the Victor in the later stages of the game, but he is going to be a menace in some of the tighter spaces around the neutral objectives when that actually comes to fruition. Stixxay picks up bottom tower. They're going to get gold into the Jinx. The Jinx is already there for the Victor, or the gold, my apologies, is already there for the Victor as opposed to anything else. So they're in a place where their damage dealers should have the gold necessary to help carry fights, but I mean, the one X factor is just, is Barrick able to find the flanks on this Graves?
We'll find out. The curtain call comes out. It is going to get one final shot. It's going to be not enough range there as Kim Down flashes forward, tries to get the stun, doesn't find it, but Kim Down will find a play thanks to Cinna jumping in on that using the Shadow Surge. Still should have another charge of, or no more charge of that available as the kill went over to somebody else. But still, my goodness, you know what's working? What worked in the last game is working again for UCI as it looks like another fight might break out here on mid. They're trying to get to this mid lane tower. It's very low. Of course, plates have fallen for the last minute. The final spark comes out. It's not going to hit, but all Duong Pro has to do is show up, and the members of GGA scatter.
A good job from Kindown just making sure that the wave was gone so they couldn't continue to pressure. It only would have taken 2, 3, 4 auto attacks from the Jinx to really do enough damage for that tower to basically just be out of commission altogether. Barrick, Tony Top, you're not allowed to be on vision. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's not your part of the game anymore. It is going to be a death sentence there as 2 other members here join the fight, but it's not going to be enough for Tony Top to stay alive. Duong Pro flashes forward. All right, you get the chomp. That's all you need. On top of it, no ultimates available for these players on that one, and still none were needed. And again, it's Duong Pro's presence that sends the remaining members of GGA, running and saying, we can't really turn this around.
No, there's no fight to be had right there. They can go down to the bottom side of the map and look to maybe set up for the Dragon that's going to be available in just 2 minutes or something like that, or maybe look to take mid lane pressure. But there is enough members from UCI that are able to walk off the Rift Herald that they can't even get that. So it's just further pushing for bottom side for Victor. I feel like they're really just going to put their eggs into the scaling basket now on the side of Golden Guardians. They don't have too much else to work with. The Renekton is too far behind to really push for a lot of team fighting. Viego isn't super accelerated, and there's enough items in Barrick where, soon enough he's going to be on Bloodthirster. You cannot take a fight in melee range against a Bloodthirster Immortal Shield Power Graves. It's just never going to happen for any of the melee characters. So they're just testing, I suppose, Victor and Jinx versus what will be the Jhin and the Lux and the range in the later stage of the game, hoping that Barrick's not going to find big flanks, or that Trundle's not going to find big flanks, or Cinnamon Bread's not going to find the amazing ultimates to test their backline.
Well, luckily for Golden Guardians Academy, Cinnamon Bread was definitely one of the members. When it got to the 16-minute mark of the last game, Cinnamon Bread was, sitting at maybe like 4-1, something akin to that. And so that is a lot more items in the pockets, as we can see right now. You've got a Dark Seal, you got some parts picked up, but you don't actually have a fully completed item just yet here for this Vex. So a kind of a saving grace, I guess, whereas the Victor on the other side, Ryoma, was kind of even keeled. It wasn't really going in favor of one or the other until it really got to the roams coming from those mid laners. And that's at least a little bit of an adjustment. That does mean that it's Mr. Dot who now has a bit of presence here. Iconic. Oh, come on. No way. That is very tragic for UCI. So close. 1/2 step forward. And Iconic absolutely would have been jumped on there. But very good recognition and patience by UCI to say, all right, you know what? We missed our opportunity. Let's head to the bottom.
Oh, they're going to look to try to shut down Ryoma.
Sidda's going to be able to find the ultimate there, just has to follow it up. There it is. Oh my goodness, Ryoma flashes forward knowing full well the ultimate is available, but it doesn't matter because the storm that comes out is going to at least be able to pick up a kill. Ryoma goes down in response, and now it's going to be a turn onto Tony Top. The final spark manages to land onto 3 members here. Will Tony Top be hit by the curtain call? There's one more shot available. That's not going to make it. Chime is on the backside, has been separated by the rest of the team. Stixay trying to do his best to do as much damage to the back as they possibly can, but Mr. Dot is re-engaging onto this fight. Duong Pro still has over half health, and now it is Golden Guardians once again running away from this fight.
This is never a fight that you can actually take in a full-on engagement. Yes, you traded mid laners, but Vex is far weaker than Victor, and Victor is a lot of your area control. They're just going to go for another one. This pillar is going to be too much. Teleport's coming in. They're going to lose another engagement.
They are. There's Cinna going through. Iconic is on the backside. Cinnamon Bread says, hey, I don't even care. I guess I'll have to turn to you if I need to. But on the backside, Ryoma comes in, and that's going to be a lockdown on Kim down. It's Duong Pro who goes down on the backside. Now, Cinna is very, very low. Out comes the ultimate as well from Iconic. A heartbreaker at that because he goes down instantly in response. Stixay so close getting taken down. Dodges the final spark. Switches over to the Rockets. And now it is just Barrick against the world. The world being these 3 remaining members of GGA. That pop might do it. The secondary damage does not apply, but the death sentence will be enough to supply another kill and an ace going over to Golden Guardians Academy.
And an overstay finally. I had talked about beginning of the fight. Once the victor is thrown out, there is no fight to be had. But on the re-engagement with Ryoma on the back end of that fight, you control a lot more space. You have a lot more range. You have much more damage to work with because that's where your gold has been. And that is a nice sigh of relief for Golden Guardians Academy because losing a second fight on top of the first one and bottom tower would have been absolutely horrid for this competition, and especially because, their confidence just has to be shot after something like that happening. So thankfully able to turn things around, get a bunch of gold into Ryoma, a couple of kills back into Stixay that helped them keep themselves alive in this game.
And this is kind of actually almost identical or very, very similar to the situation that really UCI found themselves in the last one of, Golden Guardians Academy kind of overstaying their welcome. They were able to get additional pressure down. And we saw just a moment ago with that gold graph, how there was about a 2,000 gold lead for UCI. And instantly, within one fight, that doesn't just go to equalization, it actually goes in the opposite direction and dips in favor of Golden Guardians Academy. And that's exactly what we saw happen in that last game. So now it's kind of up to UCI Esports of have you given kind of control up now? You don't have the dragon control anymore because you've lost those fights where it takes place. While maybe it's not directly in front of the dragon pit, it is still close enough that it is a dragon play, if you will.
The one problem I do have is that even with that fight going in the favor of Golden Guardians, I was noticing a big problem, which is that they can fish with the Victor, they can fish with the Thresh, but you can do so much work with a combination of the W from Graves, the Pillar, the Qs coming out from Lux. There's so many different pick tools, the W coming from the Jhin, and it makes it difficult to manage a fight like that because all Barrick has to do is figure out who is actually going to be under the threat of getting caught, walk up to that person, and they can't do anything. This is a full sustain Graves that he's actually come out with right now, and if anybody gets caught out with one of these pick tools, they get eliminated and he takes no damage because you just sustain him through all of it, which is a big problem because that's their way of team fighting. So if you're fighting in open space, don't get tagged with anything. You got to play perfect Golden Guardians.
It's a lot of red in terms of the items that we're seeing right now for Barrick. The shield bow, the bloodthirster, including the steel caps, of course, because you've got so much of this attack or auto damage that you're trying to prevent coming through from, really a lot of these players now at this point. Ryoma and Chime are pretty much the most lackluster in terms of that, but it's still something that you got to really look out for, in particular Iconic and Stixay there. It's not going to be a stolen. It was a nice little attempt there by Golden Guardians Academy to say, hey, we'll invade your jungle, but it was very good recognition by UCI of, hey, this is something that we can go in on. And I think in a lot of these fights now at this point, you know, you have the transition in the map, right? You have these Hextech portals. When it comes to a situation where you take down Ryoma, and we saw that overcommit from UCI Esports, if that happens again, that's just a really fatal, it's a flaw that is you're not maybe making the adaptabilities that you need to, because that's something that's going to continue to happen. You don't need a teleport when the map has Hextech portals.
That's really rough. Actually, Mr. Dot falling off the map, Cinnamon Bread was there also to try to punish, but nobody's here to respond to Ryoma, who just gets half of the tower. Wave isn't even going to get full clear from Cinnamon Bread, so it's going to be Ryoma who can just stand there. And with no ADC on the map, they would have been able to shove up mid lane. Thankfully, they caught that wave, but it was a really rough situation there for a minute. A lot of map control just flowed into Golden Guardians' control. They clearly have strong members. They're actually looking to pick off Ryoma. Oh, he is not reading this at all. He is in a very bad place.
That is horrible, and there's not just 2 but 3 members as well as Cinna tries to make his way up, and in out comes the Chaos Storm, and it does do a lot of damage to Cinna. I think that is something that Golden Guardians has recognized, and it's something that I mentioned, where in the last game, at this point in the game, at 22 minutes in, I mean, you had Cinna able to take members down half health using the Shadow Surge, and that's clearly not the case here, given the fact that there's only 1 fully completed item for this player, so something that Golden Guardians can absolutely continue to take advantage of.
We're waiting now also because there's going to be bigger parts to this game. I'm waiting for the neutral objectives to fall into place because Dragons, Barons haven't really been tested all that much so far, and we're only 23 minutes in with 3 Dragons taken. Best case scenario, 2 Dragons until or another 10 minutes until our soul point is hit by Golden Guardians, assuming UCI doesn't get anything. Yeah, an attempted stop on that back right there, not quite going to catch it fast enough, yeah.
That's one of the biggest, one of the biggest causes of sweat in this game, to be honest, is really just when you're looking at that situation. It's off the back, and it's going to be a beautiful death sentence. Sure, the box came out. Maybe that wasn't so necessary, but it doesn't matter because the kill was still picked up here by Golden Guardians.
That's really good. Second time now in a row that Mr. Dot has been caught out in the mid lane. First time was able to get away with just a handful of health. That time, Chime committing as much as possible to making sure that he was going to die, even predicting the flash to make sure that he was going to go down. A really, really impressive play by the veteran support player on this Thresh, one of his comfort picks, to be able to put UCI in a really rough position. Thankfully, the Dragon wasn't up, which would have been easy enough. They're going to try to find a pick on Iconic. Not going to get it, though.
That was some solid damage, but good recognition and patience there by UCI Esports to say, all right, we are not going to go in on this. It is not a fair or even fight. And now we're seeing Golden Guardians absolutely writing the script for their fights, whereas the last game was primarily UCI who was really playing in this reactive manner that you know, turned into proactive plays. And that's something that I touch on all the time. But it looks like they're trying to go for maybe a similar fight as we saw in the past or in the last game around that Dragon Soul. There's the engage by Cinna, but it's going to go down. So no, still stays alive. Eventually will go down, but it's a shutdown here onto Stixay. Cinna finally goes down after that GA pops. It looks like we are going to get a flash over the wall. Getting down, not able to stay in this one. Tony top flashing in for the re-engage, the slice and dice. So much of a stall onto Barrick, and the burn is going to be enough to get the kill there. Duong Pro trying to take down Chime here. Very, very low. It's going to work thanks to the frozen domain, but no, actually, a nice little redirect in positioning by Chime means that it's going to be yet another member that goes down for UCI and another saved member of Golden Guardians.
Contesting the positioning as much as possible here is UCI into GGA. I was hoping that they were going to be able to find something. That whole thing started with this such strange engagement out of the Vex. I was really worried Cinnamon Bread was kind of just throwing away an entire life, but somehow found an assassination into the right target, bringing down the Jinx during that fight. But it doesn't matter because they've got a Victor and they've got a Viego to be able to carry the remainder of it. And the rest of that fight was a lot more scattered because UCI, I mean, they were basically in 3 different places. Members got caught. Barrack specifically getting caught out was the #1 damage source and the #1 kind of frontliner here that's able to work with UCI, and Duong Pro was brought down so quickly they weren't able to contest. And now Golden Guardians have flipped the script from game #1 where they've got the 2,000 gold advantage, they've got a solid team fight, and they're the ones that are currently sitting on Soul Point.
Yeah, it's still still a very good job considering the gold differential has really not gone much over 2,000 in either direction throughout the majority of this game. You know, you're looking at objectives, and yes, it has been Golden Guardians this time that has taken advantage of those, but when you're comparing towers, those things that, you know, get you a pretty decent amount of gold at the beginning of the game. UCI definitely had an advantage on that to start, right? They got the tower down when plates were still available, so they got the maximum amount of gold that they could from that early and first tower takedown, and it's still 4-4, right? So we're looking at still just under a 2,000 gold differential in favor of Golden Guardians Academy, and I think that's where the pressure's really going to come through and where that gold sway is going to take place. As soon as one of these teams is able to get a lot of pressure and actually break open maybe one of these inhibitors by taking down an inhib tower, or at least getting 1 to 2 objectives back to back, because that has not been an availability for really either team here.
There's a lot of tension around these neutral objectives. The Baron, like you said, is one of this big kind of objective. My apologies. That's going to change quite a bit about how this game is structured, because like you said, the towers are worth a lot of gold. They're going to be able to snag that better with the Baron buff. The Baron itself is going to be worth a bunch of gold, and being able to siege down with the range that both of these teams have make it so easy to try to crack into the opposing base. The first team that gets a Baron, I feel, is going to be really taking a massive step towards beating down the opponent, and that means almost certainly that our first fight around the Baron is going to be very decisive as to how this game is going to go.
Oh, yeah. And we can anticipate, I mean, already, you can see UCI being so much more cautious than we've seen in the past. Not that that's a bad thing at all. Obviously, Golden Guardians has had an advantage and really has been feeding gold and some of these kills into some of the players that kind of need it more for this late game, like we were talking about beforehand, of Ryoma and Stixxay primarily.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a nice route, followed by another nice route, followed by some more crowd control, and a wonderful Zhonya's wasn't quite enough to keep Senna alive. It was still a good attempt there, but just too much damage is this Vex is taking right now.
Absolutely. I also appreciate the little attempt at the pillar at the end to try to knock him out of that
Yeah.
their ultimate attempt from Duong Pro. But yeah, it didn't need to be that far up. Didn't need to try to finish that one. Duong Pro is strong enough to be able to pull back. Gets a nice pillar onto Stixxay, leaves Iconic alone, but he is invisible. So you can see the pick tools are difficult to manage, but Golden Guardians hasn't really fallen victim to any of them consistently over the course of this game. Ryoma has been fought out in a side lane twice, but nearly gotten trade kills twice, just got one back in his own right. Iconic looking to challenge. I don't know that he outright wins this against the Trundle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a risky one, and you can see the internal struggle right there for Iconic of, is this a play that I want to make? I'm exposed now. Do I just walk away? You know, and I think kind of at that point, it's one of those reactive plays that's working really well of, all right, do they want to commit to me, and can I find the advantage there, or are they in the same position that I am, in which I'm not really sure who's going to win in this 1v1. I'm not sure if I've got the damage capacity or really the sustainability, but you have to consider the fact that UCI was facing having several bounties for their own players in the early parts of this game. You know, we were looking at, I think it was a 4-1 Mr. Dot, now 5-3, so has been caught out several times, has kind of mispositioned several times. And I think a lot of that does have to do with the fact that this is one of the sub players, right? The expectation is, hey, we're going to have a little bit more of an advantage with this player over the rest of the members. And I think shutting down Senna was huge for them to just be able to find success in this, because again, the survivability is just non-existent for Senna right now. And it's really hard to be a Vex because, yeah, sure, you've got your Q, right? You've got your Mistral Bolt, you've got the Looming Darkness, and if somebody gets close, you got your personal space, but at the same time, you're wanting to use that Shadow Surge for damage. But if you're putting yourself into the middle of these 5 players, you're not going to make it out alive, and you're probably not going to get a kill to take down with you.
No, it's a situation, I think, also that, like, Vex has lost so much potency and the ability to assassinate into the backline, so that means that even, Stixxay isn't really under threat, and Stixxay is not even the #1 threat, despite being a 4-item Jinx. It feels like Victor's the one you want to kill, but that's just never going to happen from the Vex. So you have to be very, very cautious and very creative with how you're using this. Dragon in 5 seconds, trying to bully their way into the river. They're going to get mid-priority, but that means that Stixxay can step to this Dragon, and everyone else can just kind of block the way. They're going to go for a Baron in exchange. They're willing to give up the Hextech Soul. It's not the most incredible soul, right? It's basically like a static shiv on everybody. They're going to try to drag the Baron, or they're going to drive this into a 5-on-5 fight, but that is a call and a half from UCI if this works out for them.
It really is. They do have some solid damage, but it's only at about half health now by the time all of GG Academy are in the fight. A little pop-up onto Duong Pro might prove dead, so the final spark is going to be avoided there as my screen goes crazy while I'm trying to cast this one. Down goes Ryoma, down goes Barrick on the backside. The curtain call does a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Kim Down has to flash away. Duong Pro is stuck between all 4 members here, and on the other side, Stixay is able to find out that member in Mr. Dot. Kim Down being the only one left alive, and sure, they're fine with that because they now in turn get to go for Baron.
It's a really strange position to be in right there. UCI made a very bold call saying, okay, we're willing to give up Hextech Soul, which is a pretty big team fighting tool for a team that's got already a big enough team fight. And we're going to go for the Baron in an attempt to elicit interaction between our full 5-on-5 compositions, believing that they had enough. But I don't know how this is like the first instance that we've seen where it seems like UCI was actually split on a call. Barrick was in the back of the Baron pit, I think trying to stack up E, get a bunch of the grit stacks for a bunch of armor to be able to live on the front line forever. Doesn't have the magic resist though, and they have vision of him. They know he's in the pit based on a lot of the positioning. Cinnamon Bread also on the side looking for a flank with the ultimate to be able to use, but they get Barrick before the fight even starts, which is just horrid because they have no way of actually using his damage, which is one of the highest on the team. And yes, they get 1 kill, but that amazing Stixay rocket into the backline shuts out any ability to fight through what was Iconic and Shime sitting in the front, Tony Top sitting in the front, and it unlocks Stixay to go crazy inside of the fight. Yeah, they get the victor, but it doesn't matter because they have too many carries to work through.
Yep, exactly. And that range game is definitely coming into play, as well as, you know, my biggest concern for the UCI composition going into this game was without the Tryndamere, you don't have a ton of frontline. Yeah, you got Duong Pro's going to be in there, but if you don't have an assassin type in Cinna on the backside to be capable of actually executing that kind of thing, of having several items, of having gotten an early lead, it means that they've put all their eggs into this Barrick basket that is now not working out, and Duong Pro tries so hard to get in there and tries just to cover for the rest of the team. It does look like Cinna's able to find the one. The Zonias comes out in the meantime on the backside. Mr. Dot is getting assaulted right here by Tony Top. Should be able to make it out, but no, the flash in, and it will be a double kill right there. Out comes the Chaos Storm on top of it just to say, hey, you know what, Ryoma's here too. But that means that Kim Down is the last surviving member. Golden Guardians Academy just looking to take down this one for Ryoma. In the meantime, the remaining members are looking to end the game right here, right now. Ryoma says, I don't care, you guys can do that. I'd like to pad my stats just a little bit more, but that is going to be it. No more kills to come through. The game ends, and we, Rebel Fox, are being brought to a game number 3 between GGA and UCI.
Something I did not expect was this level of competition between the two teams, but Golden Guardians coming out on top the way that we would have expected them to. Yes, it was a shakier early game. Yes, there were moments where UCI seemed like they were in the driver's seat, but eventually Golden Guardians got their carries to the position they needed to be. Ryoma was untouchable, Stixay was untouchable on the Victor and Jinx respectively, and that allowed for they were finding consistently ways to get one of them dead in a fight, but you needed both of them dead to fight, which was the biggest problem. And on top of that, if you killed both of them, you still had the problem of Iconic on a pretty big Viego to deal with over the course of a fight, and they weren't able to put everything together the way that they needed to. They weren't able to bring everyone down at once. So faster striking from UCI maybe would have been better, but honestly, GGA, it felt like the pacing was much better for themselves. They had more plays that went in their favor, and again, the composition seemed to bode a lot more of, okay, UCI, come beat us, instead of, okay, we're going to beat ourselves by making poor decisions, and everything seemed just a lot cleaner in general for GGA that game.
Yeah, I do think going into game number 3, of course, it is going to be side selection now for UCI on this one, so they might decide to take that blue side and go for the early pick. You know, you always also have an option. While, yeah, you want to take away the Syndra from Ryoma, right? You want to take away the Caitlyn here from Stixay, but at the same time, how much are you willing to give over in terms of the Thresh as we take a look at these post-game stats, because we've seen how pivotal Chime on this champion is. And taking a look at the damage, of course, it's going to be Ryoma who stands out here at over 30,000, the highest on the side of UCI. Ended up actually being the Graves. Which, you know, isn't a huge surprise based on the fact that they were putting so much focus and pressure into trying to take down Tony Top, as well as feeding Barrick over as many kills as possible. But over 10k under the number one player on the opposite side. So still a lot of damage. And in fact, the second player on the team that had the most damage in Stixay on Jinx still had more damage than the top damage dealing player in Barrack on UCI.
We knew walking in the range advantage for the Victor and the Jinx was going to be something to consider, which is why we wanted, okay, UCI play into bottom, because all of a sudden, Lux can contest that positioning, Jin can contest that positioning, and Vex can contest that positioning. And since all three of them kind of fell to the wayside in the earlier parts of the mid game and into the mid game, and they put so much focus into Barrack, they just didn't have the gold to contest that. And that's why Ryoma got to have a field day, because he was not only just a better side laner than the Vex was, but also in team fights, it was so much easier to drop lasers on top of multiple members when they were kind of come up, try to use their abilities in the right position. It was just really, eventually was a team fight that, like, against other compositions would be hard to play, but in this setup, it was very easy for Victor to be able to actually tear through a lot of members.
Exactly. That's why I touched on the AoE at the very beginning, right at the draft. That AoE actually proves pivotal in terms of the advantage that they have over UCI. But you know what? There are going to be adjustments because we do have a game number 3 coming. Of course, we are going to take a very quick break, so go grab your popcorn if you don't have it already. Obviously, this is a popcorn snack-worthy matchup. And then after this, of course, we have another best of 3, so plenty more proving grounds. It's a close qualifier to come through. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And we get a game number 3 on our first best of 3 series here today at Rebel Fox. If you haven't been tuning in, well, that's your loss, all right? And don't say we didn't tell you so, because we had game number 1, UC Irvine. Game number 2, we're covered a little bit here by Golden Guardians, but still a very competitive one at that. And now we are going to be going into the tiebreaker. But for day number 1, I don't know about you, Rebel, this was not quite my expectation.
I don't think it would have been anyone's expectation that either Golden Guardians or 100 Thieves would have been tested to go to a 1-1, but currently on both this stream and on Academy, both teams are sitting at a 1-1. It is possible that our number 1 and number 2 seeds would both drop in the first game of the tournament, which might be the first time that that's ever happened here inside of the Proving Grounds, which would be kind of insane to think about. Now, for this series specifically, I think back and forth is a pretty good way of describing the way that both these teams have been playing. The gold lead has probably never been higher than like 5,000, except maybe at the end of that second game where Golden Guardians finally took a definitive control. But they're just so back and forth. They both find opportunities. It's been incredible to watch the way that UCI has stood resilient against Golden Guardians Academy and the onslaught that they were likely to bring to this tournament.
Not only that, but I mean, kind of being the first to put the pedal to the metal, making the first move in both games now, feeding over a first blood to Mr. Dot literally in both games. And, you know, this one definitely didn't go as heavily in their favor, but absolutely, whether it's that first round where UCI took it, whether it's the second one where Golden Guardians took it, both of them were very back and forth. Both of them, I mean, look at the gold map, right? And it's just kind of one of these ways. It's like one of those graphs that they showed you in elementary school when they're introducing graphs, right? So if you take another look at those stats, yeah, you can see this one. Of course, we got such a heavy sway. We got much higher than in the past, but the differential of about a 2,000 at most 2,500 gold. You can see the 2,300 towards the bottom in favor of UCI there, just constantly back and forth, and really not a massive differential until, of course, GGA got the ball rolling towards the end. They were able to get the Dragon Soul. They were able to get the Baron. They were able to close out the game on a pretty definitive fight. But I love to see these underdog teams. That's definitely the case in this. Maybe UCI not in the overall, but compared to GGA, certainly coming in as the underdog, standing very, very strong. And yeah, I was equally shocked as we go to the break and pull up, you know, we look at the same screen that you guys look at of the rundown of what's going on, and to see that 100 sitting at 1-1 as well. I mean, it is a day of good competition, I'll tell you that much.
Having talked to a bunch of the coaches as much as I could, and some of the players as well prior to the season, I know that a lot of them talked about how the field had been like, I don't know exactly the perfect way to say it, other than saying that the field has been like widened for who is going to be at the top level. Because in years past, I mean, you have LCS affiliated organizations, you have Wildcard bringing in Arrow, you've got all these different squads. You had like No Org a couple of years back that just had the most insane setup of people. So like their top 3-4 teams were pretty definitive, and from that point, but this year, they talked about being, you know, 100 Thieves is up there. Golden Guardians is clearly going to be up there. But from that point on, everybody seems like there's potential to really step up and become some of the top teams. But when even like 100 Thieves is getting tested, when Golden Guardians is getting tested by teams like this, it just bodes so well for the competitiveness. And I talked about yesterday how tough it might be for teams that like didn't qualify for this tournament to be able to qualify into Proving Grounds, make that top 10 like you're looking for. But when this level of competition is so volatile and we're still curious about it, getting into that tournament and being able to compete, maybe able to take a spot, seems a lot more reasonable. And I am also curious about whether or not teams can drop out in that particular case. It just makes it so much more exciting of a tournament number 2.
Oh, for sure. And this is taking a quick look, of course, at the overall of this closed qualifier, the number 1 round 1 matchups, of course, all of these being best of 3. That Group A is being broadcasted right now on Academy. Of course, Group B taking place right here. But yeah, Team Ambition taking one off of 100 Thieves next. I mean, UCI taking one off Golden Guardians Academy, and not only that, but we got some pretty incredible games to follow this up. And I don't even want to, I mean, I feel like I have to touch on it. Seriously, I think the second set of games for each of these was kind of something that a lot of us were more excited about, because we thought they were going to be a little bit more competitive, right? A little bit less one-sided, and clearly that is not the case. Essentially, all of our anticipations have gone out the window, and this is, again, considering the fact that if you had seen the predictions coming from all of talent in this, not a single member voted for either Team Ambition or UCI in this one. We can see it right there. Every single one of us now about to eat our feet voted for 100 Thieves. pretty defiantly, GGA, pretty defiantly, right? Once you get into the later matches, that's where you get a little bit of a sway, a little bit of an adjustment, mostly in that NFT versus Radiance matchup. But still, it's one of those things where none of us, out of all these members, out of what, we got like 12 people on here or something like that, not a single one of us really anticipated these games to be as competitive as they have been.
The best thing about Proving Grounds that's come about from the last 2 years is just like the subversion of the idea that Academy is just like so far and above the next like amateur scene, right? We've seen amateur teams take it all the way to the end of Proving Grounds and win the Proving Grounds tournament. We've seen top 6. We've seen Academy teams get dropped out of Proving Grounds, not even proving themselves top 16 between the two. Like there's so much crazy stuff that has happened over the past just year alone. Stepping into season 2, none of this should be a surprise, right? But now we're getting into even more juicy plot lines of, okay, does this collegiate team that hasn't really had the most success before bringing in these 3 freshmen really have an opportunity to dethrone an LCS affiliated Academy team that's going to be playing in the lock-in tournament? I can't even talk. This is literally going to be the team that's representing Golden Guardians in their lock-in tournament against other top-level professional teams. This is incredible. We get our first opportunity to see the difference between, collegiate and then also just top-level professional here in NA.
Yep. Yeah, and obviously people that are playing on these academy teams, they're looking to move up to the LCS teams, right? But you gotta expect that that's kind of the same anticipation for a lot of these college teams. They're a bit younger. They have less veterancy for sure. There's quite a bit of veterancy for both Golden Guardians and 100 Thieves right now. And then like you mentioned with Wildcard, having Arrow come in as a coach player. There's a lot invested into some of these teams, and I think it's really cool to see that the playing field is kind of evened out, is kind of leveled out. And it really does have to do with, I think, more exposure, more availability and opportunities for some of these younger kids, and also a lot more confidence by the teams and the schools themselves in saying, you know what, we will invest in you. We see the promise coming out of you. And it does look like, as we go through the ban phase, it's going to be the same for both of these teams. UCI has had the same exact bans for all 3 matches. Golden Guardians has incorporated Karma, but it is going to be a steal away of the Jinx instead of going for some sort of, top laner or support right off the bat. It is going to be the Jinx taken, and it's going to be a lock-in of the Nautilus as well, so a bit more of a switch up here for the side of UCI.
A much different look where it feels like it's going to be a lot more focused on the 2v2 type situation than it is going to be focused towards anything else that might come about, rather than trying to go for some sort of roaming strategy or like a Jhin where it absorbs pressure. It feels like the 2 of them are focusing now towards like, okay, we're going to bunker down the best we have the possibility to do, and that's how we're going to play out this game. And the return of that is, okay, the opposite side goes Aphelios, which is another one of these big kind of carries to pair with the Thresh in the earlier stages. This could actually look better for the Jinx and the Nautilus if they play in their level 1 correctly. And then the Victor gets returned. The last game wasn't great for Cinnamon Bread, just because, of course, the Vex fell behind against Ryoma, and the Victor in the earlier stages really fell by the wayside and couldn't find that assassination like in game number 1. Willing to go to the matchup for the 2nd game in a row, hoping that they can change their fate a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, something that can be acknowledged here by particularly Duong Pro, as you were kind of touching on there. There was, in the first game, a bit more of an advantage, right? You have that single target damage. You're also anticipating a lot of the roam from the Twisted Fate, which is what we saw Ryoma on in the first one. Whereas with this one, I think they've kind of conceded to the fact Golden Guardians is saying, all right, Cinnamon Bread is a force to be reckoned with. This is something that we need to shut down early on, or something that we need to continually address as the game goes through. And so I think this Victor pick is very, very cohesive to how the rest of the team was also playing out. Once you get to the team fight stage, trying to get as much of this crowd control down as possible, trying to get these AoEs, the Chaos Storms, the Death Ray, all of it kind of layered on top of each other. So I do like kind of the adjustment as well that we're getting from UCI, because, we saw the Lux and we saw the Karma, right? And so I think it's kind of a decision-making process here of saying, all right, we do need a little bit more of the front line, and I think a little bit more crowd control would also be very helpful for this UCI team. Nautilus is absolutely able to provide that, but it does look like on top of that they have locked in the Graves again, and we can anticipate, not for certain, but pretty certain that is going back to the top for Barrett.
So previously, the reason I didn't love it as a flex pick was because there wasn't this CC, but now with a Nautilus in the mix and with Vex having been able to kind of show off, Cinnamon Bread showing off the ability to dive and become kind of a disruptor in the enemy team, I'm more comfortable with this composition flexing that Graves into the jungle position, especially against Viego, which is a bit more of a farming champion in the earlier stages, would lead to a quieter early game, something that I think GJ would actually like, but not impossible to play out if you're on the side of UCI. It's a question of, is there something big that you could play into the Gwen that's going to be massive? He opts for the set. Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, so that's I did make the disclaimer. It's not certain, but it's almost certain that it's going to Barrick, and that's not the case. It was a flex pick. This one was really to throw them off, and that was something that Gwen was banned out. So here's a really cool recognition as well. They swapped the ban around, and that might have been maybe a little red flag for Golden Guardians. Is instead of it being the Gwen and the Jax banned out by UCI in the final phase, it was the Renekton, who, yes, they had to focus a lot. They didn't really struggle much with it because they had to focus in the top lane. And I think that's, Duong Pro saying, all right, I cannot really put that much investment into the top. I need to ensure that Senna on this Vex gets ahead. I need to ensure that now that we have, a lot more, I don't know, I would say like a lot more stalwart of a bottom lane here in the Jinx and the Nautilus, a lot more opportunity for them to really take a lead and roll farther forward with it than you can with potentially a Jhin. That was clearly their play, because of course now we're just thrown off completely. But it is going to be the set in the top side, right? Duong Pro taking that Graves in, so a lot less of a front line that we have seen from that player, but now with the set and the Nautilus, it does offer a nicely well-rounded team.
I'm trying to come to a definitive feeling about how I feel about this from UCI, right? Where Barrick in the previous 2 games went for more of a 1v9 type champion, and that's kind of the champion pool that he tends to go for. In this game has gone for a little bit of a remix, right? Because you're going for a more lane-focused type champion in the set into the Gwen to shut it out. And also, it fits more into the mold of what he was doing on Tryndamere, where finding the right flank angle and getting into a very weird position to set up a fight where you can get a solid ultimate and get onto multiple members. It feels great. The problem is, if you don't have that, you are a set that's playing into a Victor and an Aphelios and a Thresh, which is not good. That is not good at all. There has to be a lot of creativity out of Barrick to make this champion work in this particular set. I have to hope that he's going to get very interactive with his map in the early stages, use those teleports to try to get into other places, scrap as much as possible on now neutral objectives, because otherwise it's going to be tough to manage.
Yeah, especially given, again, kind of at least my thinking behind this of saying, okay, we'll flex the Graves now this time and you can take whoever you want in, is to allow a potential counter pick for Barrick, right? Or to allow a potential situation where they have the advantage to where, you've got Duong Pro saying, all right, I'm not going to babysit your lane like I have been. I'm not going to just kind of force the pressure and force feed you. I do think, just based on the difference between games 1 and 2 for Cinnamon Bread, that focus is probably going to be put a lot more towards the mid lane. I do think that Duong Pro is going to kind of spread it out a little bit more instead of just really heavily focusing on that top lane, because that's what we saw in the first game, right? It was really these solo lanes. Duong Pro was bouncing back and forth between the solo lanes and then the enemy jungle on top of it. And so that's kind of how I felt. But yeah, with the set into this matchup, sure, with the Gwen, it's fine. But when you look at the rest of the composition, how that's going to play into the later team fight stages of the game, is now Duong Pro going to have to kind of say, okay, I need to touch on all 3 of these lanes. It wasn't quite what we were expecting in terms of you being self-sufficient up there. I think we hop into game number 3.
I think this is actually the first game where UCI has agreed with me with how this game should be played out, which is that you've got a strong enough bottom lane and a strong enough top lane to collapse into your mid-jungle combination and have enough of a true team fight, or to like a 5-on-5 scrap in the earlier parts of the game to kind of enforce your will the way that you would like that. GGA are a bit more scaling, a bit more focused on team fighting for the later stages. They've got great champions for doing exactly that. And so it feels like this is a game where UCI has to claim a win, right? There are compositions that will just win you the game for having them. Victor is a great champion example of that, where you just win games if he gets onto 3-4 items, or feels like you can just win games more often by just having the champion. This is not that from UCI. They will not win ambiently if they are not active very quickly. They got to play the same way they were playing in game number 1 and game number 2 in the earlier phases.
And I do think something's to be said as well, the fact that, you've had the first 3 bans from UCI, no changes. Even Golden Guardians has implemented a respect ban in the Karma in there, right? Just a little too much cohesion to the team. Really, the strong shielding on top of the strong damage is very, very impressive from that champion. As we take a quick little pause here, just try to fix a couple things up here. But I do think that by saying, for instance, the Camille, I think is probably the big one for me. At the Camille, every time here. There are definitely players who excel at Camille. Camille is one of those who she's incredible in the side lanes, right? She's incredible in the laning phase. She has a lot of that self-sustainability. She has a lot of mobility on top of it, even if it just is in the laning phase, not even considering the fact that you're side laning later on. But very clearly, UCI doesn't really have an obvious answer to that. Either that or they anticipate that, you know, they let the Camille go through and maybe their obvious answer will be banned away in the second phase because, it's one of those standout things for me where it's like, okay, they're saying these are the three that we don't even want to deal with because the answer isn't really obvious to us, which kind of concerns me about the adaptability of things. But at the same time, it's a lot of confidence in their counter picks and in, you know, we saw the flex pick in this one, the mind games, and in getting that early game pressure. And all of these champions do allow for that. So the play style is definitely going to be the same. It's really where Duong Pro decides to navigate and where the pressure is placed here that will kind of adjust the outcome of how this one is different from the last.
I think it takes quite a bit in terms of, like I said, this composition is so confusing to me from UCI because it feels like there's a lot to talk about when it comes to how they can actually set up fights in later stages, how they can play in the earlier stages with Graves. Duong Pro is no longer on the Trundle, which is a champion that interacts a lot better in the earlier stages. This feels like such a completely different build from what we saw in our previous two games altogether. So I'm a little bit curious about that just because it feels weird. Golden Guardians have going back to what actually worked for them in game number 2. They're sticking with what's tried and true. This feels a lot more comfortable for them. It would be really upsetting if UCI rolled over in this one and didn't win in the first 10 minutes or wasn't competitive in the first 10 minutes and they just lose based on composition. But I kind of foresee without a bunch of crazy action that legitimately being a possibility in this one.
Yeah, I feel the same exact way. You know, if now the thing is, I guess, based on the fact that we saw 2 games of Cinnamon Bread on Vex. The first one was, I mean, a pretty big stomp. He performed incredibly well. He got an early lead, and it was really all kind of his own doing, right? And it was recognizing the advantage in the matchup. And then once that was acknowledged by Golden Guardians, they say, okay, we're going to put Ryoma now instead on somebody who's going to do better on this champion and maybe shut her down more. You've still got the opportunity. If Duong Pro says, all right, I'm going to actually feed you, Vex. There has never really been a situation so far here where Duong Pro has been a mainstay in the mid lane, right? It's kind of a return back to the mid lane. Maybe I'll come help out, but it really has been focused towards the top side primarily. So I think if that adjustment was made, there's a lot of opportunity here for UCI to find themselves, you know, not well, that's definitely not a way to do things. Duong Pro having a couple of issues here with connecting. They're not going to fight a first early blood, or an early first blood, sorry. But they are going to do a little bit of invading there, as we can see Duong Pro.
Okay, a pretty fast yoink of the red side, not only the red buff, but the Gromp from Duong Pro to put down the Viego a bit. Now going back to his own side, I think probably going to skip the Krugs, go right to the Raptors, and get back onto the blue side. And Duong Pro, again, just trying to enforce a little bit of willpower onto Iconic, making sure that he doesn't get into a rhythm in terms of jungling. Did that in game number 1 and game number 2 as well.
Yep. Iconic, of course, feels a lot better about this one, at least in saying, okay, I haven't been caught out in my own jungle, right? That has been an issue that has come about in the last match or two, and particularly that first one after the invade and then the move up towards the blue side of the map there for Duong Pro and finding that solo kill as well. So, hey, you know, while Iconic is set back behind a little bit, still not far enough behind to really make a big difference. And it looks like Iconic might even be navigating down here towards this bottom side very, very quickly on. Of course, there is a ward in that tri-bush, so just being able to clear that out is at least helpful. And hey, look at that. Duong Pro is right here in the wings. No blue buff available for Iconic. It's going to be the engage there. King Town has to actually flash away from this one. A nice little root there coming out of Stixay. Will deal some decent damage, but it's still not going to be a single kill.
That, by the way, was the hottest Thresh play I've ever seen in my entire life. Chime, I'll give you my phone number if you want it, because he plays the matchup perfectly right there. That's a difficult maneuver. You have to E directly after the Q actually tags you, because it's in the midst of the pulling that you can deny the full pull coming out from the Nautilus, and then to start the Q animation and flash afterwards to drag him closer to the ADC. The only thing that could have topped that also is if they would have gotten a kill, but I might have actually had to just take a second to breathe if he would have landed that anecdote.
Rebel Fox is getting sweaty over here.
Just a little bit. That's the kind of play when I was watching him in like 2019 consistently on his stream that made me want to climb on the ladder. Is Tony Top getting the better of Barrick on that trade?
Absolutely. We do have a couple of these black boxes in place. I believe they're all teleport, if I'm not mistaken. So we can at least kind of acknowledge that absolutely normal for the Gwen to take teleport and ignite, to not take the flash, especially having that W available and being able to maneuver it around with you as well. So much mobility. And honestly, I think that Viego and Gwen are still very, very busted just innately in their kits, and it has to do with their self-reliance and their sustainability, right? They have so many opportunities to be in a really sticky situation and get out of it alive, and also deal a lot of damage as well on top of it.
Like what I'm seeing, there's a lot of action from Duong Pro to pull as many camps as he can away from the remainder of the map. Has to be a bit more of the damage for the first time in this series. And there's been a bit more presence around mid lane, which has been nice. It's opened up Cinnamon Bread to be a lot more interactive with Rielma in the earlier parts of the laning phase. Now to the bottom lane he goes. Kim Down's down here as well. The Hex Flash, they're trying to set this up as fast as they can on the Chime.
There's play on top of the grab. Yet another one. Chime. Rebel Fox is looking for something here. It's a flash away from Iconic. The zap is going to hit, but it's still not enough damage onto Iconic to pick up the kill there. That's a 4v2 that didn't work out in UCI's favor.
He actually did it again. He did land the flay right after the Q and knocked him away as the Q was falling him in. The problem is...
That's why I said that.
Yeah. Listen,
so
man,
good.
if I could perfect that combo, I'd be challenger, I promise. But more importantly, the problem was the reinforcements behind it. The Graves was already there. Everyone was already there. Stexay had a hard time getting off the wave and putting pressure back into the brush. It was a really solid place to be. It was a nice place set up because they had reinforcements from all angles. Rielma did get opened up to be able to take the wave and to be able to get a free back off, which was a nice counterpart to that, but that's pretty much the only thing they grab is now bottom side pressure being played to as much as they can. The kill going on to the Vex is big. Setting up for dragon control also going to be big for UCI. That was a big thing that they leveraged in their game 1 victory.
Now we'll see if Duong Pro is actually able to put this pressure into the mid lane like we'd like to see. We've seen just how much Cinnamon Bread is capable of doing with just a little tiny bit of a lead here. And of course, Duong Pro recognizing, hey, all right, there is no vision here, and that vision ward is going to help with that, but also saying, okay, Iconic probably doesn't know I'm in the bush here. That's a nice little advantage as the smoke screen comes out. The re-engage with the ultimate, and Cinna is going to pick up that kill. Sure, Rioma is here and alive, but for how long? Out comes the Chaos Storm, and Duong Pro goes in way too deep, ends up taking a tower shot there, and that is going to lead to his demise. In comes Kim Down, but it's a little too late to find a follow-up kill.
So unfortunate. They dropped Rioma low enough to be baited into playing underneath of the tower. Nice hook from Chime in the coverage right there. But that was, again, insanely well played from Cinnamon Bread. The prediction!
Ooh! What a hook! Kim Down shows some prowess of their own with this champion. However, it is so darn deep that that's only going to be the kill for Cinna. However, hey, you know what? If you've got 3 kills for your team here at 7.5 minutes and they're all on Cinnamon Bread, that's pretty good.
Cinnamon Bread, the W that was used to make sure that the 2-on-3 play was not just immediately going in the favor of GG, and to pull the kill off the front end of that was gorgeous from him. And again, the follow-up under the tower, a little less good. Finding the kill and the amazing hook from Kim Down. Again, there is a bunch of individual skill that is being expressed by this UCI team that we have not seen too much in other walks of life, and especially not for the team for literally years. I'm loving what I'm seeing from the rookies, from the freshmen, my apologies, and also I'm loving what I'm seeing from the senior here in Kim Down, being able to come back and be a leader for the team. The Nautilus is looking much better into the Thresh. They haven't found a response for it for the first 2 games, but that was a great play.
And it's a good sign too, you know, when you have someone like Kim Down who clearly is kind of favoring these summoners of just really AP casters. And then being kind of forced off of that. All right, okay, the Karma was banned out. Okay, I went with the Lux. The Lux was not nearly as helpful in this game thanks to the pressure the Golden Guardians Academy had on the bottom side of the map the majority of the game. So hey, that's a lot. It's a lot of well-roundedness to be able to say, all right, well, then if the Thresh is taken, you know, if we've got several bans out here and we need some frontline, who can I run with? Let's make it the Nautilus. And not only that, to say I can do it, but also to show I can do it. And that's very clearly what has happened right here with this player.
I do have worries that, again, in the first 2 games, they were pretty reliant on Barrick to do quite a bit of the heavy lifting. This game, the laning phase is very quiet up top lane for the first time that we've seen for the entirety of the series. They also have lost topside priority, and they're going to give up a Rift Herald, which is something that hasn't happened without a 5-man interaction from Golden Guardians the entire time. So willing to spend a little bit more time making sure the bottom side of the map in the mid lane, like you had surmised being a potential play. But Dwong Pro, he's actually got the reinforcement from Cinnamon Bread. He got it!
Oh, no way! I mean, you call that, that's Babe Ruth kind of thing. That's pointing out to left field, right? That's saying, all right, I'm going to give you the thumbs up. I'm stealing Shelly from you right now. And that was absolutely what happened. And then just able to sneak away, having taken no damage on top of it. It's got to feel good, especially considering Tony Top went down to invest time into that as well.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. They just bailed on it at the very last second, especially with the Victor reinforce. Dwong Pro just gets to waltz out of that situation, just robbed. That is a devious lick if I've ever seen one before in my entire life. I gotta be honest, also, Iconic is coming off of LCS, but Dwong Pro has kind of run things in this entire series. From minute 1 of the first game, Dwong Pro has been playing absolutely out of his mind over the course of this series, has stepped up big for this roster that desperately needed him to. Again, one of these more veteran members, one of the members that's been around on UCI for a lot longer, helping out these freshmen and setting themselves up for success.
Dwong Pro has got to be one of those, when it comes to jungle in solo queue, right, you expect, oh, jungle is going to be flamed. There's no way that Dwong is being flamed in solo queue because he's everywhere he needs to be, and you're absolutely right. Whether or not he's actually making the shot calls here, which, you know, being one of the more veterans, you can anticipate that you know, is the case for sure for like him down. But right here, we got another initiation, just testing the waters. Tony Top is going to get taken down here, and it will be a shot by Dwong Pro that picks it up.
And they set themselves up maybe to drop the Rift Herald here. I know Set's pretty fast at taking towers, so is the Graves. And so they could probably knock off 1 or 2 plates, get 4 off that top tower relatively easily if they don't just full commit to it. Because again, I think Tony Top, the teleport is not is currently available. My apologies, but might not want to teleport to it. Yeah, they're taking it pretty fast. They should be able to finish out this tower. That is an incredible start to this game. Being able to now unlock Barrick and get him across the map, being getting all this gold into Dwong Pro in exchange for a plate on the bottom side. Like, Golden Guardians low-key getting run around right now.
And this is what we saw in the first round, right? This exact similar situation. Granted, I think it was a tower in the bottom side, but at the same time, you had a minute and a half. I think it was a minute later in that first round. But getting a second charge off from Shelly on top of it, that means that really you open up the playing field for Barrick very, very much so. And now we'll have to see if Golden Guardians can actually completely execute on this. Oh, that was
no. He smited. That's what happened. Yeah, we're good.
That was intentional.
Yes.
That was not something we're touching on, I guess. Iconic now kind of has an opportunity here to potentially come down, but there is a lot of pressure from Golden Guardians for the bottom side.
The biggest difference between this game and the last 2 games is that bottom lane, I mean, now they're sitting down 15 CS, but usually we're down, 20, 30 CS with a lot of interaction across the map from Chime. And mid lane in game number 2 was a lot worse, but Cinnamon Bread, I mean, already sitting on the Everfrost is getting into a position where, like, when the Sork Boots are done and a little bit more, kind of damage, the Zonies is going to be completed. Going to get on those items quite a bit faster, setting himself up for the team fighting the potential pick. We're in great places. The one issue is that the first Dragon did go over to Golden Guardians Academy. The Dragon stacking has been something that's been big for both victorious teams over the course of this series, helps them control when fights actually happen, but UCI hopefully will be striking in the mid game whether or not they've got Dragon control.
Yeah, and even with how much pressure there's been, you're absolutely right, Webble Fox. The anticipation is that it would be a lot more of a disparity that UCI is facing underneath Golden Guardians Academy. That hasn't been the case, and Dwong Pro has had still a lot of pressure towards the top side. And even though Barracks hasn't picked up a kill from that, they've got the tower. That's honestly even better at that point because you're putting so much more gold into the pockets. Sure, you did also get the shutdown, or not shutdown, but you did take down Tony Top there, and it might have been Dwong Pro that picked up the kill, but who cares at that point? Because when you have a roaming set this early in the game, that is not a play or something that you really want to be facing up against when you're still just trying to find your footing and find advantages so far for the remainder of the lanes.
best as possible. I really want to see them start using... Oh, okay. Yeah, Kim Down got spotted on his way in there. I was worried that he was going to get within hook range or be within 1/2 of an entire map, just because that's the range of the hook from Nautilus here and the ability to hit it from around that corner. So nothing crazy onto Ryoma, who's playing very safely. Once again, farming incredibly well, over 10 CS per minute. Currently, Stixay's in a very similar boat. You could see interaction on the bottom side of the map likely to show up. Stixay burns the my apologies, I think it was the green Moonlight Vigil that had actually been popped. Chime is in position, Iconic's in position, Ryoma's in position. Bottom lane is in some dire straits right now. You can see reinforcements. Vex is on the way. Graves is on the way to the bottom of the map. Barrick's got teleport. This might just be a massive play arising.
And there it is, Senna is on the way, and out comes the Shadow's Time, taking a lot of damage there, but there was no kill from that. Doesn't matter, they walked right into Duong Pro, and once again, Duong Pro manages to find one of these amazing pinches. It's gonna be a flash forward, and a fantastic hook from Kim Down, and then backs away, leaving it to the rest of the team to pick up the kill there. It's gonna be a double kill that was grabbed here by Duong Pro after the ultimate came out, and hey, that's how the fight goes. That's a good one for UCI.
Foiled in their own play, locked out of the tower access in an attempted dive. Chime stepped on the first trap, and from that moment, it was just disaster from Golden Guardians Academy. UCI anticipating that all the way. Everyone's in position. The double teleport from top laners got them nothing except a dead Tony Top. This is one of the better defensive plays on the day from the side of UCI. They got everything they wanted. Vex got in the right position. They threw disarray all over the place. The W, by the way, hilarious way to bring down Chime in the end goal with that. But again, the teleport's got nothing either, because Tony Top just ran directly into Barrick. The flash from Kindown. This Nautilus is working much better than anything we'd seen on the Karma or the Lux in the first 2 games. UCI just seemed to be entirely too comfortable with where they're at right now. I know the scaling's going to be there from the side of Golden Guardians eventually, but UCI are just running this early and mid game.
And this is what really worked well for them in that first game, right? They were so confident, they were so far forward moving, and they were the ones that were aggressing on these, and oh my gosh, the box is gonna come out! No way! Kim Down is going to be able to find that, but it's going to be the Chaos Storm on top of some tower shots, so Ryoma will pick up that kill. That was a bit of a missed opportunity, I think, from UCI, maybe some miscommunication there on another potential pickup.
So I think they were actually trusting that the Jinx Rocket was going to be enough execution damage onto Chime to bring him down. But if you noticed in the midst of that, when he was getting hooked, he once again, by the way, hit that combo on the Nautilus hook, which was awesome. Yep. But he also has Aftershock. This is a veteran move, making sure to have the Aftershock rather than the Guardian, because you don't necessarily need all the shielding for the laning phase and things like that. It's not going to help too much in an extended engagement. The Aftershock keeps him alive through that Jinx Rocket up at pretty decently high health. Nobody's able to kind of finish off underneath the tower, especially with the reinforcements coming in, and it ends up just being the mid lane play, and then of course trade of side towers by both top laners, and the Rift Herald also going to GG Academy. Well played. Attempted aggression from UCI, thwarted finally. GGA getting a little bit back in their pockets.
Yep, and the gold lead is still in the favor of UCI, but we also have seen how big of a deal these objectives are, and in the past, especially in that round number 1, they were constantly contested, and that's something UCI was very, very good about. We just saw it in that previous one where, hey, you know what, if they can tell really the Golden Guardians is setting up for a team, this was fantastic. Fantastic. Out of that, Sina's gonna go in with the Shadow Surge. Out comes the Chaos Storm, but on the backside, doesn't matter because Showstopper also follows it up. Tony Top is gonna be the next target. Sina does not have the follow-up on the ultimate. Had to flash away from that one, but Iconic is going to flash away from just the zap.
No way.
Pro finds yet another one. That's a rampage. Out comes the thumbs up once more, and Kim Down is able to nicely place the pass there on the Chime, and 3 members down for 0 in favor of Golden Guardians.
First off, Cinnamon Bread, remove him from this Vex. He officially gets my seal of approval on this champion. He is a great mid laner. He is somebody to keep your eyes on, because this Vex has been making plays all series long, and that was no different. Being able to kind of push Iconic into the rest of the team, and setting up also for Barrick to be able to get a nice 2-on-2 ultimate to set that up was just as big. You could see Barrick was teleporting in from behind, or my bad, that was Cinnamon Bread. The Barrick was coming in from the river, I was meant to see, but you could see this ultimate is what separated everything, because it broke apart the 2 that flashed, and it set Iconic up towards the top side and bought enough time. Barrick was able to handle the 2, and everybody else, they just go down in this entire process. They get this nice cutoff angle to be able to bring down Iconic. Tony Top, I think, eventually gets out, but Chime got caught in the process as well. I got that first.
Yeah, Chime did get caught, and that was a great job by Kim Down, saying, all right, you guys continue, you get the cleanup, I will keep Chime here within arm's reach for sure. And sure, you get the passive, you have the hook, you also have the ultimate on top of it, so it was a lot expended, but doesn't that matter? where you can pick up 3 kills and not lose a single one at all. And that gold graph really goes to show you, again, it's not, you know, that the picture looks a lot more than it is because it is only about a 2,000 differential. But if you looked at the top side about how much of a lead Golden Guardians has had at any point, it's been like 100 or 200. And so while that graph kind of seems a little misleading, it's really not when you talk about the ratios of things, right?
Biggest thing I think in this game to pay attention to is that Stixxay is attempting to farm his way into relevancy as well as Ryoma. This is what they did in game number 2 as well. The game was not theirs for the taking. The biggest difference is that UCI has much better control of what's happening now that the game is at 15 minutes. In the last game, they were kind of still back and forth quite a bit before the Victor really came fully online and the Jinx at the time fully came online. But in this particular sense, now the Jinx is on the other side, has relatively equal itemization to Aphelios, who isn't able to farm past, and the Vex, with the amount of damage and the amount of fights that has been in with the 3 kills, is just even with the Victor as well. The flash setup, Chime's not going to get it.
Yeah, a flash, and it's not as though a flash was needed to avoid it. You know, that's at least kind of your hope and anticipation. That's going to be a lot of damage on a Mr. Bot, but not enough to take him down. Stixxay is going to go in pretty hard. Going to take just 1 tower shot right there, be able to back out, no problem.
They will. Ooh. Actually, Barrick, he's getting a little antsy right there, maybe looking for a fight. But again, you don't want to run into a Victor as best as possible, buddy. That's just, Gravity Well is not Set's best friend. It is not easy to get through that whole thing without at least a fair amount of slow resistance, which just doesn't help. Are they able to crack this? I think they've got the damage for it. Easy enough. Yeah.
They've got the damage and they don't quite have the minion wave. If they had maybe one more minion, they could have done that. So we're going to see the thumbs up in response. And of course, Tony Top on this Gwen, another fantastic split pusher. The concern is, of course, Tony Top, if you get caught out here, you are 0-3 and 0. You've got your Rift Maker. Sure, the Dark Seal has 0 stacks on it. And, you know, you want to be able to have a stopwatch for a situation like this here, as well as working towards the Nashor's Tooth, of course, to try to get that attack speed up. It is going to be the second Rift Herald, though, popped out here by Golden Guardians Academy. It's not going to be able to get a charge on anything, as it was sent out pretty far back in a lane, of course, since they do have these 3 towers down, in a lane that doesn't really have exposure for them.
The poor Shirley doesn't get a nice little hug off onto the mid tower by any standard, but they were running out of time, didn't have a great place to put it. Golden Guardians kind of... Yeah, we're not letting it slide. It's just the name.
I'm talking about the name. See, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. We've had this beef before, and we'll continue having it.
We have. My acknowledgement is that I won't acknowledge.
That's fair. Topside, there is actually a good amount of setup that was held for a second there. I was waiting for more vision to be put down. Kim down immediately flashes to get out.
Ooh, really? Did you see that? That was a weird buffer right there of the hook, and the hook. Nice to see that there is a bit of response, right? It's not just Chime that has the cool fancy hook plays. It's also Kim down here, who has been playing very, very well in this Nautilus.
Yeah, Ryoma is set up once again in a side lane just to pick up as much farm as possible. They are really hoping that their experienced veteran mid laner is going to be able to help carry them through yet another game, which is what happened last time, but with much less control than what they had in game number 2, that is for sure. And also the ever-looming threat of Cinnamon Bread, who might just waltz in, hit you with an ultimate, and just kill you outright before you had an opportunity. Iconic!
Ooh, Hex Flash. It is the pass if it lands onto Iconic, but that's the most that can be done. Good recognition by UCI. That's not worth the investment with how split apart the team is, but they are looking for something here.
So GGA is actually doing a good job controlling top river. I wonder if they're trying to play like a game of chicken with the dragon stacking versus the Baron buff. When Ryoma is just perma-split pushing on top side, they've got enough control in the river to be able to walk to Baron pretty much anytime they want. But UCI kind of wants to go towards the dragon and begin that stacking process because it ends up being a pretty good win condition for themselves. So eventually I think they're going to try to transition that on Golden Guardians into an advantage by taking a Baron, being able to use it to siege down towers, and using that to kind of bridge the gold gap that exists at this moment.
We can see that this one is pretty easily going to go over uncontested, in fact, to UCI Esports. That's going to be the second dragon for them, the third of the game. Another 5 minutes. We can obviously anticipate that now that they have 2, now that they are that much closer to it being at Soul Point, that's going to be a high priority for them, and additionally, provides a decent amount of gold here. And this is going to be one of those just like that first round, this is one of the dragons that you absolutely want the soul available for here. I mean, it's huge when it comes to team fights, especially when one surviving member or a returning member, basically, like the GA essentially being built into things is massive for this team, because that's going to be, Zonia's GA, that's going to be kind of the item stylization too that you're kind of anticipating already from Golden Guardians Academy. So to be able to take away that from a team that already would benefit from that style of play, it's very, very helpful for UCI. We'll have to see, though, how much Golden Guardians is willing to contest it, because, again, they literally just handed that third Drake over to UCI. No contest.
The game has slowed down immensely, which, again, I think eventually plays into Golden Guardians' favor, given the fact that they've got the Victor, they've got the Aphelios, they've got ways to play fights, and it's much harder for UCI to kind of generate the fights they're looking for. It requires a nice flank angle / teleport, flash, whatever it might be, from Barrack to get a really solid engagement, or it requires Cinnamon Bread to get in a really solid position in order to get one of those massive ultimate into W's to fear somebody away from the team, or just to burst someone out in general, right? Those options still do exist for UCI, but as this game kind of drags on, we're still required minimum 10 more minutes before a Dragon Soul is on the table, which means we got roughly 8 minutes before a fight probably takes off and really helps decide what's going to happen around that dragon. But Baron, again, is this ever-looming threat from Golden Guardians, because they've got this perma-push from Ryoma. I want to see them do something about it, and that's what they're doing right now.
There's another initiation. Ryoma looks like he's going to get jumped on here. You do get the teleport, though. You'll be able to make it out alive. Yes, the needlework comes out as well from Tony Top. And now it's Barrack and Cinnamon Bread on the run. They're going to be engaged upon here. A nice little fear is going to turn Iconic away, at least for a moment. The Haymaker comes down to force Flash away from Barrack. Going to be Kim down, who has to hook away from this. Great teamwork from UCI to support the rest of the team in escaping from that fight.
Really, really close. Duong Pro goes so deep to try to find the pick onto Ryoma, and that would have been absolutely necessary. But because he doesn't go down and teleports back in, the threat of the Baron is here. Barrack held onto the ultimate, but no flash means it's really difficult to get this off. Kim Down's going to have to try to set something up, and Jinx is going to have to do some carrying here.
No smite available for Duong Pro, obviously not being a part of it. And oh my gosh, getting locked down so very quickly. Sine is able to initiate on this one, has to use the stopwatch. A lot of damage, though, onto these members of UCI. And there it is, Ryoma coming into clutch, going to be able to find a second one. That is a double kill. And even with this member in Tony Top being this close to dying, it does not come to fruition. Easy turn back to Golden Guardians. Oh, so close. It did hit, but it was just, minutely too early. What a play.
We didn't get to see the health, but I knew it was below, like, it was getting close to the 1,000 mark threshold, and I'm like, where's the smite? Where's the smite? Where's the smite? Where's the rocket? Where's the... Oh, and it came up right as it hit, too, so I was really panicked right there that was going to be stolen away. As Golden Guardians, they kind of get away with murder. Ryoma, in the attempted punish from Duong Pro, ends up pulling the jungler, one of the biggest damage dealers, and the smite out of the play, and it feeds into this top side control that they've had, into grabbing the Baron buff and winning the fight afterwards. This is like 4,000 gold shift that they just underwent to be able to snag this away, not to mention the towers they're going to be able to get, and it sets them up for the next dragon, so that means that the next Drake is almost certainly theirs, and that's even more disastrous.
Was very disastrous is a very good way to put that one. And that's a situation where you can't really stand still on the edge of things when you know that there is a man advantage in favor of Golden Guardians. If they're going to be kind of trying to keep pressure where they don't have it, bottom lane is one of those areas. So scary situation, but it is looking better and better for Golden Guardians as this game goes on. Of course, 27 minutes in, there's still some opportunity here for UCI to recover. Only about a 3,000 gold advantage for Golden Guardians, but it was a huge swap. I think that's very important that you touched on Rebel Fox, and that it was a couple thousand lead. I think it was, 2 to 3,000 lead in favor of UCI Esports, and that one single play has changed things immensely. You're now looking at 5, 6, 7,000 even that is really adjusted over in just a moment's notice. Now Barrack has to try to escape from this. You gotta deal with someone breaking into your base, and oh my goodness, the crowd control is gonna take Kim down, almost down. It will be a Zonia's. Will there be enough time as the ultimate comes out? The flash over the wall means Kim down does stay alive. Again, thanks to the heal as well from Mr. Dot on the backside, keeping this support in the game. But it is a nice split here. Baron minions, super minions pressuring here on to the first inhibitor to go down in this game. In the meantime, Gwen has also tried to expose the second inhibitor being in the mid lane here. It's still a lot of pressure coming out of Golden Guardians. UCI Esports needs to try to find an initiation, just barely missing the hook there by Kim down onto Iconic. Means that they're going to be able to get what they want and leave without being scathed.
There's problems aplenty that are here from the side of UCI Esports creating an engagement. They're actually going to try to catch them as they go in. The ultimate is available for Cinnamon Bread. If they get a solid fight here, they can turn the game back into their favor, but it's so difficult to fight in this little avenue, especially with no vision.
Ooh, is going to be 2-2 now.
Okay.
That means that this has to be contested even more so. There's a potential opportunity. I would like to see some of these ultimates come out from Mr. Dot to try to prevent the objectives to go through. I guess we have seen them come out in an attempt. We just haven't seen them work out as well in their favor. But even again, you know what? If Stixay wasn't able to get away with it, you definitely don't feel bad as Mr. Dot for not being able to actually find one or find a steal with the Super Mega Death Rocket. But now. Now that it's 2-2 on these dragons, it's past the point of trying to get that soul, right? You're looking at least, like you mentioned, we're now looking at 9 minutes and 16 seconds until one of these teams is absolutely going or potentially going to take the soul. And that's not even considering it could go 1-1. So at this point, now that you're about 30 minutes into the game, that's sort of beyond, right? You're not expecting the game to go on for another 10 minutes plus at this point, which is nice for UCI. But at the same time, that was kind of one of their potential saving graces, right? If they did get that soul point, then they would be able to focus on, all right, we have the opportunity to get soul. We're going to force Golden Guardians Academy to respond to this. But now Golden Guardians has evened it out and kind of taken Dragon off the table in a sense.
It's a tough situation to be in. We're going to see probably at least one more really big fight around a neutral objective before the game is really decided one way or the other, especially definitively, because again, 4,000 gold's 4,000 gold. The problem that plagues UCI is their actual allotment of their own resources, because right now, too much of the gold is actually on Duong Pro, and a bit of it's actually on Barrack 2, and they desperately need it to be in the pockets of Mr. Dot. The Jinx has to do a lot of the carrying. Cinnamon Bread's got enough, but also currently has gone a little bit more defensive to be the first into a fight, the way that he's been playing for the rest of the game. So that means it was the Zonias instead of the Rabadons like Guild by Ryoma. That means the damage is not going to get matched at all. So they desperately need Jinx to be able to pick up enough gold to help carry through a fight if they get a proper engagement.
And that was Iconic with a beautiful sweeper that ended up ending the life of Kim down. A nice dash across the wall. It is Ignite onto Duong Pro. Will they be able to get alive? Just barely, thanks to a pot or two in their pockets.
Probably
that means this base is completely broken into. It's an opportunity here for Golden Guardians to end the game. I liked the idea that UCI was kind of going there with, of, hey, we've had so many of these split fights come out successfully. That one did not come to fruition. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with, with Iconic, with a really, really nice sweeper, and it ended up exposing those two members. Barrack gets exhausted, now has to try to make the decision. Do I go into the fight? Do I go out of the fight? A little bit of a back and forth by this player. Luckily, has enough sustainability and survivability to stay alive here. Gets rooted down, though. Now he's in the middle of the fight, has to flash away. The Chaos Storm is close on his tail, though. Iconic takes quite a bit of damage. Does look like Chime is relatively low, but is still a Thresh and still has the opportunity to use the ultimate. That needlework still available. So much damage now going on to the front side of UCI. That's going to be one for Iconic. Down goes Cinna after using the flash as well. That's going to be the first tower down, and this does seem to spell the very end of the game right now for UCI. It was so hard fought, but Golden Guardians made it clear that they are in a first position or second position seeding for a reason. They're going to end it at almost 32 minutes in. Not an easy fight, but Golden Guardians go home with the W.
Oh my goodness. For the fact that UCI came out here being literally the second lowest seed in the tournament, playing against our only academy team here, this wasn't a game of miles, this was a game of inches. Substantially more than I think anybody could have ever possibly predicted. The game one victory was already something that took them completely out of place, but the fact that they were competitive in game two and game three really did come down to basically just one situation flopping over to Golden Guardians Academy. It shows the resiliency of this team. I'm hoping it shows us a lot more competitiveness because they've got two more teams in this group, and if they play like that the way they did in a Golden Guardians, there's going to be a whole lot of overturn inside of the Group B here.
Yeah, it's a readjustment back to what we're used to seeing UC Irvine, or what we were used to seeing a couple of years ago, like 3 years ago plus. You talked about it in between each of these games. They've kind of had a little bit of a drip down, but you know what? They came out, they played very, very strong, but Golden Guardians still come away with the win. And I do believe we have an interview with, of course, Ryoma, the man, the myth, the legend himself. So we're going to bring him in here. And all right, Ryoma, I'm not going to ask you the question of how do you feel about that one, but I will ask you, were you expecting that match to be as seemingly difficult as it was?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty surprised. They were actually not that bad, but I think we're just trying to play for ourselves because we kind of knew that we were gonna be like it's gonna be a rough start, I guess, at the start. But I feel like we're just trying to get better. That's why we're entering as much as tournaments as we can, and I think that's like what's the most important to us.
What do you see?
Go ahead. No, Rebel, it's your turn now.
Yeah, stepping onto the team, I know you guys are also operating with like a different ADC. So what would you say is the thing that you're working on most right now, especially considering your participation in the LCS lock-in tournament and the rest of this tournament? What are you looking to improve the most?
Obviously there's individual stuff for myself to improve in, but I guess for the team stuff, I think we're just trying to treat as much as like games as serious as possible, and then just try to learn from it. Like we're just trying to get better before our academy season starts, and then I think everyone on the team just wants to be like pretty much the best version of themselves. So yeah.
And then, looking at this as well, given the fact that you do have a couple of new additions, of course, veterans in the scene for your team, do you guys have a change in primary shot callers from last season? Do you have any adjustments in terms of vocalization and who you kind of allow to leave?
I think this team, we're pretty quiet for now. I think we're still kind of getting used to each other. It's still like our first game. I feel like for all of us, we're just trying to figure out, all of our just pretty much qualities and traits we all have each, and playing around that, I guess. I feel like, every game you kind of play, you kind of get used to like you kind of like just start remembering how people play and like how you're meant to play competitively and stuff. So I feel like that's what we're working on.
So lots of room to grow is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Good.
And you're coming over from a pretty long stint in the 100 Thieves organization. Talk to me about, do you see your role shifting from what you were back on 100 Thieves Academy? And if so, what do you see your role here being on Golden Guardians?
For now, I guess I'm still trying to figure it out. 100 Thieves Academy was kind of different. I was kind of the leader, but I think it's just the nature of just bringing in, 2 rookies at the end of that proving grounds. And I feel like now people are like still more experienced on this team. Like I feel like everyone's played Academy, 2 people have played LCS. I feel like, we all know what to do. We just need to make sure we're doing it and we're not afraid of anything. Like I think that's just the most important thing. I feel like, on game days especially, people can play really scared, but I feel like, it's just a game. You can just, start fighting everyone. It's like, it's fine.
All right, well, I'll close it out with one last question here. I know just based on the first question, the answer to the first question, that you guys weren't necessarily expecting UCI maybe to play this well. Is there another team that you kind of think maybe might be a dark horse within this tournament right now that you are anticipating going into, playing up against?
I don't really know who's in the tournament other than 100 Thieves.
That's all right.
Amateur, right? I mean, I would want to verse them again. No, not bad, honestly. So I'd verse them again because previous team, and it's just fun. I think the top laner is pretty good.
Okay, and then I guess what I'm gonna tack a little final question onto the end of that.
Yeah.
Do you think how do you think you're gonna fare? Do you think you're gonna be capable of stomping out 100 Thieves Academy? How do you feel going into that? 100 Thieves X. How do you feel about going into that team?
I mean, I think I won't make it too close this time. I think for sure. I'm just gonna make sure we set ourselves up for the best. Whatever it is, I'm not gonna reveal, but we're just gonna set ourselves up, and we're gonna win. Like I think it should be pretty easy, but
All right.
you never know.
Hey, yeah, it's true. We love to hear the confidence, though. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Those were some long games, but you guys absolutely killed it and certainly deserve the W on that. So we look forward to seeing more from you.
Thank you.
All right, of course. Always a pleasure to talk to Ryoma. And I do have to say that all these players really on this team, every time I've spoken to each of them for Golden Guardians, they are some of the most humble members, considering that they are always at the top of the list. They always have some of the highest seeding. And even just to hear that they're all kind of quiet right now and they're still kind of feeling things out gives me a lot of confidence as well in the improvement and the growth of the team. And I think Ryoma kind of hinted at that. While not directly, there was a lot of room to interpret the fact that they are going upwards. That's the only direction that they are looking to go. So I'm excited to see that come through. And of course, Rebel Fox, we're not going to end the day here. That was just the start of it, right? So we do have another match coming up, best of 3. Of course, that one is going to be Wildcard going into Bay State. This is the one that I was kind of anticipating to be the close match, but I honestly cannot see a match get closer than the one that we just saw here between Golden Guardians Academy and UCI Esports. So of course, we are looking at the different groups right here. Group A, of course, being on, that's all right. Being on Academy, we here on the UEA broadcast. Thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in. But that's not all we have to offer you tonight. We've got at least 2 more matches coming up. So while we are going to take a very quick break, it's going to give you an opportunity to go out, grab some drinks, grab some snacks, and prepare yourself for the second best of 3 here in the Proving Grounds closed qualifier, day number 1. So don't go anywhere. I mean, unless you're planning on coming back, because we'll be right back.
Starts off well, gets himself the knock-up, sustains it, gets a nice blade, air blade as well. And yeah, Insanity, 2 Qs dodged, 3rd ulti there. Unfortunately, Bellows Breath pseudo-targeted, unfortunately, toward the Corki. And then obviously it is going to be decoy, just getting whittled down on. No Baron taken as a consequence of this. Does mean that there's still more than a hope here for Team Ambition. Gold pretty much even. These Drakes now starting to be stacked up. It's 100 Thieves that have got priority, and Nemesis up in that top lane. There is little to no answer here for Team Ambition. Happily sacrificing this in exchange for trying to put more resources into their mid laner. We're yet to see the Ornn Yasuo combo fully used, but when it happens here, I expect explosive team fights to happen.
Yeah, and it's got to be really the difference maker for Team Ambition. If they're getting the Ornn Yasuo combo onto 1 or 2 members of the backline, sure, they can win the fight. And if they're not, I'm sorry, but it's looking really difficult at this point. 100 Thieves are more than happy to take these front to backs. They opt into another one right now. Insanity cuts the fight in half and instantly gets exhausted with that package. But even so, it isn't enough as Anti gets deleted. Shookies follows, and Donbray, who knows no breaks, continues to jump forward, ultimately signing the death warrant of Nightstar, who, though he went golden, could not survive that fight.
Dear, just as I mentioned, the way that Team Ambition needs to take the team fight, they do the exact opposite. Ornn and Yasuo in side lanes, not ready to join the team as they go for a wander through the 100 Thieves next jungle. They get punished, and they are going to lose the Baron because of it here. Nothing to stop their 100x roster from taking down the big purple worm and putting themselves now in a very good spot. Let's take another look at this, because Donbray, blind E into the brush, more than capable at taking that. Insanity with a package is shredding through Anti, and Insanity's Immortal Shield Bow actually doing a great amount of work there, keeping him alive. A great pick, a great execution from the 100x squad, and they are well rewarded.
Donbray is such a god on initiators, by the way. I want to see this for the rest of my life. I want to keep having this guy show up with the Nautilus, with the Leona, because the engages that he is finding are incredible. I honestly almost wish that Chookies had a Nautilus himself this game so that we could see these two big engagers trading back and forth, but as it has just been Donbray's time to shine, and it may very well be again as he pops that Eclipse in the front line, burning the ultimate from Anti and keeping everybody behind him safe as 100 Thieves next set up their incoming push in not one but two lanes.
Yeah, Shadow Assault is a fairly short cooldown, so it's not the worst case scenario here for Anti to have to pop that ult and keep himself safe. Much more valuable than being dead, obviously. But with that Baron working two lanes, they are now transitioning their way through the top side and controlling that vision that we talked about. There's a distinctive line on both sides. Let's start fishing here, try and find an engage. Let's see this Ornn Yasuo combo. Let's group up as 5 Team Ambition. Give us the team fight that we've been longing for right now. See if they can put themselves out in lead.
Oh no, Anti goes on the hunt, but he didn't have the ultimate up just yet. Donbray locks him down. Fnatic takes him out, and now top lane tier 2 all but gone. Mid lane tier 2 sure to follow if it isn't gone already. 100 Thieves next get themselves so much more gold, and now so much more map pressure to continue with as well.
How do they generate leads, dear? It is by choking out the vision. Donbray sneaks into a pocket where they don't know. He is able to quickly stun up Anti. The damage through from Fnatic finishes off the job. Windwall is going to save this mid-tier 3 for the time being, but one more wave to come through. You expect that one will fall. Now with Fnatic sort of posturing aggressively here, this top tier 3 as well, vastly under siege. 100 Thieves next, they've done a very good job at finding themselves a chokehold, an avenue here into the base. They've not been able to crack it open though, and for now, Team Ambition's base stands strong. They have still got this opportunity, 2 items on the Ornn, 2 items on your Yasuo. We're waiting for that Infinity Edge to come through, dear, but it is a long way away.
It is a very tall order to be able to keep this Yasuo alive until such a point that he can do the dirty, dirty things that we know he can. With Anti trying to farm up in the side lane, resources are coming at a premium as well, Rudude, and that's the very difficult thing about late game scenarios where you find yourself behind. Because yes, Anti wants gold, Nightstar wants gold, Nemesis wants gold, with 3 different people and not nearly enough lanes to access. Somebody from Team Ambition is going to suffer.
And typically that falls to your jungler, but we know what Team Ambition value more so than anything else, and it is this Talon and how much his damage will be providing to the squad. Now, of course, with another Drake spawning in about 20 seconds, all attention has been removed from Team Ambition's base, and it looks like 100 Thieves next are just going to focus on getting themselves a little bit of extra movement speed here out of combat for the most part, which just enables them once again, A, to sort of avoid the Talon, but B, to get from lane A to lane B, particularly when they're going for these picks.
Donbray once again starting things off with the solar flare and the threat of Array as well with that deadly flourish. Keeps everybody at bay. It's very, very scary to have so much lockdown on a team, and at this point, with Chookies being flashless, even with no Baron, 100 Thieves next are going to start walking this one in. We've got the push going off in bot lane with Nemesis taking a tower up there. Insanity runs to meet him. Let's see what happens towards this bot side.
Oh, huge scatter actually prevents the engage coming through and package into the top lane.
Okay, if this fight goes well. Seems like they're okay for right now. I'm looking at the health bars. Nemesis is a little bit low. Dragon gonna continue falling, but take a look at the bottom left of your screen, and oh my lord! Nemesis almost manages to take that fight as there's a teleport just down to the bot lane one more time. Nightstar wants to finish off Insanity, and he will, burning the ultimate to do so. So it is gonna be a 1-for-1, but I would still give the edge over to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they collect themselves the objective, and that's the most important part. Nightstar may not even be out right now. Chookies is here trying to save him, but he may well be sacrificing himself as well.
Sniper just needs the single knock-up. Turns away, though, with that World Ender burning. It seems like in the meantime, we've got a cheeky assassination from Anti, who has managed to take down Array, but he does go down himself as well. Yet another 1-for-1, hitting the Rift, and Fnatic looking for ever so slightly more. Thought about going on to Nightstar, and popped right back out with the Heartbreaker, knowing that 100 Thieves need to find a reset, need to start their own plays again as one.
Crucial timing here for this 1-for-1, though.
Alrighty, we are back in it because that is not all we have to deliver today. Of course, if you guys were curious about some of the stats that popped up there, 100 Thieves is still in their matchup right now. They had just a little bit of a delay, so of course we'll kind of keep you guys updated on what's going on there, but we really mostly care about what's going on here, especially given the amazing matchup that we just saw between Golden Guardians Academy and University of California Irvine Esports. Of course, my name is Jolly. I am your play-by-play. And I am joined by the, that side, ever wonderful Rebel Fox. All right, Rebel, how are we feeling going into this next match?
So our Series 1 was supposed to be the definitive one, right? Where it was Golden Guardians versus UCI. Didn't end up being the case. This is supposed to be the closer one. This is the 7 seed versus the 10 seed. Wildcard, I think, coming in was predicted to be, I think there were 4 seed coming into the actual full tournament altogether. Or 3 seed. They might have even been as high as the 3 seed, which wasn't unexpected, right? They were bringing in pieces like Alarim, they were bringing in Griffin, they had Strumpus come in, they had Rhino join, and then they had Minwi, who was a player on Wildcard previously that was a very talented ADC that they wanted a bunch of faith in. They ended up 3-2. They lost to Dare, I believe was one of the teams that they had lost to, which was a tough loss, and it put them in a position where they're slightly lower seed than I think they would have wanted to be previously inside of the tournament. Now playing against Bay State, who's been surging relatively lately. Like, their roster has been built exactly where it's needed to be for the last couple of years, and they're looking finally on point. I've been waiting for the longest time for Bay State to finally pop up because this roster has been insane for way too long, and finally the results seem to be coming through.
Yeah, and we've got, I mean, a lot of really strong players here. I think, you've been talking about Brain. We obviously know Sophus Sage. Serenok, to be honest, is probably one of the big ones, and I mean, that's just because I'm trying not to just talk about DMK, to be like, this is just such a good player. So as we take a quick look, of course, at these groups, they are best of 3. It's single elimination down in the bottom half bracket, so I believe we've got double elimination that we're facing here towards the top side. But of course, Wildcard Gaming going against Bay State Maroon on the Academy side after Ambition and 100 Thieves next finish up their match. It's going to be no team up against Radiance, which was honestly, when it comes to the predictions, the one by far that was the most contentious. Wildcard, I think Bay State had one single vote in, right? And before the match with UCI, I mean, I've said it multiple times already, I sincerely thought that Wildcard and Bay State was going to be the closest matchup, and after what we just saw, I cannot anticipate any other games being so close, because each of them went to about 30 minutes, right? Even that last match went to the final 30 minutes, and it was really just such a back and forth, a ping pong kind of game of gold advantages, gold leads, objective advantages, objective leads, that kind of thing. So very excited to go into this one, and if they feel the need to team fight the whole game, that's fine. All right, I'm already in the zone, so we'll have to see if they come out the gates running in the same manner that both UCI and Golden Guardians Academy did, or if they take a little bit more trepidation moving forward onto this one in an attempt to not kind of let anything falter or fall out of their hands.
I'm really excited for this matchup. I've heard so much about Minwi. I got to watch Minwi when he was not only on Wildcard, but even afterwards in the UPL and a number of different places on AoE squads and things like that. And I've been impressed. At some point, I'm hoping that he divulges and gives me the bottom lane Graves, but I know that in a tournament like this, that might not be as acceptable in some people's minds. But given the strength and the experience of the players around him, Minwi and Rhino have been set up for some success and especially development. And so the 3-2 is something that's it's at least a cause for a little bit of, I wouldn't say even concern. I would just cause for alarm to be like, okay, what happened there? But I expect that this is a team that gets better with age. This is a team that, when they start to put everything together, when they really define a style, they're going to look very good as the split comes to a close. Bay State actually has a bunch of players. I know we talked about like Serenok, who's been a professional player in other leagues and has been very, very good, has a really cool pool. DMK played a little bit for, I believe it was the LLA, and also was on C9 Academy for a very short time. So off the stage was improving, or scouting grounds, actually. And the two players that actually I love the most on this team are the two other ones, which are Benjani, who nearly made it into proving grounds scouting grounds this year as a top laner, was really, really close. And Sword Blue, I think, is like a homegrown product of Bay State that has actually been extremely talented over the course of what I've seen from his development from the beginning to where he is now.
And that is the name change, right?
Yeah, that's Brain.
There's
Yeah,
so we
Sword
got
Blue
Brain,
is Brain.
just so
yes.
y'all know, yes, because that was something that kind of took. I know it took you kind of.
Yeah, it took me
by
aback
surprise.
a little bit to find that out.
Yeah. I'm like, oh dang, man, we're missing this amazing player. No, it was just a name change, and I certainly am not upset with the Brain name. It's easier for me to say. It's less syllables, I guess, when I'm trying to do play-by-play. But it is going to be Wildcard, of course, having the side selection on this one being the higher seed. They are going to start blue. That seems to kind of be the theme. And again, even considering, it's not always going to be blue, right? The game has there's no set meta anymore for side selection. We even just saw UCI in the third match in the last game. They ended up keeping on the red side, having side selection for number 3. So Wildcard's going to start things off pretty normally. And hey, you know what? We're seeing a lot of familiar bands coming through here. Just really, really strong champions that you kind of want to avoid in general. And Wildcard has taken away Karma, the Kate, and also the Lee Sin. And then on the side of Bay State Maroon, you're looking at Rise, Tom Kench, and the Corky takeaway as well.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing because there's like a very limited number of champions for Strumpus that he's known for. One of them is Rise. One of them recently has been Corky. Cassiopeia is on that list. Lucian, LeBlanc are 2 that are left up and available for this particular instance. But Serenok's also got a very unique pool. He loves some of his siege mages, specifically the Xerath comes to mind. He's played it already inside of this tournament, and it's a question of if Strumpus picks the wrong thing, especially something low ranged, all of a sudden the Xerath gets out and there's no interacting with him whatsoever. This is something also that Sophist Stage has gone back to. The Jhin is the work into the Jinx. I don't think this is a particularly good matchup for Jinx, or for Jhin, my apologies. It's one that I feel like can actually just like sit and scale, which means that they want to interact elsewhere on the map. They want to get Brain out and about, maybe attack for Serenok, attack for Klinjani, make sure that there's no like sandbagging happening with Alarim's lane if he decides to go for a tank.
Right, yeah, and that also is going to depend here on who they decide to be the support. They might choose it they might wait until the third selection. In fact, they might even wait for the second ban phase, but I do think that is very impactful when you're going up against such a strong early game champion like the Jinx, when you have this really, really slow, they're powerful shots, but you're not rifling them off as quickly as you are. You don't have the capacity to get excited, right, with the passive there in Jinx. So it is going to be the Diana selection, who is another very strong one right now, a little more particular in terms of who wants to play it, and the response is going to be Viego. So it does look like Wildcard is already kind of looking at a bit of a late game phase for themselves. They're looking to navigate through the early game. Of course, they still have a lot of power and pressure. And hey, you know what? If they go with the Vex, we already know how strong that is, but it is going to be the lock-in for the Leona here, which makes things even scarier now for the Jhin.
So noticeably also, I want to point out the fact that typically Rhino's actually the starting support for Wildcard, but they've taken their Wildcard aces, their backup team, well, not backup team, they're technically at the same level, but in all essence, their sister team's support in Pocus, which is a substitution that I think is at least worth noting, given that this team, they had, a different starting lineup from what we saw last week to this week, where now Pocus is going to be in with Minwi. Whether or not that changes a bunch is a question at least to be held as to, the focus in this bottom lane being kind of the late game hyper carry type setup for Minwi, especially with the Jinx. Having a new support might change the way that things kind of feel.
Yeah, for sure. And that's, a big player too, right? That you're kind of not replacing at all here, because the expectation is that this is what we were given as the roster and the lineup for what we're going forward through. But that's that means that you got a lot, not even pressure. You've got a lot of confidence in the team. That's how I want to put it. It doesn't really have to do with, following up or anything like that, or kind of covering the place of. But I do like the fact that we are seeing a couple of these adjustments. And man, Wildcard, they're really fielding just such a strong team of veterans. And I think that that's what we're seeing a lot of in terms of the differences between a lot of these teams. Bay State, on the other hand, actually has a considerable amount of veterans themselves. So with UCI, where we were kind of commending the fact that they've got these new freshman players, they've got some fresh faces who really have only been playing league competitively maybe throughout 2021 and now going into 2022. Now, these are players that have been in the field for a long time, and so I'm very curious to see how each of them decides to play it out. Again, if they're going in hot and heavy, if they want to go in with a little bit of trepidation, but again, just based on really the selections that they've got here, the compositions, it does seem like, sure, if they can find a nice little catch out, then they're going to take advantage of it, but these are feeling like slightly later game, late stage team comps.
I know in iterations previous of teams that have had Griffin on them from back in the day, oftentimes he is a lot of their early game, and usually getting him going and getting him resources to be able to attack pretty much anywhere on the map is a pretty big way in order for the team to find a lot of success. In this particular case, Dragonman Kim also kind of finds himself in the situation where he is the sword for what is Bay State to begin with. Oftentimes, Serenok is playing like mages, especially control mages, to be able to kind of sit on things. Benjani is a pretty good carry, off the stage, pretty good ADC as well, but it's DMK who's doing a lot of the early game action. So we're seeing a nice clash of junglers here, where right now it's Diana who's going to be jumping in against the Viego, likely has a lot more interaction, especially around that level 6 mark for the Diana, where all of a sudden you can set up a bunch more skirmishing plays. So that's what we're expecting from DMK. I also love the fact that Alorum has actually taken the Poppy into the Camille matchup as like an old school counter, and a testament to the champion pool and the depth of this guy. Serenok picks the Xerath into the oldest school counter pick matchup of all time, perhaps even predating League of Legends itself. Azir into Xerath.
Yeah, I mean, hey, those champions both have a lot of history, that's for sure, but definitely not an easy one. However, I mean, you talked about it when it comes to Xerath and this player. Hey, it's a staple. There's a reason that when you think of Xerath, when you think of Serenok, they tend to go hand in hand. I do like the fact that we got Strompist having selected a little bit early on for the Azir, who is always, I mean, when you talk about play-making mid laners, when you talk about mid laners where you're going to probably have highlight reels if you are confident enough and know what you're doing on this champion, it's absolutely one of the top tiers for that. And so I also, on the other side, you can also acknowledge that there's a lot of, there's that early game poke and pressure, but at the same time, you're looking into the late game as well. You've got the Diana, you've also got the Camille, who has the split push ability, who has a lot of resilience and a lot of capability to move around the map and ensure that these roams are going to take place a lot earlier than you might anticipate with some other champions. So I'm enjoying this. We've also seen a bit of a split here. We've now got Thresh with the Jhin. Recently we've been seeing a lot of, if we get the Caitlyn to come through, Caitlyn Thresh, Jinx Thresh, that kind of thing, so that you can kind of layer the traps behind. But that still is an opportunity because you get the hook, you get the death sentence, and you can follow it up with the deadly flourish as well. So there is still kind of that chain link. Or that link of crowd control that is really, really pivotal into getting a lot of pressure towards the early part of these games on the bottom side of the map.
I'm hoping also we get the interaction between Xerath and Jhin where, you hit somebody with a key from Xerath and he hits the Deadly Flourish and that's the W, and then both ultimates are propped and they're rooted in place, which is kind of insane. So on the opposite side, I feel like there's a champion that throws just a complete mess of everything against Bay State's composition. They've got divers in a couple of different places between the Diana and the Camille to help set up what is a bit more range coming out of this team, assumably looking to set up damage from a little bit further out before kind of closing in with the Diana and the Camille. But Poppy really throws a wrench into that type of game plan, not only because of the W, but the ultimate being able to split up your frontliners or even take one of the frontliners completely out of the fight means that there's nobody defending for the Xerath, nobody defending for the Jhin, and it forces more defensive positioning. And that's where, okay, Pocus, if he's able to get into the back line, Griffin with the ultimate, or even Strompist getting there is going to be enough to really kind of throw things for a loop. So paying attention to where Alorum is inside of a fight, being able to counteract where he's going and ensuring that that's not going to be so detrimental to kick out either one of your frontliners is huge for Bay State.
I also think, kind of throwing an additional wrench, maybe, one of those little baby wrenches. Kind of throwing an additional wrench in that vein is the Leona too, really allowing accessibility for your team to get into the back line, for your team to either continue a fight or attempt to disengage from a fight, but really they already have so many disengagements if they need them, right? This is a team where Wildcard, if they don't want to be part of a fight, they won't be part of a fight. You've got the ultimate coming from Strompus, you've got the ultimate coming from Lorem, you've got the ultimate as well, the solar flare coming from this Leona, and so there's so many opportunities for you to just say, nope, I'm not having any of that, or the exact opposite of, we are initiating, and there's not a lot that you can do about it, and that's definitely the case. This is on the side of Bay State. If they are initiating with things like the Camille, with things like the Thresh, with things like the Diana, it's a full commitment. And there's so much capability for Wildcard here to say, all right, you are initiating, you are engaging first, cool. You're the only one that's going to be capable of doing that.
I'm excited to see how team fights play out. I seem to remember it was actually C9 Amateur in the last split that had a composition similar to what was being run right now by Bay State. They were running the Xerath, they were running a lot of siege kind of potential and a lot of range, and were able to close out a game because they didn't have enough consistent damage to outright win pure 5-on-5s, and they didn't quite have the ability to lock down a bunch of picks to be able to use that for objective play, and that was a problem that they had. I feel like the fix to that Bay State has gone for is the execution from Diana and the execution from Camille. So hopefully those two are able to salvage what was, I guess, now a couple months in the making of C9's composition back when they did this with Captain Shrimps, because his Xerath was also very mean in that game. I don't even know that he died, but he just could not stand in fights, and it made it very difficult to win outright because you just don't have that pure damage backbone the way that Dragonman Kim probably has to fulfill in this game.
Right, and that is for both of these teams. Really, it's going to take a little bit of time in this game. It does give both of them kind of opportunities. Sure, if you get that early game pressure, that means that late game that you are searching for, that you're striving to get as quickly as possible, is going to do just that, going to appear sooner, and that is absolutely a possibility to really just shut the other team down from reaching that. So at this point, that's kind of what I see this game is going to be, is taking opportunities of maybe mistakes that have been made, but at the same time not going too far out of your way to try to find a successful fight, because you're trying to lead yourself up for the second half, and you do not want the other team to hit that point before you do.
Interesting. Benjani, I think, was just poking his head in for a little bit of information. I was thinking he was going to turn in and maybe just like immediately start auto-attacking the Poppy, because back in the day when Poppy was a popular top laner, Trundle was a really popular counter pick because A, there's no dashes to deny, and B, he just auto her to death. There is nothing you can do. And that's kind of what Camille does before the hook shot is available. So, but not going to take that testament. Instead, he's just getting information to help out DMK to the best of his abilities. Hopefully also can avoid that Raptor pit as well, because there's a ward right there to be able to prove the path is going down towards the bottom side, which would give Wildcard aces enough information to be able to stop any sort of bot side shenanigans with a gank to help out their Jhin and their Thresh in this laning phase, shut down the Jinx at all.
Yep, that's definitely something that they're striving for, but again, it's kind of it's a slow-paced game. It's going to likely be a slow-paced game. There's an opportunity for Brain there to try to throw a death sentence out. It was not taken. It's just going to be pretty standard rotations as well here for the junglers. No invades, nothing crazy. And sure, that might have to do a lot with teams, but I do think, our composition here is really just going to set for it. We do have some pings coming out, though, here from the River Griffin. Having the faster clear is going to navigate up, and the pings are moving back towards the Raptor pit. No, it's towards that blue buff that it's instantly taken away. This is still an opportunity as two other members from the bottom side, Wildcard, come up to try to assist here, because DMK is relatively low, but nothing will come of it thanks to the presence of those Bay State members also moving upward.
Minui and Bokus actually were able to wrestle away control, despite the fact that you have the Jhin and the Thresh, so you have a double ranged bottom lane. They don't have the greatest of wave control to kick things off, especially when you don't go for like Dorans or Longsword and you go for boots. It's a typical build, but it means that you don't have as much kind of immediate damage to work with the minions. And so the Jinx and the Leona, they're able to leverage that. They get the communication from Griffin. They say, we're going for an invade, and you steal away a single Gromp. It's not a massive play, but it's a little bit just to take some of the wind out of the sails from DMK, get a little bit out of one of their more kind of important members, again, for helping cap a lot of this extended damage. But DMK doesn't like that very much, and so he's going to wander his way to the bottom side.
Yeah, a success is still a success. It doesn't have to be the biggest or the best, right? And that's what they're going to take from it. If you can get a little bit of a grump, if you can get a bite of something out of the enemy jungle, it's worthwhile. And it wasn't really much wasted time or anything like that coming out of Griffin. It is going to be Brain who gets locked down here. The Deadly Flourish is going to miss. DMK decides, I don't need to return here. It's actually going to be a further engage onto Minui, but the first blood was picked up here by that member for Wildcard. Down comes Griffin, potentially, is the speed. A flash forward. The Zenith Blade comes through. These are level 3 members, Dre. DMK, you are going to go down. It just depends on who's able to get the hit here. Minui, a little bit too far forward, couldn't risk it, so Griffin takes the opportunity to flash forward and pick up the second kill of the game and for the team.
Really, really good stuff from Wildcard. I think right there, Bay State may have been trying to communicate that Brain was going to bait in the 2 members to try to get DMK there fast enough, and it didn't seem like it was quite fast enough to be able to collapse on the member that they wanted to, because they wanted to kill Minwi in that progress, standing forwards, getting that kill down onto the Thresh very quickly, getting the first blood, and not even able to trade back because of how far back that Minwi was able to position without even burning the flash, and then getting the re-engagement out from Griffin. That's a massive catch. It kind of throws a lot under the bus here for the side of Bay State, just because they lose not only their jungler, who is down in farm and down quite a bit in terms of gold and pressure that's been applied by Griffin, but also Minwi, one of these big young members that they put a lot of faith into on Wildcard, that's gotten ahead early. When they've found their success in this tournament, oftentimes you can attribute it to the bot lane doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah, and really Jinx right now is one of those where, you know, kind of touching back on what I was talking about a little bit ago before any of these fights started out. The faster you can force your way into late game, the better off you are. And when Jinx gets an early lead, it is very, I mean, really, it's her passive. Once she gets started, it's hard to calm her down, right? It's like getting excited as a champion itself once you're able to put a little bit of gold in your pockets. And now you're looking at 6 minutes into this, already 150 gold bounty on the head of Minui. It doesn't even matter that they're down 10 CS at this point, you know, increasing as Surface Sage makes their way back to the bottom lane first. Still, doesn't even matter. This is a champion who's going to keep pressure on your bottom lane. When you are Jhin and Thresh, you can't really stand up against this. You can anticipate that you're going to be spending quite a bit of time under your own tower just trying to fend off minions.
There's not going to be too much outright pressure from the Leona as long as Brain is playing properly here.
Yeah.
That's kind of the idea. And then when it comes to roaming pressure, again, they should be able to match. It just means that now, I mean, if their intention was to shut Minwi out of the game by just denying any gold income, they've already failed at that task, and it's a rough task to try to fail at. As long as the CS is kept up by him, this early game is going to be a massive play. Great ultimate from Strongest.
Nothing can be done right there. Griffin really showing off why they're one of the top tier junglers in the scene in general. Sure, Flash was expended, but it was absolutely worthwhile because they also got the Flash taken away from Serenok right there. So it ends up being a trade and an advantage in the kill, and now about a 2K gold lead.
This cannot be the easiest thing in the world for Strumpus to have accomplished right here. Baiting him in and then using the E by just getting a little bit closer. The Q and the flash ultimate, predicting that Serenok was going to flash. Yeah, the reason this matchup is usually so good for Xerath is because of how far back you can actually stand without being interacted with by Azir. And your damage is just too much to really wave clear against if you're the Azir as well. But in this matchup, Strumpus well-versed, able to have that big ultimate to be able to shove him into Griffin and set up his jungler to find a kill into the Siege Mage.
DMK is going to be able to pick up the first dragon of the game as well. Again, it's about a 2,000 gold lead, which is pretty decent considering how far into this game we are. That's a nice opportunity for Pocus to try to hit the back line here. Brain taking a bit of damage. The death sentence is going to follow through. It's forcing a flash out. Out comes the ultimate from Serenok in the mid side of that. Means the Pocus is going to go down, but it's going to be DMK who actually picks that one up. Thanks for the assist, though, from the mid side there, Serenok. Griffin now recognizing the split here. Not much that can be done. DMK will go down. It's a forced flash here out of Surface Sage. Serenok is on the way, but it might be too late. Apparently, not. It still is going to land there. Minui flashing away or over that one, and likely will make it out of this one alive, even though they're in a dangerous situation. Too bad the ultimate's not available, but you know whose is the curtain call coming through, and there it is, beautifully done. Surface Sage at least finds a little bit of reconciliation right there.
Yeah, making sure they get a couple of kills. Actually, a winning trade now for Bay State on the bottom side is they get a kill for Surface Sage, an assist for their mid laner, and then also DMK was able to find a kill off the front end, which is at least a little bit beneficial for helping this Diana get back in. And that's the trade-off right there. Actually, back to mid lane, Strumpus in rough straight. A nice ultimate to deny no flash. Actually, DMK did have a flash. Maybe could have re-engaged off that, but with no ultimate, would have been difficult to continue to run down the Azir. But yeah, you saw on display the exceptional range advantage that's held when you're that far away and you're able to hunt down champions with a combination of Qs and ultimates from the Xerath and the ultimate from the Jhin. There's basically no running from this team if they've got vision of you.
Exactly, and that's part of what I was talking about. And this isn't even, this isn't even the late game stage yet for these guys. This is pre-level 6, as we can see as we take a look at the replay.
we do. Back into the bottom side, we're getting, I mean, Pocus was just dropped. It was really good. DMK finding the kill. I think more beneficial than the Xerath grabbing it. And then you see this re-engage. Griffin was hiding in the shadow, able to get the execute before the ultimate had come out from DMK, so wasn't able to get anything more. But it's the collapse, actually. Brain played that really well. The hook combined with the flay underneath the tower forced Griffin way too far, and the flash got him out of any real danger. The slow, unfortunately, kept Minwi within range of Serenok, even though he stepped on the trap line. And again, the range advantage, what do you need to do here? One of them had to die, almost certainly. They had vision of Griffin the entire time. He could have probably dodged down and forced Minwi to take that shot if he really wanted to. Not wanting to give away the shutdown goal, though, really helpful.
Yeah, it is. At that point, hey, you know what, especially with the slow included, the fact that you're just running away, sure, you can also try to avoid it, but the slow that's applied there and the fact that nobody is on the backside hitting Sophist Sage means that it's going to be a kill either way, right? So, you know, hey, at least you're right, you don't get the shutdown, you don't let that go away, and it was a sacrifice that Griffin was willing to make right there, but still very good shots coming from Sophist Sage, and it's nice to see this Jhin popping off pretty early on, especially considering the early 2 kills that we saw picked up by Minwi.
Oh, actually, we're getting action around top side right now. See, like 2-3 members on Benji.
Nothing quite coming. Oh my goodness, a flash over the Super Mega Death Rocket. Out comes the X-Tech Ultimatum. Will it be enough? It's a flash away by Griffin, but Minwi is able to be there in time, pick up the last little bit of damage. And Griffin says, I'll take the soul, sure. Might not be able to use it, but why not?
Yeah, flood onto topside, making sure they grab the Rift Herald. They're going to immediately drop it, and they're going to put all of this extra gold into the pockets of Minwi after that shift had come through. Yes, Alorm is going to end up giving up a few plates here to Sophist Sage, but you're perfectly comfortable with this. Minwi is going to get first tower gold, going to get all those plates worth of gold. Also helps with the kill credit underneath the top tower. This is just Minwi gaming right now from the side of Wildcard. They're making sure that the Jinx is going to be in a position to take over this game when the time comes.
That's exactly what they need, exactly what they want, and still not a single death there on the side of Minwi. So while it is 5-2, you know, it's 3K gold differential, and that definitely has to do with the fact that you've got a tower already down with, you know, 2.5 minutes minimum. We're still left on the plates there. Now they're going in for another aggression here. DMK has to flash over the wall to escape these 3 members of Wildcard, and that's a big part of it. You know, we were talking about the roam before this match started, Rebel, and it was, I mean, it was pedal to the metal going just for that hitting. It's not even hitting the late game. It's hitting just the capacity and the ability to have multiple members roam around the rift without having to worry about, you know, potentially losing a tower, losing out on a bunch of gold, putting yourselves in a dangerous position to where the enemy team can react to it. It's Wildcard in full control and, I mean, completely forcing reactive plays out of Bay State.
Dragon stacking has gone to Bay State. That's something they've got. But again, the problem with this is if you continue along that tract, you just have to team fight eventually because somebody's going to force, and you don't really want to team fight in kind of secluded space. You kind of want to poke into the river, so you want to force that Wildcard is around an objective first and foremost before Bay State gets there, just so they could use their range advantage and everything else together. But this is going to be a problem for them if they just continue to give up dragons, because that means the control of objectives is going way over to Wildcard. They also take it much faster because most of their consistent damage is in their top and in their jungle. They don't have like that standard marksman like the Jinx or something else along those lines. Jhin is capable of taking objectives, right? But it's not the heaviest of DPS to be able to full take the way that another champion might be able to. So there is that as well. That again, this is a bit of a difficult composition to find a bunch of grounding with, especially a 2,000 gold down when Jinx is about.
Still not a huge goal differential, but this is getting to the point where really it's just objective control. We do have a bit of a pause. We'll come back to that, of course, as soon as we resolve this player issue that we're coming through. But for game number 1, I keep touching on the fact it's not a huge goal differential, right? There's only 1 tower down, but at the same time, it really definitely feels like, I mean, it is a grip that is held here right now by Wildcard, and it's up to Bay State to just try to loosen that out, and it's so difficult to do that when you have so much prowess within these players. People who are not only veterans in the scene, but who have played together as well. You know, some of these players have played together for quite a while now, so they already kind of have that cohesion that some of these other teams are really striving for or working towards, trying to iron out within themselves. And so, it does seem like a lot of the damage, like you mentioned a little bit ago, Rebel, is that it's towards the Camille, it's towards the Diana, right? It's towards the top half of this map, and those are probably the champions that have been shut down, or the members that have been shut down by far the most so far in this game. So when it comes to kind of a saving grace, where is that within Bay State right now?
It's a matter of, again, when you have Jhin and you have Xerath, you can put damage down onto characters, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to full cap fight. So if you take a standard 5-on-5, it's going to be easy enough for Viego or Poppy or Leona, most specifically, probably, to get onto your backline. So Xerath is going to be in some trouble, and it's difficult to kind of push through a tank or to be able to just full execute somebody between your combos, things like that. Their standard fight doesn't look all the same that a normal fight would look like. They have to play it very differently, where they can take more of the poke and use it to their advantage if they're hitting, Strompus with Qs from the Xerath, with things from the Jhin, all of that kind of information. Especially, I'm going to put a lot of focus on the Xerath doing damage to members that need to be pushed out of fights. Minui's another really big one. If they can push Minui out of a fight by hitting 2-3 abilities from the Xerath, it's going to be enough to drive them out. So it's about keeping yourselves hidden from Wildcard, and then it's about finding those 5-on-5 engagements, and that's what Alorum is for, that's what Pocus is for, and that's even what Strompus is for that fact. So all of this kind of leads to how are you going to shut down, how are you going to be able to get damage and then capitalize on that damage. And again, DMK, Benji were supposed to be the ones that do that, but they've been aggressed against, and it makes it difficult for them to just not get blown up when they try to capitalize on poke damage that's been put down from Serenok. It's slowly slipping out of the hands of Bay State because, again, they can't contest in the same ways that a standard composition might.
Yep. It's not even looking at the numbers and the statistics now at this point, too. It is that kind of question. You hope that they have this decisive voice on their team right now. I haven't really talked a ton with Bay State regarding this team and regarding who's doing the shot calling, who is primarily, being the voice of this team. And do they have confidence, I guess, for the rest of the team to actually follow up these calls? It looks like they found themselves a pretty solid one. Out comes the Solar Flare. It's a flash over the box, and it's actually going to be Minwi with the Super Mega Death Rocket that finds the kill. They're going to be able to follow it up. Off the stage, finds the one. Minwi very, very low here. It's going to be the Hextech Ultimatum that comes out. Benjani finds one kill to resolve things a little bit more and kind of even this up, in fact, push it towards their favor, and now it's going to be another initiation right here. So right as I say it, they tied up the fight. It's going to be responded to here by Wildcard. There's going to be a nice night. Off the stage, likely going down here. Lorm's going to be able to take that one, no problem. And now it is DMK who will be jumped on. Griffin just already doing an insane amount of damage. And man, while I was looking for the saving grace here for Bay State, it feels like their opportunity at only 15 minutes, it's already kind of gone.
Goodness gracious, this fight dragged on for a very long time. I remember at the beginning it started off with just damage being dropped onto Minwi and onto Pocus from Serenok after a fight had actually led to the death of Brain in that Tribe Rush where they were trying to trade back and forth. The flash out from Pocus kind of baited Sophist stage a little bit too far in, and the rest of the fight comes through as Benji got the shutdown. And the curious part was the rest of that fight was baited because I feel like Benji could have just walked out the backside of the jungle or baited for time if they decided to chase him, something like that. But instead, they go for a re-engagement. They try to get a little bit more off the top side. Bay State, unfortunately, find themselves on the losing end of that play as well.
They find themselves at least something here. It is going to extend the differential, though. We've got about 2 minutes left before this dragon comes up, and it looks like Bay State is at least trying to set themselves up to get a little bit of pressure here towards the top side so they can focus that. That's a lot of damage coming out of Benji here. Gonna flash back on Strompus, taking a lot of tower shots. Can they make it out alive? Just barely. Yes, thanks to the regen that they have activated here. Absolutely worth using that thumbs up emote right there. And in fact, they're gonna follow it up with another one.
That was the most decisive engagement under a tower I have ever seen from the Camille. That was ridiculous. That damage was so close to bringing him down. Serenok probably dies off in the side lane as they grab Rift Herald, so it's a response to the other side of the map, or maybe they can get a little bit more if they're able to push in, but there's no wave to grab this inner tower, so it ends up probably just being the 1-for-1 and the Rift Herald going over. But goodness gracious, we haven't seen too much of Benjani because, again, there wasn't much of the Sealul split for Bay State, unfortunately, and then we haven't seen them too much in Amateur quite yet, but that right there was indicative of a player who is very, very capable of doing calculations and skill intensive also. That's Strompus. That's not an easy player to find a very quick one-on-one kill against underneath of a tower, but somehow able to pull that one out as the Camille.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. That was, I don't think we were the only ones that weren't expecting that, obviously, because you had Alorum who also, was really not there to do anything about it. Griffin, of course, has only gone down the one time, so even looking at the spread of kills and things like that, they've got Alorum on a spree at the moment. They have had a couple of shutdowns here, Minui being taken down And even though this gold lead is still just barely growing, it doesn't quite replicate or really do a good job of representing just how far ahead Wildcard are in the positioning, in their ability to execute what their composition is actually made for. And now we can see Benjani caught out here in the jungle. Lorem ends up changing face right here. Out comes Super Mega Death Rocket on top of that Hextech Ultimatum, but it's not going to be enough. The Death Sentence on top of it means that DMK is absolutely not going to have an opportunity to get out of here. And now you got Sophist Stage, Brain, and Serenok kind of stuck between this first and second tower in the mid lane. Again, full control here being held by Wildcard.
Right there on two different fronts, finding Benjani and then also Dragon and Kim, trying to find something with the ultimate from Diana or trying to find some semblance of an engagement. Got stuck up and unfortunately couldn't take the Thresh Lantern out, so that's more capitalization from Wildcard. The Poppy pick, by the way, going crazy right now. I know he tends to go for a little bit more of this damaging build, but right now Lorem is just executing people when he's able to put them into a wall, and Minwi finding an additional kill is really big as well. Ultimate just barely mistimed, and that's gonna deny at least a little bit.
Not quite going to come through how they wanted it to. Griffin has full control as well of this dragon, so it is going to be yet another one. The Infernal picked up the flash forward, and out come those two long-range ultimates you've been talking about. Rebel Fox are going to do enough damage to at least take down the one member in Strumpus and force the flash out of him. That's all they're going to get, and they don't even get the dragon on top of it. So Wildcard still feeling comfortable even after losing their mid laner.
Yeah, they are going to give up a fair amount right here off the back of this Rift Herald push. If they're able to get the mid tower, they might actually be able to even get two in the right situation, since Griffin's going to get spotted on the bottom lane going after Serenok. This is an interesting 1v1. I never thought I'd have the ability. He uses W.
Oh my goodness, no way! It's going to be Serenok out of there just fine. Doesn't matter how good you are, Griffin. You can't do enough damage to take down Serenok from 100% to 0 in the time of a TP.
That was just the most humorous thing. That was Serenok. He, as soon as he saw the W from the Viego outside of the Shroud, he's like, I'm out. It just TPs, because there's no way to stop him. There's no way he's going to be able to full execute at that point. Really, I guess a good read from Serenok. He pushed up the bottom wave. They didn't really have a defense for the Rift Herald in the mid lane, which also got a charge on the inner tower. So a bit bought back for Bay State. They're not closing the gold gap super easily right now, especially on their carries. Right now, especially Serenok is kind of in a hole at the moment and not able to dig himself out of it. DMK is not really in the perfect position either, but they're still gold and they're still fighting this Bay State roster. They've got some potential to take some little instances of challenge up against Wildcard's comp.
Absolutely. There's potential. They have a tower, right? That is a big deal. That's one of those things where if you're at 20 minutes in and you're only 2 towers down, that's actually not that huge. The 4K differential, not that massive. Oh my goodness, it was a great attempt by Brain right there for the death sentence. It didn't come through, and now Brain is separated from the rest of the team. And that means the Strumpus is going to take advantage of that exact fact. In the meantime, on the other side, you got Minwi with a beautiful Super Mega Death Rocket. Off the stage now, has to escape out of this one. Actually going to go forward, needs to flash out. Out comes the curtain call, but will it be enough? It won't be enough to set Pocus away, and oh my god, adding that with Serenok's ultimate means they're going to find another one. Pocus is going to go down here. That's a lot of the damage by Minwi being taken away from this fight. Wildcard still recognizing that they have an advantage in survivability, and they're more than okay with remaining in the enemy jungle.
This is something that needs to be considered from Wildcard Gaming, is that, again, if you drop 2 long-range ultimates, especially Serenok's ultimate, it doesn't take more than maybe 2 shots, an absolute maximum 3 shots, to just outright kill Minwi, especially if he took damage beforehand. Sophist Stage got really aggressive with the Gale Force and the crit shot that dropped him below 40% health, and all that Serenok needed to do was hit 1 solid shot at the tail end or over the course of the 4 ultimate shots, and that's it. Minwi feels super pressured to just constantly be positioning very quickly. Went for the Gale Force to help out with the dodging, but again, this is the real threat of the Bay State composition when they can land something like that, or even better, again, if you land some of this poke damage and DMK or Benji can get on top of you, you just die. And if that threat is removed, I mean, there's still more members behind it, right? Strumpus is still pretty powerful, Griffin is still pretty powerful, or will be as the game continues. But removing these threats without really having to put yourself in danger at all is where Bay State thrives.
Yeah, there is still, the situation where you've got Strumpus, who does actually really well in terms of the initiation with Benjani and with DMK on the Camille and the Diana, respectively, right there. So, while it looks really good on paper, potentially, if the rest of the team isn't there to follow it up, if you don't get these long-range ultimates coming through from Sophos Sage and Serenok, which, thank goodness for Bay State, they have been immediately on top of that as soon as the initiation comes through. They're utilizing those very, very well, but it still means that you can't really go all in on the backside here for Wildcard Gaming because they have these opportunities for repositioning, disengagement, or re-engagement if they really want to.
Yeah, I think Strumpus Ultimate in this particular case is actually best used as a disengage. It's usually I would consider this to be a pretty solid pick into the Camille and the Diana. My one problem with it is, like, if Strumpus takes an ult shot, it doesn't matter if he presses the ultimate, he's just going to get one tapped when either of those two dash in as it is.
Right.
If it's not the case, and he did not take any damage, it's a perfect way to disengage and prevent anyone from jumping in. And now all of a sudden, if you've burnt your long-range ultimates and your short-range ultimates attempting to kill somebody and Strumpus has denied you, you have no bones to stand with. Your house is going to fall over. And that's kind of the idea. Wildcard's got a lot of options with the way that they've drafted their composition to play a lot more versatily than what Bay State is going for. Bay State's kind of like, they've got a hammer and they're looking for nails right now. Wildcard's got a whole Swiss Army knife, and that's pretty nice.
Yeah, they've got a toolbox, and it's all in one nice little easy convenient spot to be folded within and without. And the adaptability, too, of this team in general, not even considering the composition just within the players, is huge. Griffin is going to be caught out here. Out comes the Hextech Ultimatum, but it's actually flashed around, or no, sorry, that was the box, and it's actually flashed around right there. That's kind of confusing. Those they do look, they are similar, but just in terms of the color and the shape, I suppose. But I was never very good at geometry, so we're gonna have to see if Benjani is able to actually commit to this one. They are, but Pocus is gonna be the one that's aggressed on a flash away to get out of the shots from the curtain call. Benjani, being that frontliner, now has to lead the fight, had to flash away from that, and that means it's gonna be easy pickings here for the Infernal Dragon and Soul Point for Wildcard Gaming.
Serenok's going to try to say something about it. There are some low members here, but unfortunately probably just not going to be able to steal. They might go for a fight afterwards, especially if Wildcard actually infringe upon their territory. Benjani's back in this fight.
There it is. The teleport was huge. Johnny, a little stall there on the hook shot to avoid actually getting hit by the Emperor's Divide. Lorem now is going to be the target, but is capable of doing so much damage because these members of Bay State are very, very low. And out comes finally the Hextech Ultimatum, and Johnny manages to take down the one. Now Griffin is the last one alive. Can they find the kill before going down? No, it's going to be a quadra kill going over to Sophos Sage. And what seemed impossible is now very, very possible and proven to us by Bay State themselves.
Oh, it would have been electrifying to see the dodge on that wall, but unfortunately the hookshot didn't go over. But the important part was there was no way to dislodge the melee members from actually getting into place. This whole time, Sophos Sage is dropping damage. You've got Serenok dropping damage. He never used his ultimate this entire time, did Serenok, and nobody could ever really contest the backline, right? Griffin wasn't high enough health. Strumpus wasn't able to find a really good slide angle for anything like that. And it meant you could just keep throwing damage in, which is why the re-engagement, I think, really is an amazing situation here, because they've got damage and they've got more than enough to work with. You can see Sophos Sage finds the kill on Minwi, and now the turn is just going to be really preposterous to think of in the first place, and they can't focus down the right targets in any situation. DMK does a good job just stalling in the front line and buying time for the damage dealers to just do what they need to do. One person at a time. They're focusing with Jhin and Xerath as a combination, and the frontliners are just sitting there tanking damage as best they need to, whether it's Benjani, whether it's DMK, or whether it's Brain.
Yeah, that is the ideal peel that you want as a Jhin here. And we saw just that. We even saw the re-initiation there by Serenok too, to kind of just try to even more so take the front line away for taking the aggression away from Sophos Sage, and that worked out perfectly. Now Wildcard needs to kind of reevaluate, hey, we definitely did mess that up. That was a bit of a mistake by us, focusing so much on Benjani, focusing so much on DMK, and that just allows Sophos Sage to do exactly what his job is: sit back, pop shots off, and get multi-kills.
Yeah, Jin's looking really, really strong. Basically an item up over the Jinx even after the early game had gone the way that it did, which is a tough place to be. I also was never expecting for Benjani to really be good enough in the side lane to contest against Alorum, but he's able to stay here. He's on pretty much similar itemization. Yes, he's down quite a bit of armor. Alorum can still kill him in the right situation, but it's not so far gone that Benjani just has to wait for the wave to get shoved into him by Poppy before responding to it, which is a rather good place to be. Bay State's held on, respectively. The one problem they've got is, again, the Infernal Infernal Soul, and especially the control of the Dragon Pit for generating a 5-on-5 team fight, Wildcard has got that control in their back pocket. They've got the ability to go for that Mountain Soul, or the Infernal Soul, my apologies, and that is something that you have to consider being a massive win condition, because if they snag that with a Jinx, snag that with an Azir, this composition is so hard to try to deal with if they get even close to your backline.
They do have some good opportunities, of course, with those long-range ultimates, right? To try to get as much damage down as possible to try to steal it themselves. Sure, maybe they don't have the Super Mega Death Rocket for that big explosive execution on it, but they do have some good range. So even if it is a situation where Wildcard Gaming says, hey, we've got full control of this, if they can sneak a little bit of vision in, if they can send something over so that they can maintain sight on how low the health of that dragon is getting, it's not like all is lost right here. It's off the stage. A great follow-up right there, going to the curtain call as well after getting the root locked down. Minui's going to be the one that takes that final shot, but the teleport's coming through from Strompus onto the backside. They're trying to find a pinch. Focus isn't quite far enough forward. Out comes the Solar Flare. I was anticipating that one. Who do you give the lantern to? Apparently no one. Poor Bay State there did not communicate well enough of who was going to take that. A beautiful flash away by DMK, away from Griffin right here. Out comes the ultimate now from Zera. That's going to be Team K, really taking the front line on this, allowing for these long-range members to deal as much damage as possible. It's working out very well. It's forcing Minwi back, but now the front line comes back through here with Griffin. It's going to be a double kill as Brain goes down, and that certainly means that these other members are a little too squishy to fully engage onto this, especially after taking a zap to the face there as top of stage.
Goodness gracious, the number of threats that this team has, unfortunately, on the side of Wildcard is making it difficult for Bay State to just outright win a fight like this, because they did a good job. They removed the Azir immediately before any sort of disruption could be caused by the Emperor's Divide, anything like that. That was the immediate removal. And without a tank in your front line, you're basically hoping that the Poppy and that the Viego are going to be able to front line for Minwi. Minwi got shoved out by Serenok's ultimate as well. Almost went down to Serenok's ultimate outright, but it didn't matter because Griffin still has enough damage. Alorm still has enough damage on the front line to be able to bully down the frontliners and anybody else on Bay State that they come in contact with. And so this Jhin and this Xerath are playing so far back, they're not really getting a bunch of interaction with those champions. Griffin's not able to hit them really for the most part in those kinds of situations. When you get down to just like the 2v2, 3v3, those two champions are never really going to have a chance to contest against what the Viego's been able to do. So again, the number of threats really going up against Bay State, they got to find ways to pick off every single member.
And this is their attempt here. They don't want to allow the Dragon Soul to go over. Out comes the Emperor's Divide just to send Benjani away, but that's a lot of damage coming out of Minwi thanks to the ultimate. The Hextech Ultimatum also on the backside on Strompus. Forces out a flash, but hey, you got a hook shot to follow it up. That means that Benjani is going to find a very successful fight right there. It is the Dragon Soul that gets picked up by Wildcard Gaming, but how much did they sacrifice to get that as Serenok finds yet another kill with the ultimate thanks to the right of the Arcane. Griffin barely able to get out alive thanks to that temporary speed boost. But hey, you know what? Bay State doing an incredible job of adapting very quickly.
This is a really weird situation because Bay State kind of wins that fight. They take the Baron buff here, which gives them a bit of a gold advantage to work with. And they lost the Infernal Soul, which usually feels like something that would it would be super detrimental. It would be like, okay, that is just an instant win for this team. Almost certainly, like 90% of the time, this is going to look like a very winning situation unless you just throw. But right here, I mean, most of the time, if you're not getting damage onto softest stage of Serenok during the course of a fight, the Infernal Soul means basically nothing anyway. So, it's a really weird interaction where the Infernal Soul actually might not have too much of an impact. Now, if a fight actually does go their way, where they get an engagement into the back line, Bay State are done. The game is probably over. It's because the Infernal Soul is going to rip through them like butter. But, I mean, if they continue the way that they have for the last couple of minutes, where they've been able to keep spacing and not really let anyone infringe upon their backline, there's real potential that this ends up not mattering.
Yeah. And the Baron definitely helps them. They need to try to get this pressure, right? It's going to help Benjani, who excels on this Camille at split pushing, at side laning. And Sofa Sage, even though we have found him in kind of some sticky situations, the reaction time of the rest of the team, the support of not just the support, but everybody else here wanting to keep this member alive. A 700 gold bounty is not something that you want to hand over to Wildcard Gaming so they can add more damage to their already very damage-heavy team, again, on top of having that Infernal Soul. And so I've got to commend Bay State very, very much so for showing a lot of improvement just in the last 10 minutes. It has been pretty massive.
They're rotating around with this Baron buff just to pull as much as they can off the back end of it. That is a single W. It wasn't even a middle W. And that's Strompus, who's going to be in real dire straits. Minwi actually got in the way.
There it is.
Down.
hey, if the curtain call doesn't work, you've still got Right of the Arcane, right? I mean, there's so much potential here, and I think the recognition has come through that that was winning so many fights for Bay State, or at least getting them a little bit of recompense if they have gone down or if they need to find some long-range damage. It makes it a lot more difficult for Wildcard to find the engagements that they are looking for.
This is kind of incredible. They're playing this really heavy siege composition in such a very well-refined way. It's a very unique style, mostly to Bay State. There aren't a bunch of other teams that can actually execute a composition like this, but they're doing it with great aplomb. I want to give props to a number of members, because Soft Sage, it's been a while. I don't actually know that we've seen him on any real amateur teams ever since he was even in scouting grounds, and I saw his name over a year ago on the roster for Bay State and ended up not playing, and I was like, okay, that kind of sucks, because I really like Soft Sage. I thought he was great. And here he is showing up big time on the Bay State roster.
Let's see if somebody can finally be taken down with the ultimate Super Mega Death Rocket does come out. The box does come out, but that's going to be the first member to actually lose the Baron buff here on the side of Bay State. South Stage is going to clear up their own jungle to prevent Griffin from taking any more than he already wants. But my goodness, the amount of pressure they were able to make, that was a huge Baron play, right? That was way bigger than I ever expected, let alone, you know, expecting them to get the Baron is one thing, but to be able to open up the base so wide, to be able to take down not just like 3 towers, but also 2 inhibitors on top of it. Things have completely swapped around. And it's still only 3 towers. Oh my goodness, look at the damage coming out. Hey, the curtain call maybe not necessary. You at least got your assists there. That's what you wanted from that Soft Sage. But holy cow, you got Infernal Dragon. You got now a change over, the Infernal Soul. It doesn't even matter. You got to switch over in the gold differential. It's back in the hands of Bay State, or pretty definitely now, or definitively in the hands of Bay State. And it's up to Wildcard to shut them down. A flash away from the Solar player is going to be great for Soft Stage. Johnny now trying to take this front line here. It will be a lot of beautiful stopwatch right there. Griffin is going to find the shutdown. Gonna follow it up with another attempt right there. It's great to get the hug shot. Will they be able to find the damage onto Griffin? No, and Soft Stage will go down in the meantime. So that is a huge fight, 3-1 in favor of Wildcard.
Multiple levels to that fight that ended up getting engaged on, but Wildcard kind of had an advantage on all of them. Again, Griffin coming up absolutely clutch inside of these fights to be able to challenge into the backline. He's been the only one that's consistently had the ability to really challenge the positioning of Soft Sage and Serenok during the course of these fights. And on the other side, they bring down very easily Dragonman Kim. Also, really props, I saw a couple of rockets there from Minwi. Would have been easy enough to miss, but I saw 2 or 3 land that really shoved back Soft Sage, because he would have been close, very close, to bringing down 1-2 members that could have spelled the exact death right then and right there of Wildcard if they're able to use that Baron buff to continue to shove and get into the base of Wildcard. But unfortunately, not going to be the case. Instead, Wildcard get a very nice shove back out. They're able to use this Jinx and get onto the right targets, and they're able to find kills where they need it to continue this game a little bit further. The team with the Infernal Soul having to defend their base is not something we usually talk about.
Right. Yeah, and not only that, but we're not even looking at a single member having a full build, aside from Soft Sage right here, who did go down, but had such a huge bounty, such a huge killing spree that at this point is still sitting with 450 gold on their heads. But that was only the second death of the game for this Jhin here. Brain is going to find a little bit of a death sentence. The rest of the team coming in, so not enough time to follow that one up. But still, my goodness, honestly, it's these teams that we just anticipate having a really tough time, who are able to adjust themselves and really just transpose themselves into being able to take down these enemy teams. Strumpus now has to get the heck out of dodge, because that's a lot of damage, but none of those shots of Curtain Call to follow it up are going to hit, and none of the rights of the Arcane are going to hit either. That means it's up to DMK. That means it's up to Benjani to engage on this one, but it's the responding engagement from Wildcard Gaming that is huge for them. It's going to be a flash over by Benjani to Strumpus to get over that Emperor's Divide, and now the fight has been split. It's Braid trying to defend himself and trying to take the aggression away from Serenok, and yeah, it worked out, but to what avail, with Serenok being the last surviving member of this team, and now Wildcard is able to break into the opposing base.
And that might actually just be the end of the game, because Minwi is there. He's alive. They've got Infernal Drake. This is just going to be it. Yeah, they're going to be able to finally close out. Wildcard finally survive an onslaught of long-range ultimates. No one goes down. They spend way too much putting damage into Strumpus right there, and I think wasted their opportunity to try to put additional damage into Minwi or whoever else, especially Griffin is a member who kind of tore things through. It was tough for Wildcard. It looked really back and forth, and Bay State was making it look like they were going to capture things, but Wildcard overcome the odds, find themselves a solid fight, and take the dub.
It still took them 36 and a half minutes to get there, though. So even though we're seeing what appears to be, total control, for instance, that's kind of, quoting what I was saying at the beginning of the game, where Wildcard was just in the prime position. They were playing proactively. They were forcing reactive play out of Bay State. Even with all of that, the recognition that Bay State had of, okay, these are our weaknesses, or really actually it's more of, this is where we excel. We have these long-range ultimates. We can take advantage of the fact that we can poke down damage, and then at that point, allow for our front line to really engage there, because they don't really have as much of an opportunity. And I think it was kind of the recognition towards the end of Wildcard being like, all right, Sophist Stage, too far gone. Like, we need to shut this member down. And once you get to that point, once you get to full team fights to where you're able to get not quite an ace, but even 3 or 4 members down, you're looking at such long respawn timers that's kind of the idea. You anticipate, all right, we're past 30 minutes. One team fight could end the game. And while it took a little bit more than that, it still was definitely 1 or 2 team fights that led to massive objective takes that really led to the end of the game then.
Again, it's a really difficult composition to execute on the side of Bay State. They very nearly made it work, which was pretty impressive. But again, it's trust that Wildcard has in each of the individual players, because they're all incredibly talented. And eventually they kind of caught a hold of what was necessary. They had to play Dance Dance Revolution. And honestly, they kind of won the Dance Dance Revolution battle. That was thrust upon them by Bay State. We could say that they are the dance champions right now of this first game, because we're in a best of 3. Maybe we get a run back in the Dance Battle 2. We get an electric boogaloo of this particular series. I'm hoping. I'm thinking that Wildcard might not want that, because that was probably a very unfun game for them, even through the victory. But yeah, we'll get into the second series. I'm assuming the Xerath probably won't be led through a second time, or won't be as easy to grab the second time.
Yep, still some opportunity, because this is, of course, a best of 3, but we are going to take a very quick break, so go grab your drinks. Make sure you're staying hydrated out there, folks. We'll be right back with some more Proving Grounds Close Qualifiers Day number 1. And we are back. We are getting into game number 2 in this best of 3. Of course, this is the second match that we have gotten the pleasure of casting and watching today. If you are just tuning in, man, you're lost. It has been a spectacular day here on the Unified stream. And I don't know about you, I'm definitely looking forward to the next one. I'm really hoping that we don't see our first sweep here, Rebel. And Bay State has proven that they can adjust and adapt accordingly, so it's very possible that we do get all the way out to a maximum getting.
It is entirely possible. I think Bay State had a lot of positives about that game. Things were, I think, crutched upwards just because of the number, the amount of range that they had to work with was definitely helpful in their situation. If they try to take a pure 5-on-5 type team fight, like if they drafted a composition around that, I think it would have been a little bit more difficult for them into that that wildcard roster, just because the way they were able to get Minwi ahead in the earlier stages of the game, the fact that like Benjani was shut out very quickly, it would have meant for a very, very scrappy 5-on-5 that would have eliminated a lot of members, made it very easy for wildcard to just how to take the big fights and transition into the late game with a ridiculous amount of gold. So I don't know if they would go for that. I like the idea of sticking with a little bit more off-kilter type compositions to take wildcard out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I think at that point too, you know, we saw so much prowess coming out of Suffolk Sage and Brain, even though, you know, Brain maybe wasn't like one of the players that we would right off the bat be like, oh, they played spectacularly well. It's the cohesion between those two, right? And Brain did a very good job of early roaming, of trying to involve himself in the fights that were taking place elsewhere on the map. So a lot of potential. And I'm not sure if we've got the post-game stats for that one. Actually, that'd be really cool if we could pull that up. I'm not sure if we have it available for that match. Okay, that's all right. No worries. We don't have those available, but that's okay. I do think, you know, there was a lot of potential. I think maybe the survivability too was probably one of the struggles that we had. You know, you had your initiators, but they weren't really tanky, right? They weren't really in there to soak up damage. They were there to sure be frontline, but really more to deal a lot of damage. As we are getting now into the draft of game number 2, we'll have to see if anything changes. I think, you know, maybe that's an adaptation that I would probably like, is maybe a little bit of crowd control frontline, right? A little bit more resilience, I guess, in terms of that frontline would probably have helped out Bay State quite a bit as well towards the end of that match. I
get the idea of wanting more damage to supplement what could be effectively a lot of poke landing onto somebody, but not necessarily a kill. At the very last fight of the game, if Dragon and Kim were properly fed and actually in a really good position with Flash, actually could have potentially looked for an execute onto 2 full members of Wildcard, and that would have epitomized everything that they were looking for with those 2 champions. Although I will also posit that while Dragonman Kim and Benjani both went for more damaging type builds, so did Alora. Alora was on a Poppy and decided not to build a single tank item. It was complete prisoner, which wasn't a problem most of the game. It wasn't like he was getting assassinated or something like that. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it was funny, we didn't really have a pure front line over the course of that game at all.
Yeah, I guess we didn't. You're right. I mean, I guess Poppy innately has a little bit more, and I think the Leona is really, you know, the big one for me, right? Because that is frontline, but it's also initiation and it's crowd control on top of it. And so the fact that they had that initiator combined with a lot of disengage and a lot of other potential engage coming from, you know, coming from the Poppy, coming from the Diana, coming from the Azir in particular too, for that disengage like we were talking about. There was a lot of good opportunity. You're right. I do actually, Rebel, really like the fact that these are kind of it's not a super meta composition, right? You try to figure out what works well with the expectation that you're not going to ensure that your first, like plan A might not always work. As long as you have a potential plan B or C within that composition, if you're not just looking at one single win condition, then there is a lot of room to grow. And we saw it towards the second half of that match. We also saw just how much that late game scaling composition with Wildcard was able to take command of.
Very interesting. I'm seeing as the draft plays. And first off, Griffin was electrifying on that Viego in game number 1, and so it's not shocking to see them go back to it immediately, but that does give up the Jinx over to Sophist Sage instead of having it in the back pocket of Minwi, who, again, this champion is like 1v5 type champion when it comes to team fighting. It's perfect for absorbing resources. It can pop off in team fights. It seems like a perfect Minwi champion for what they're trying to do by giving resources in the earlier stage of the game. And it's a question of, do they have something in the back pocket that actually works with that? that or works against this Jinx in a similar way? Do they have the Aphelios that they're going to go to as a back pocket pick, or do they have something else prepared? I know Kai'Sa popped up in a couple other regions as another pick that's come back at least a little bit. I don't think it's perfect into the Jinx by any standard, but again, it's a question of what Minwi actually wants. I don't think a Jhin is a response that he would go to on a standard type day. Whether or not he will because of composition is aside right now in terms of question.
Yeah. It's a good point. Oh my gosh, we're seeing a Twitch! We are seeing a Twitch, folks. I am super stoked on this. This is a champion. Honestly, I have not casted a Twitch. I could not pin down the last time that I was able to cast a Twitch. So for it to be here in Proving Grounds, close qualifiers day 1, I am more than stoked to see that. And they're revealing it right off the bat here.
This pick is so criminally underrated in terms of strength, but also in this meta right now. It's decent into Jinx, it's good into Caitlyn, it's good into a number of different picks, and pairing it with Rakan just gives so much invisible range of engagement that you cannot see. I love it. It also attacks the map ridiculously hard, right? Like, it's not just a support roaming anymore. All of a sudden, you have a Rakan and a Twitch in mid lane, and that's going to be miserable for Serenok to pick if he decides to go for more of a non-lethal. This champion is one of my favorite ADCs. I got to cast it in the preseason in the VCS for one of the best ADCs in the world, Artemis, and he went nuts on this champion. I'm so excited to see Minwi pilot this.
I love to hear that. And yeah, if there's going to be somebody who is going to pop off on this champion, it is absolutely Minwi. We've seen the capacity that this player can go with. And that was a quick pick too. That was one of those things where I guarantee in between those matches, Minwi's like, I want to do Twitch. I want to do Twitch. Let me do Twitch. It's not going to be banned out, right? You don't have to worry about that. But it is still kind of important to pick it early on, just so that you can say, all right, well, pick whatever you want. It's kind of a power play too on top of that, right? Of saying, yeah, I don't really care. You've locked in the Jinx here, but hey, we've got a Twitch and a Rakan, and you've got the damage over time. You've got really good initiation. I do like the Jarvan because that is exactly what I was just talking about before we got into this phase. Rebel, is that I want to see a little bit more of the frontline initiation, maybe some crowd control involved in that. And while Cataclysm isn't necessarily the CC that you think of when you say crowd control, it definitely supplies something that was certainly missing from the composition that would have really helped out Bay State in that last match.
I'm curious to see now what is the blind pick that's going to come out here. I appreciate the Vex a lot more than I appreciate anything else. If they were going to be waiting for another Xerath pick, I think things could have gone a little bit differently. But because there's nothing crazy like that, instead they go to the Vex because it's a very strong champion. Serenok's certainly capable of piloting it. Throwing that in also to a Jarvan just means that, like, the dive potential between those two is ridiculous onto individual targets if they can find the Twitch, which will be something that I'll be talking about a little bit later. But importantly, also, it opens up for Benjani's champion pool a little bit more into what we expect Alorum to pick, which is, again, Urgot's one of his most famous. Like, he brought it out all last Proving Grounds. It was stomping kids left and right. He's one of the people that picks it more than just about anyone other than Concept, who is another one. He just got promoted to Immortals Academy. So right there, that's the pick that I would have expected this to be the pick that he went to in a lot of different matchups. So Benjani getting to see that ahead of time is very beneficial.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna bring out the Vhagar as well. All right, Wildcard is looking to have fun with this one. We get a couple Zonites that we don't normally see in the Urgot and the Twitch. We get a lot of crowd control, initiation, lots of heavy damage. But man, having something like the Urgot flip into what could be not just necessarily the cage there for Vhagar, but also to what could be an invisible Twitch on the backside, to what could be, potentially the quickness, a grand entrance. Really, many of these situations kind of allow for some cohesion within this composition. And it is going to be the Gnar that selected a very classic choice into the Urgot. I absolutely adore Gnar. I'm really hoping that Benjani has maybe the new skin that just came out from Gnar here at Elderwood, because it is a gorgeous one. But I am liking the composition is completely different here for Bay State. Aside from, the composition really is very different here. And there's a lot more opportunity for early game for both of these teams. Whereas I think last time we can acknowledge Rebel Fox that they were really going towards a slow start, try to get to late game as quickly as possible, try to force a couple of kills onto their carries so that they could push forward into the team fighting stage. But now there's a lot of different choices, a lot of different ways you can navigate both of these compositions for either team.
I find this to be really interesting because what I'm seeing now in terms of comparing compositions, if you look at like Gnar trying to engage, Jarvan trying to engage, Vex trying to engage, like, you've got denial for a lot of that with the Vigar pick, right? Like, you got Rakan for a lot of counter engage. Even Urgot's really good in counter engage type situations. But in terms of enforcing your willpower here for Wildcard, I think it's difficult to go for a really aggressive cage on the Vigar. I think that Rakan can easily get blown up by like the Vex on the way in if you're not really careful to set up for like the Jinx excitement and things like that. And so on one side you've got a lot of engage, and the other side you've got a lot of counter engage. So there's this really interesting little dynamic that's going to happen of, okay, who is much more clean on their play against the other side? Because if a Jarvan gets down enough damage from DMK and you're able to kind of lay on what is Serenok's damage, maybe Gnar engagement, and play around the cage from Vigar, this looks like a team composition that can just explode Wildcard. But if they disengage, the counter engage comes through from Pakis, from Strompist, and all these members, the team fight's just going to go completely awry. Like, there's so much that could go wrong for Bay State if they are not absolutely crisp and clean on this full engagement.
Yeah, the full engagement, but hey, what about before that? Because again, both of these teams have a lot of opportunity for early game pressure. You know, you get a solid polymorph out. Sure, it's not, again, as much crowd control maybe as you would like towards the bottom side, but that doesn't really matter because you do have plenty across the board. Not straight up hard TC, you know, not quite looking at like the event horizon, of course, that's going to be coming out of Strompist here. But if you're able to just kind of layer these enough, there's a really big opportunity that Bay State has now to kind of put some pressure in the early part of the game. Again, of course, Wildcard does have the opportunity to do the same thing, but I would like to see Bay State really put the pedal to the metal right off the bat on this one and try to at least get some pressure somewhere on the map, because you really don't want Wildcard to be able to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, for me, Bay State has to stay ahead of the curve. Otherwise, like, Wildcard's draft is just too hard to deal with. Like, this is such a mean composition if they find ways to get gold advantages. If you've got Twitch in a position where you can just, like, pop up out of invisibility, press your ultimate, and 3-tap Vex, 3-tap Mini-Gnar, 3-tap Jinx, there's nothing to interact with. There's no way a Jarvan's going to be able to accomplish anything, even if you find the Twitch to get on top of. Not to mention, I mean, execute damage. You're going to be able to get your Viego going really heavily. The Vigar ultimate is a really good combination with the Viego to get the ball rolling with like executes and starting off on that chain reaction. There's a lot to love about what Wildcard has done here, not only because of the synergy inside of the team, but also the champions themselves are not ones that you would find on a bunch of teams, right? Twitch is pretty unique to Minwi so far in the tournament. Vigar is something that I know Strompus has posted about on Twitter. You gotta keep his Twitter up if you want to know what the mid lane meta is, because he talked about Corki too, and they're literally been banning Corki because of it.
Oh yeah, that was a huge one, even in the last season too, when it came to somebody who is going to be committing to this Corki. And it was one of those, definitely, that not everyone could execute. And certainly I would say both of these mid laners are capable, but for real, Strompus is one that you really don't want to give over because of the additional range, right? Because of the engagement opportunities, also the disengage. And I think that's something that's big that's coming to the meta right now, is the recognition of, all right, having this flexibility of, yes, it's kind of goes back to what I was saying about win conditions, right? You don't want one. You want the ability to either, use these things to engage or disengage. If you're forced into one corner of that, then you're really not opening yourself up for a lot of opportunities, whether you're behind, whether you're ahead, right? So it doesn't really matter how things play out. It's really good opportunities for you. And I really like the way that Bay State played in the last one. Again, it took 36.5 minutes for Wildcard to actually be able to end the game, even though it seems pretty definitively in their control throughout the majority of the game. So this is feeling pretty good. I love the Twitch, Rebel. It has been so long.
Just pray that we don't get an AP Twitch. Now, the Doran's Ring is not a bad option, actually, even if you're going for the AD Twitch, especially when you're going for like first strike, because that E damage is ramped pretty high. Minwi actually went for the W level 1. It gives such interesting options for like slowing, pushing back the Jinx, and being able to do a bit of damage to your wave just because of the poison stacks. But it is an awkward choice, to say the least, because of course, like, that's it. That's the ability right there. Like, you get some poison stacks, which does like 6 damage a tick or something. At this point, it might even be just 2 damage per stack or something like that, which isn't all that much. It doesn't do that much for you. Level 2 is the spike, where you get the E and you can start pulling hella damage or hella gold from the first strike rune, but until then you're going to be on the back foot a little bit.
It does kind of give you the opportunity. Now here's the other side of it, right? It does give you the opportunity of knowing the second I hit level 2, if I already have a bunch of poison stacks down on somebody, I can put the point into my E, and then I can immediately expunge. And so that kind of gives you a cool opportunity as opposed to, obviously autos are going to apply these stacks too, right? But it's a lot easier to do that from a distance, from a safe place, especially when you have someone like Macan as your support to say, all right, I am accumulating stacks on you, whether it's the individuals or it's the minion wave that you're going up against. Of course, that wasn't the situation here, as we can see. There might have been. We might have had some damage there that went down onto Brain. But the additional range right now that Bay State has is certainly going to help them in the early part of this game. And that's why I like to see them have this pressure that I was kind of requesting from this team.
Yeah, they've set themselves up. Of course, with Lulu, it's really hard to get this like lane going quite yet. It's going to be, for the most part, just an absorption thing where they're just going to be taking the pressure from the Jinx and the Lulu to kick things off. The rest of the map, I want to take stock of as soon as we get back as well, just because we haven't seen really where the junglers have been pathing all that heavily. But bot lane seems to be a place where you're going to see not only the Twitch, but you're also going to see the Jinx. So both of the big carries, I think, on their respective teams. Mid lane's also really interesting because you've seen today the Vex getting out and about, which was a lot of cinnamon bread, but also Strumpus decided on the Predator rune on the Veigar, which is just a roaming rune. It's something that you can take. I've even seen Kassadin take it, but like taking that for a lot of burst and ability to get out and about on a champion that sometimes struggles with pure wave clear into a lot of different champions. It's a way to kind of have better actions about the map and help out the team a bit more.
For sure. It is a good start, right? And I think, you know, going back to kind of what you were touching on too with just the Lulu in general, hey, sometimes all you need is a polymorph, right? Sometimes all you need is to kind of stall out the enemy team, especially with this kind of composition. I think it actually fits it really, really well in that, you know, those little crowd controls. That's probably the biggest, you know, form of CC that we actually see here on this team, aside from like the Cataclysm. But again, it's not direct CC, right? You're just kind of containing somebody within a certain area. But with somebody like Jinx on the backside who has the ability to get excited, if you're able to do something like that polymorph and really just set your team up for 1 to 2 extra seconds of, hey, we have the upper hand, that's a good way to get an early lead in this game. And we already kind of saw it there. They're going to have to be laying down the pressure on the bottom side of the map. And I guess I'm mostly curious too to see how these junglers decide to engage. I can imagine with the far push forward that currently Bay State has, that Griffin is going to be heading down towards that bottom side because it's so darn easy, especially with Viego. You know, especially with the ability to just kind of get in there as quickly as possible, whether or not you're revealing or exposing yourself, it doesn't matter even. And so as we head back into the game, thank you guys for being patient with us. It is a slight lead in gold, of course, thanks to some of the damage that they have applied here on to these towers and the pressure that they've got. Focus, gonna try to go in and ends up getting rooted down, steps right onto the trap. Very, very well placed there by Bay State. And they're trying to keep this fight forward. Oh my goodness, is the zap gonna hit? No, it won't, but that is okay because you should have a flag and drag available to flash forward, but that can be matched, and it's gonna be first blood going over to DMK.
And now stuck between a rock and a hard place is Minwi, who is just going to go down. No one's here to bail him out on, actually, a TP from Veigar. Really late. Sophist, is he going to get caught? Very nice flash to get out of the Veigar cave. That went a lot slower than I thought it was going to. I expected them to just kill him and be gone, or maybe even turn onto Veigar as soon as Veigar showed up, but somehow Minwi able to sneak his way out of that situation before anything else, burning the flash, of course. And now top lane, the response gank, where Griffin, with the flash, able to get on top of Benjani.
Very, very well played and well started from Bay State. Exactly what I want to see from this composition. So the fact that they have this recognition of, all right, you know, this is currently our win con, right? This is our plan A in the envelope kind of thing. It is nice to see. And all right, you know what, Benjani, while I'm sad that you don't have the new Elderwood skin, I can appreciate the fact that you've at least got the chroma for the Dino Gnar. Right? These are very important things that we have to discuss, Rebel.
Yes, the chromos for the Dino Gnar are always very, very nice. They're some of my favorite skins in the entire game. They came out right about the time I first started too, so it was like one of the first skins. I was like, oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, cool. Gnar was one of the first champs to come out when I started playing, and I think Dino, he was released with that set of skins, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, and if you didn't know, the chromas, there's a lot of them actually where it changes the boomerang to a piece of fruit, a banana, a melon slice, you know, an orange slice, all kinds of things. So I am appreciative of chromos a lot right now, and it looks like it's going to be an initiation, of course, a pop-up on us off the stage. In comes the flag and drag. That's a lot of poison stacks, but Griffin end up going down here when there's 3 members focusing on you. That likely will be the case, and it is going to be the flash forward, and Brain ends up picking up that kill. 1 to 3 now for Bay State.
controlling the bottom side, making sure that the nothing is going to be beginning to snowball, setting your Jinx up for really good posturing eventually, and also potentially looking towards the dragon control when that actually begins to be an objective that you're paying attention to. Not to mention Vex is doing fine into the Veigar in the earlier stages of the game. Now they're looking for a bit of trade on the bottom side again.
A lot of damage, and they've got a little bit of minion coverage here as well. The expunge, not quite there yet. I've seen a lot of this, of max stacks, without the expunge actually coming through, maybe being utilized a little bit too early on here. Alarm now is recognizing that they've got a pretty big advantage. I like that. You know what? I'll just attack the Krugs if I can't get myself out of this fight. And at least Wildcard are finding themselves several saving graces across the board.
Yeah, we see a couple of things kind of developing. First off, of course, top lane dominance. Alorm is on. He's trademark champion. He's kind of low-key stomping Benjani right now because Mininar just has basically no way outside of the leap from getting away from the Urgot, which means that if you unfortunately get caught up with the slow and or the flip, there's just there's basically no way to handle anything like that. You can see that's the struggle that's been going on. Griffin into the mid lane. Serenok forced the flash, getting stunned.
Oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage coming from Griffin, but it was a fantastic flash to avoid the event horizon right there and avoid death.
Good job. Griffin now beginning into the portion of the game where he's going to look to start exploiting, hopefully, not only the Veigar cage, but also more of the CC, especially from the Rakan and the Urgot, to set up, because he can gank in pretty much all three lanes to some extent, which is a rather nice place to be, especially because now with the Viego, it seems to be the very big crux of the composition when you're looking at what they've got on Wildcard. They've got like the Veigar, which has an execute that I already mentioned, but Urgot's got an execute, and they've also decided to go for the AP Twitch, which is like the variant that's going to have that big burst of damage to set for the execute as well, so that they can get resets on Griffin. After last game, it's not shocking that they're going to go put their eggs into more of a Griffin team fighting basket, because he was going completely crazy inside of those fights. I would prefer the AD Twitch, because I think it's better if they happen to be wanting to fish for things. You can pop out of invisibility and basically just immediately execute squishy members. But here, I think they're anticipating more of a 5-on-5, which makes sense because of like the Gnar and the combination with the Jarvan. And so this is to help set up their team fight in a little bit better of a way.
They've got a little bit of pressure here in the bottom lane, recognizing that. They're also going to go in and snag this first dragon of the game. Of course, we're looking at a Chem Tech here to start things off, so that feels pretty good for Bay State. They've got pressure in a good portion of these lanes as well, and if you take a look at the vision across the board, they are definitely focusing towards the bottom half of the map right now. And, that's okay, even though Benjani is sitting at 0-2-0, even though we've seen a couple of solo kills that Alorm has gotten, that's not the current win condition that Bay State is currently focusing on. And I like the fact that it's not quite tunnel vision, it's not quite blinders, but it is just more precision focus, right?
They're trying to make sure their bottom side is set up, and Gnar, for the most part, is just going to be a pretty big team fighting tool to be able to assist, not only with, like, Jarvan Cataclysm sets it up pretty well, but also just making sure that, like, if they're fighting in weird terrain, you can punish that as well and set up for a bit more of, like, your AoE damage from Vex and from Jinx as well. So they're putting the gold and the resources where those resources need to be, which is on in the mid and in the bottom side of the map, and also getting themselves Dragon at the same time. Wildcard Gaming, they're looking to spike their gold income because they understand the objective control probably is going to go to the side of Bay State on bottom side for some time, given that like the AP Twitch takes a second to really get into the game, doesn't have the same kind of ability to just pure collapse because the damage is back-ended when your Twitch stacks end up, or the contamination stacks end up very, very high. So when that happens, eventually the AP is going to really come online and become a very big detriment to Sophist Stage, but for the first bit of the game, the control of the first two dragons probably just needs to be seeded, which is why you see they're playing in the top side. They're using Alorm's very strong top side, they're using the Rift Herald gold as much as possible. We missed that in mid lane. Looks like there's a bit of a scrap that was going on there.
Oh, yeah, and it's a pretty far push forward as well, it looks like, from Bay State right there. No damage on to Griffin, of course, so maybe just the pressure so that we can see DMK going in, getting some Raptors. Hey, at least it's something. And now the recall. The pings are coming out. Of course,
wow.
Wildcard is aware of what's going on, but look at the damage that's being put onto this tower. Less than 10 minutes in, and that's already 3 plates. Brain is here. DMK is in the wings. You also have Serenok, who is backing this instance. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be committed. Yes, it does look like it is going back to purchase a couple of items here. I will say I like to see the Dark Seal this early on. While I do like the AD Twitch better, I love to see a Dark Seal on a Twitch, and if you can get those stacks up early on, it can really lead you very well into the, not even the late game, but into the mid game that allows you pressure early on for the late game.
Very interesting. I don't know what actually caused the problem for Minwi to have to force it back, but what happened during the course of the mid lane play was like, a kill had gone down. It looked like it was just a basic gank from DMK, probably hit like an E from Serenok. The ultimate I don't think was even used from either one of them, so it was just a clean gank onto Strumpus before the thing went down. But more importantly, the bottom side of the map forced it like a back from Twitch, and that meant they couldn't hold the tower. They pulled 3 full plates onto Jinx, which is just absurd. Like, that's unacceptable. Like, Jinx is going to be so powerful coming out of this laning phase, and with 2 dragons, I mean, that's not the place that Wildcard wants to be when they're fighting against a composition that's looking to fight the way that Bay State is right now. If they are able to get out of the laning phase without too much more pain into Benjani and Dragonman Kim being just as strong as he is right now, I really do think they've set themselves up for a very solid later game.
I am kind of curious actually looking at the items here because you've got the Vamp Scepter as well as that Noon Quiver, you know, that's generally indicative of oh my goodness. What's going on here? Sorry, my screen just went kind of crazy. All right. That's usually that's indicative of oh my gosh, why is my brain not working now? It's been a really long day, Rebel Fox, and it hasn't even been a really long day, I'll tell you that much. But I would normally go with the Gale Force, including the fact that you've got a Twitch on the opposite side, right? If you want to be able to get some repositioning in that, Jinx does not have a lot of her own shield bow, thank goodness. I kept wanting to say Iron Spike Whip. I don't know what is wrong with my brain right now, but the Immortal Shield Bow, right? So it's possible that it is just a Vamp Scepter, you know, in an attempt to get a little bit of early life steal. As we can see, it is Shelly that's going to be coming out on the top side, and that likely will be the second tower down of the game. The first one here for Wildcard Gaming, of course. Still, full plates on board for 2 minutes, though. This is so much pressure coming out of, honestly, all of these lanes. This is kind of insane to see 2 towers down this early on.
Yeah, a lot of faith being put into Alorn here to be able to do quite a bit of work in the later stages or in these mid-game team fights, just because he is an absolute menace on this champion that he's got. He's also very good at the champion that he's got just in general. But you're going to have to do a fair amount of the heavy lifting. Again, it's going to be a minute for Twitch to really get in. It's going to be a minute before the Vigar really starts to ramp up, get a bunch of the stacks going, and the AP is going to be enough to do a bunch of significant damage, right? But the team fight pretty much is already together for the side of Bay State. Once the first item's done for Jinx, she can start dropping rockets. Won't do the most damage, but you combine that with Vex damage, you combine it with Jarvan's early game damage alongside all the AoE they've got, and all of a sudden this fight is just there and complete. So Lorem actually goes for the Hull Breaker. This is something he's done previously for a bit more laning pressure, just to try to put more gold and more kind of attacking maneuvers into the side lane.
And that's definitely something that is going to lead into the late game because we're already very quickly getting to that point. I mean, we're almost looking at a second tower being taken down. If you're able to, at 13, 14 minutes, say, all right, cool, top, you're good, right? We've got 2 towers down already. If we need to, I can continue to place pressure here. And it will be the second tower there likely to go down as the second dragon has been picked up as well. Bay State, very, very good acknowledgement of, hey, you know what? They're taking top, right? There's not really a lot that we can do, and I think they've kind of conceded that at the very start, like I was talking about. They're putting most of their focus and pressure to try to go into the mid and the bottom, and you're absolutely right, Rebel. When it comes to the later stages, sure, Gnar does a lot of damage. If he's fed, that's fantastic, but the primary purpose for him is in the team fight stages to be able to utilize that ultimate, and to get really the positioning and the crowd control, the lockdown there, as well as using Mega Gnar to kind of soak up a lot of that frontline damage. So he's going to be more than capable of doing that, even being behind in this lane.
My big question, I guess, for Wildcard right now is, like, is Alorem enough of a win condition for yourself to actually compete against Bay State, who've been setting themselves on a pretty solid front foot in the course of this game? They got their Jinx ahead, they got their team fight online, DMK is doing really well because they're frontliner and their primary engage. So, like, your response is, we've got a very powerful Urgot. It's okay, is that enough? Because right now it seems like the focus of their composition with the AP Twitch and with the Urgot and the Vigar with all of this execute is to get Griffin really far ahead, but Griffin hasn't absorbed a ridiculous amount of gold either over the course of this game, hasn't been able to find too much in terms of like ganks or pressure, and hasn't been a part of much of the top lane. You've had like the one dive at the very beginning, but outside of that has just been basically matching the farm of DNK, and other than that didn't absorb, I think, any of the plates either. So we're in a place where like Griffin's supposed to be the primary focus, Urgot's got a lot of gold to himself. Is that enough to carry through a big team fight that Bay State wants to set up?
Yeah, that makes it really difficult because if you do have things like Gnar, and that's me saying the ultimate, not the champion name, because his ultimate is just Gnar in all caps with an exclamation point. You've got that. When you've got the Cataclysm, things like this, to where the crowd control can be layered on top of each other, including, right, the doom and gloom, including the personal space coming out of Vex. You have so many different things that you can layer that are each individually a second or two themselves. So hopefully, I'm really, really hoping that this isn't like, an issue that a particular player is having. I know that we saw a couple disconnects before, at least a pop-up saying something about Minui having problems. I know we also saw something saying Benjani had problems. So fingers crossed that all these players are capable of playing at their highest level. That's the last thing we want, is for some team to maybe go down and in the end say, man, if only I was able to have a solid connection. If only I was able to, have some hardware that was working a little bit more in my favor. So I'm fingers crossed that is the last pause that we're gonna have to come through. I'm sending all of my good energy to the hardware, and I guess to the ISPs of these players and wherever they're at.
I actually want to make mention of this because we get a moment on broadcast to talk about something a little bit more fun, which is just that, like, we sent out like a player survey and we got a bunch of responses back to speak a little bit about just how much Urgot is played by Alorum. In the question that was labeled, it was a kiss, kill, marry, I think was the way that we phrased it. Urgot was in his kiss column, which means that if he had to select one champion from the game, he would kiss Urgot, which is perhaps the only person who said that, but it is a testament to just how much he appreciates this champion and what it does for him. Funny enough, actually, a little trivia question for all of you. The most wanted to kill champion across every player in the entire event was Yuumi. Everybody hates Yuumi, apparently.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I'm really not surprised. However, I brought up the fact because you mentioned that stat as we were kind of going through this and giggling about some of the answers that people had. I feel like it'd be easier for me to kill a person than it would to be to kill an animal. But I guess when it's a humanoid cat or a cat that can read, that puts them into a different league. It's going to be a Cataclysm. An attempt at jumping over the wall was absolutely denied right there. Serenok is going to find one with the ultimate, tries to throw out the second charge of it. It's not going to come through. A nice little hop over for Benjani means that is going to be a Megadar. The ultimate comes through. Going to be followed up by the W, but it's not quite enough damage and not enough of the team there to be able to follow through on that. In the ult coming from Alorum, and of course that is going to pick up the one. Griffin will end up going down. That was Serenok that picked up that kill. So overall, a successful one for Bay State, including the fact that they now have an opportunity here to pick up a second Rift Herald.
So they're putting 5 champions versus 5 champions. That's where Bay State wants to be. They're able to really set up a fantastic cage from the Veigar to really tear apart the team. Alorum's off on the side and just has to take Benjani as like a member who dove further into him to keep him out of the fight. And yes, you do get the shutdown there, but you got 2 kills onto your Vex now. Serenok is in a place where he's going to start to do some really good damage in tandem with Softest Age, with Dragonman Kim in these big 5-on-5s. They grab themselves the Rift Herald, and they can set themselves up with this Rift Herald to grab for the next dragon. They can go for the soul. Yes, it's a Cloud Soul, so it's not super duper impactful for what they want. It's no Infernal Soul or something like that, but they've gotten themselves into a really solid place in this game. 1,000 gold lead isn't too much, but I feel like they're very comfortable with the position they found themselves in.
Yeah, and the members that they want to keep alive, they've literally kept alive the whole time. There are 3 deaths, sure. There are 3 kills for Wildcard Gaming. They're all 3, though, onto Benjani. And when it comes to whoever you are okay with taking those deaths, it's absolutely that top laner. It's absolutely that Gnar. And so even though you're only looking at, Jinx, you're looking at Sophia Sage only having, the 1 kill, but still the 3 assists. And again, no deaths. And it was the Immortal Shield Bow that they ended up going with here. So it's not about the repositioning. They're not worried about that. There's enough confidence here for Bay State's front line and the ability to land some solid crowd control that, you'd rather have that survivability, that sustainability. And now it looks like it might be Benjani caught out here. It absolutely is Benjani caught out here. And it is, of course, going to be that ultimate primordial burst that takes down that member. In the meantime, though, Bay State has found themselves another use here for the second Rift Herald, trying to potentially find a second charge. As the fight does break out, they're going to walk right past the second Rift Herald here. It is going to be the quickness that comes out. Nothing to really follow that up. The teleport to come through, that just kind of tells Bay State, hey, you got to get the heck out of here, especially with Sophia Sage sitting at almost no mana, and that's going to be the disconnect.
They found Benjani on the side, and again, the teleport in meant that they had the numbers advantage, but it wasn't fast enough to really defend the tower. The gold advantage still is super high, but cracking these towers little by little, it's going to open up the map for better vision control from Bay State, especially around the shallow portions of this interior jungle, like what we're looking at right now for Wildcard. And it means they can set up their team fight a lot better, especially if they're able to find a pick specifically onto Strumpist. If they find Strumpist or Bacchus over the course of like the vision, and they're able to get a first engagement and find a pick really quickly into the member of that team, there's basically no turn and no ability to kind of disengage from the fight that's going to be enforced from Dragonman Kim and the rest of this Bay State squad. So really important tower take, being able to snag that mid tower and further gold into the pockets of Jinx. You're going to take both of those all day in exchange for Johnny.
Oh, yeah. That's absolutely worth it. And again, I mean, Benjani's already kind of your sacrificial lamb, right? This is already a situation where Benjani's gone down several times, whether it's 1v1s against Alorm, whether it is, you know, in these team fights where Benjani is being this front line, is just trying to gather up as much of this rage as possible to get to the Mega Gnar form to say, hey, I'm here, and oh my goodness, out comes the Fear Beyond Death. Alorm is going to find yet another one with that Strumpist very low on the backside. Benjani being the one to fight for that, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get out. Yes, they will. Not only is it a flash over the wall, but perfect timing on being able to get to that Mega Gnar form. The ultimate as well coming out now from this Vex to be able to continue the fight. Let's see if it can get a second touch, just barely avoiding that. Very well done by both Pocus and Minui. Out comes the poison, or the venom cask, sorry. I don't know what else confuses me, because I thought venom was injected, but that's fine. We're not going to cover that. It looks like it is another charm, so quick this comes out right here. That's going to be multiple members that are satisfied with the charm, but it doesn't mean the wild card can continue on with any more kills.
No, it cannot. They find the really nice pick off the back of a bunch of burst damage being thrown into a single target, and again, getting the pullback from Urgot. But when the pieces of the engagement come together for the side of Bay State, you can see just how detrimental it is. They nearly got a pick onto Benjani, but Gnaring out and being able to set up for Dragon and Kim, not even needing their ADC there really to capitalize on that play. So good stuff from Bay State. They grabbed their third Dragon as well. They've got an okay gold lead. Again, not getting too much further past 1,000, but feeling okay about themselves. They're just waiting to get their own engagement off. I feel like that's one thing you'll have to keep track of is you don't want to see Bay State fall victim to, okay, we can get engaged into because we're good at fighting. They want to set their own engagement, pick their own target, because that's going to be important. You know, if Urgot pulls somebody way too important, things get problematic.
And particularly when you have somebody like a Gnar, where you have a stipulation on when you really want to go in. That's the buildup of Mega Gnar, right? And luckily, well, I guess not luckily, it definitely was kind of a skill-based thing, because that was Gnar was looking for those autos, was looking for that damage to be able to build up to it, and it was absolutely perfect timing. Honestly, the thing that impressed me most was the flash over that wall, because that is definitely one that you can easily miss if you don't walk close enough, if you don't have your cursor in the right place, because it is max range on the flash to be able to get over that guy. So it's even more so at least attempts here by Bay State to make these proactive plays, or to make these plays that is based on their own script, because they want to be able to have Gnar go in there. Yes, the sacrificial lamb, sure, but if that's the only purpose right now that you're really getting from this player, it's even more important that it ends up working out in your favor in terms of having that person come through as a big crowd control missing link. I guess there's no animal name really for Gnar in particular.
Yeah, it's a place where like they have to feel comfortable with a number of different ways of finding engagements. Dragonman Kim can be the first one in. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. I don't think they're going to be able to burst out Dragonman Kim, and so that's probably what their fix is just that, like, if DMK is first in and then Johnny has enough Narbar stacked, they don't really have to worry about the engagement, because all of a sudden, the Cataclysm's going to set up for Benjani to do some pretty great things with the Gnar ultimate. You can kite backwards. Again, if you're able to set Wildcard on a pace where, they use the Venom cast, they use the Event Horizon, and they're able to kind of move backwards with it to find turn onto frontliners. Jarvan doesn't get excruciatingly beefy. He's not like the tankiest of the tanks in the earlier stages. And again, Gnar isn't really that way either, especially in mini Gnar form, but even in Mega Gnar form, capable of being burst down when you've got a bunch of single target damage to try to get Griffin into a fight. So it might come down to Wildcard's ability to just kite out of the fight, and the ability for them to find something off the back of that. But that, again, it feels like you're giving onus over to Bay State if you decide on a strategy like that.
Yeah, for sure. And that's also one of those things where they have the ability to kite through things. You know, maybe not quite as much thanks to the fact that honestly the event horizon really allows for kiting back to just be a huge part of things, because it's such a massive circle that you have to avoid. And we've seen that a lot of these members of Bay State are willing to flash through. They're willing to flash over that, right? A couple of them have been locked down by it, but the rest of the team is very quick to recognize, okay, we need to kind of come up and soak in this aggro, do whatever we can, maybe poke down our own damage so that they don't really have the opportunity to go in on whoever gets locked down by that event horizon. So it's kind of a back and forth, but you're absolutely right there, Rebel. The last thing that Wildcard is wanting to do is to put these choices, or to put this benefit of proactive play into the hands of Bay State, because they're already looking for that so much. They already kind of have stipulations on how they will be in control. And if you say, all right, we'll start the fight when you want to start it, you're already a step way behind, because a big part of that is, like I said, the NAR.
I want to give a big shout out also to the other stream, because Academy is still going. Currently, no team is up 1-0 over the competition. So Radiant's down 0-1 in that series up against their opposition. Again, 2 seeds. I think they were coming out as the 6 and the 7 seed from the Friar. So one of our closest games came in as 7 and 8 in this one. So a really important series that could be for both of them to be able to take some precedence over the other and be able to claim a further spot inside Proving Ground. So in case you're interested in how that one's going, quick ones here, just a little update for you.
Yeah, definitely good to see that we don't really have stomps on either side, right? I mean, that could go either way. It could still be a sweep of a series in either direction, either here or on the Academy side of things. But still, the fact that we started out the day, both best of threes going to all 3 games, the initial part of it, I mean, you really can't ask for a lot more, especially on day number 1, where the anticipation is that we have disparities within the bracket, right? You're kind of expecting that things are going to go heavy-handed in one direction. And hey, we were this close, Rebel, to just everybody being absolutely wrong about the situation and the state of things with Golden Guardians and with 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Darn, I'm so sad that we're having these problems, because this is a great game. What Bay State is doing such a good job. I think something I keep touching on consistently is the adaptability that these teams are having, especially when they're coming from the underdog. Really, I guess the lower seed doesn't necessarily imply that they are an underdog, but it does imply that, I guess, when it comes to overall rankings, they are placed lower than the other team. And so the adaptability is something I'm always looking out for, and something that I can consistently highlight all day long. That's what we have been seeing from these lower seed underdog-ish teams.
The best way to put it, I think, in my idea, is just that this is a team that is down 1-0. Game 1 was pretty close. They had a hard composition to run. In Game 2, they're looking like they have a bit more control. Even though the gold hasn't spiraled out of control. In fact, I think we're actually just about even in gold. This is how it was in the first series of the day in game number 1 between UCI and Golden Guardians, and we saw how that one went, where UCI was able to make the upset happen. So excited to see when the actual enforcing 5-on-5 team fight comes through, because that's going to be a big moment for Bay State, because we've typed it up. We've talked about it all this time about how the Jinx can do some pretty significant work. The Vex can do some work alongside this Jarvan and the rest of the team. If the NAR is able to get in, we can do crazy things. But they do have to execute on it. They have to find their moment to get the 5-on-5 fight going.
Yep. Yeah, and that means that Wildcard has a really big opportunity right now. They're in that in-between state right now. Not only do you want to, kind of what you were touching on before, not only do you want to give the fight to the hands over of Bay State, but at the same time, it's their opportunity right now to force out a team fight to begin before Bay State even wants to be involved in it. And that means that either you are going to get a really good opportunity to where they're not ready for it if you do force this out, or it's not even a full team fight, right? That's the other side, is that these other players are kind of on the outskirts, waiting for their opportunity, waiting for that NAR bar to build up, waiting for, maybe some cooldowns or a little bit of regen to come through. And so this is absolutely the moment the Wildcard can really sway things in their direction, especially given the fact that we are looking at pretty even keel gold amounts. And you certainly don't want to allow Bay State to have control over these as the next dragon is going to be spawning, right? I think they've got just 2 right now under their belt, but still that allows them to be set at the next one. If they get the 3rd, they're at Dragon Soul Point. And you don't want to give another soul over. We've seen how big of a deal this can be. Like you said, this is Cloud. It's not necessarily the greatest thing to really risk your life or to risk a big team fight over, but at the same time, if you have all these objective advantages, it's even still extra gold that you're getting in. It's still a buff that you have over the enemy team. So no matter how highly contested that specific one might be, it is still a Dragon Soul, and I feel like it's always something that you should go for if you have the upper hand.
Movement speed is always helpful for a team composition that's looking to engage really quickly. Also, really quick, just to make sure, Bay State is on 3 dragons. They were able to get the 3rd direct cloud break. So right now they are on Soul for the game. So that means that within the next 5 minutes, I don't know exactly how long till the dragon timer because I don't have it in front of me, but within the next 5 minutes, we will be getting what is likely an explosive play around the dragon, be it either a pick or something like that from one of the 2 teams, or a big team fight to come in around that dragon point, where all of a sudden the Soul could be contested, and the gold lead will probably be broken very heavily from where it's at right now. We're not going to see, almost certainly, unless both teams just decide to wipe on it and then we get nothing, or one team just snags it and the other team walks away, which is perfectly fine too. But all things would consist, at least in my opinion, I think both teams would be okay necessarily with a 5-on-5 happening around this, which is I don't know. That is, unless, of course, Wildcard says we don't need to care about the Dragon Soul because it's a Cloud Drake, so 10% movement speed sucks to play against, but we don't necessarily need to deny it from them if they feel they need to get the Twitch further or the Vigar further in their build first.
You know, yeah, it is. I do think when you got Gnar with a speed boost, if you got Jinx, who already has her own innately, as it looks like we missed a little bit. The Baron has already been started here. It's Bay State who is in charge of this one. And Benjani is going to be jumped on, stuck within the event horizon. Oh my god, instantly melted right there. It's going to be a very, very quick primordial burst. Very fitting name. And that means that Bay State has acknowledged that they just have to back away from this one. That's going to be the end of the fight. And no Baron for no one. Oh, never mind. Sorry, the flag and drag in. A lockdown onto DMK. And it's going to be a nice little dodge right there. In goes Pocus with the quickness. Does apply it to multiple members, but nobody was there and ready to continue the engagement, as we do just have Lorman Griffin, these close range members on the front side.
The massive miss right there from the Gnar ultimate. It started, and then of course the surround of the event horizon made it very difficult. You could see that Bay State is trying to fish for a full engagement. Cataclysm has not been burnt quite yet. Dragon and Kim kind of low, waiting to use that one.
Ooh, that's so much damage. Once again, Strampus comes in clutch. The event horizon, it goes down. It's going to be DMK. Flag and drag away from that one. Potential opportunity for a reinitiation, but that's also an opportunity for a beautiful event horizon. A lot of damage onto Soft Sage, who gets taken down here by Griffin, and now it is only 3 members available here for Bay State. All 5, they're Gesher down. Yet another tower. That's the 4th one for Wildcard, doubling out what Bay State has managed to get for themselves.
Absolutely incredible. What I loved about that situation is 2 things happened. First off, Bay State burnt so much of their resource, not only like the Gnar ultimate, but also the Vex ultimate and the Lulu ultimate, before the fight had ever really taken place, because they were kind of looking for a 5-on-5, but weren't able to get a full enough engagement to get anything that was substantial or something that was going to actually satiate what they wanted in that situation. And number 2, 3 people got surrounded with an event horizon over the course of that play. I don't know how it is that Sophist Sage, Brain, and Benjani found themselves in 3 different of those. I know Sophist Sage almost got caught in the second one too, but had the flash to get out. But that feels like something that should not be happening over the course of this, right? Like, if you're far enough up as the Vigar to be pulling down event horizons in the face of the opposing Jinx, like, that's an issue, right? That's where you're going to be looking for the counter engagement from Dragon Min Kim, but at that point he'd been pushed out. So it's Wildcard understanding the limitations of their composition, my apologies, and making sure that they're able to capitalize when these tools are down, when these team fighting, dependitures for Bay State just are not there. And because of that, they've now taken themselves a 3,000 gold advantage. They're feeling much better inside of this game, just because all of a sudden the itemization is starting to come through. Strampus looks a lot stronger than he was just minutes ago.
I think something else to consider in terms of that kind of control is forcing out Mega Gnar. We might just see it right here. There it is. Mega Gnar's coming through as the Cataclysm is on the backside. It's going to be a flash out by Manui, who doesn't have a ton of damage. The Fear Beyond Death with a beautiful shot means Alorum's going to find one. That's going to be a good stopwatch by Serenok to be able to flash over into the enemy Raptor Pit, but you are still in enemy territory right here. Serenok has to re-engage, but it's going to be Strampus who picks up the kill once again with the Primordial Burst. That means now we've got 3 members stuck with this event horizon. So much damage yet again, and Wild Gaming have acknowledged we have the upper hand for sure. They're willing to chase down this fight in Benjani. A beautiful stall right there as well by Griffin. That means that Wildcard is absolutely going to take away this Dragon Soul.
It's incredible right there, the way the Wildcard has turned around this game in just the last 5 minutes alone. Bay State has been a team that we've been wanting to go for a full 5-on-5 team fight, and they just have not been giving it away. They're keeping their members completely split apart. They're kiting backwards the way that they need to, right? Even worse, I think Bay State's picking the wrong targets to go onto, right? You might be able to one-tap Minwee in this situation. Minwee is basically not a threat at all with this Twitch. He's on Crown, he's on Nashers. That's not that much damage to be brought out. Yes, your E's going to do quite a bit, but it's really far and few between. It's a really inconsistent damage. There's far bigger threats in the Viego, in the Urgot that you could be going for, trying to find over everything, and they're just fishing for whatever they can get. Serenok also, I think, split his team up low-key. Benjani got boxed off from the rest of his team as well, so their other primary engage beyond Dragonman Kim was away. It's just Bay State not able to play out the fight the way that they want to.
Right. And that is not... I've got definitely a bit of a screen issue right here. Can't see much of what's going on, but I can definitely see the Wildcard is the one that's making the initiation on here. We definitely apologize, guys, for not being able to just show you the game. Of course, that's the first thing that we want to do, is be able to show you everything that's happening on the screen and not have you guys need to look at us any more time than is necessary. So, props to production for constantly being on top of things and for adjusting accordingly. I think that people, honestly, people that just get mad at production for broadcasts not going the way that they are supposed to has never ever been in a position where you have to produce things, because it is way harder than you guys think. All right, when you have issues that you can't really fix, you have to navigate around, and you're doing your absolute best. That's all we can really ask for. And hey, you know what? The broadcast is still going. We're still on, so just fingers crossed that things end up working out as well as possible for everybody behind the scenes and everybody currently playing right now. But thank you guys for sticking with us, hanging through, because this is potentially the last match of the day for us, at least here on this UEA broadcast. Okay, so we're gonna rough our way through it. It might not be pretty, but we're gonna make it.
Yeah, fortunately, I got a chance to actually look at, or take a better look at what happened during the course of that fight. Serenok was on top of a trap line and actually flashed over the Raptor wall, and I do not know why he decided to flash over the Raptor wall, because if he had flashed over the other wall next to him, he would have gone back to his team, and things would have been okay. Pig would have been hunky-dory, but I could also tell during the course of that screen tearing what exactly was happening, which was, a lot of what I expect to be Bay State getting clapped here.
Yeah, and there it is, Wildcard, the ones on the initiation. That is the ultimate. Fear Beyond Death comes down to stop the stage. Will it be enough damage to actually execute it? No, it expires, but it doesn't matter because Wildcard has found a fantastic split. Alorum on the bottom side solos out Grain while the remainder of the team continues on the forefront of this fight, and that means the Wildcard has once again found themselves at a 3-man advantage, and they're going to navigate their way over to the Baron Pit.
Easy enough for them to snag this one. They've got consistent damage from a couple of different sources. They can even zone away. Strumpus has enough of that. Urgot's got enough of that to be able to work with. I mean, it's just too easy for them to snag this away. What looked like a close enough game and looked like it started off on a decent foot for the side of Bay State has just gone completely awry in only the last 7 minutes of play. It did not take much. A couple of, kind of fangled or fumbled abilities for Bay State to try to force in a 5-on-5 situation to get their play going just was, it wasn't enough. Unfortunately, they ended up throwing way too much gold, giving way too much back, and just continuing to fall down. The Avalanche just started to pick up a lot of steam from Wildcard in just that moment, and ever since that moment 7 minutes ago, it's been an 8K gold differential. Yeah,
and that's really when the transition started to happen, to where it wasn't just Benjani jumping in and taking these deaths, right? They have spread apart. When you look at Stuff of Sage and you see now 2, 3, and 4 before this player was at, 1, 0, and 3. I think before going down for the first time. So it's very, very hard commitment coming out of Wildcard Gaming, saying, all right, you know what we do? We need to get these shutdowns. We need to find successful fights. And I think part of that is, while there are stipulations, as I mentioned, with Gnar for the desire to go in by the side of Bay State, you can force out Mega Gnar, right? And then you have to wait a while to be able to actually accumulate your rage once more. And I think that's something that has been taken advantage of very, very well by Wildcard Gaming in the last 10 minutes of this game.
They have. I also have to say that Strumpus, game 1 on the Azir got quite a bit of focus, even though he was in losing matchup. He blind picked the Azir, had the Xerath taken into him, and it wasn't exactly a fun time most of the time, but was pulling a significant amount of the threat from Bay State, even though he wasn't necessarily the greatest damage dealer. This game on the Veigar has gone crazy in the back half. His event horizons have been perfectly placed. He's able to find pick damage. He's got, I don't even know what his stack count is at right now, but I'm certain it's probably over 200, 250 somewhere at this point. So he is a menace right now on the Rift to have to deal with, because you can't really get close. You can't follow up Dragon Midgame or Benjani or Saranok if they get a good engagement anyway, because that event horizon's going to keep you off, and if you step into it, you're just going to die.
Yep. Not only that, but I will also say, you know, the primordial bursts that have been coming out have been so well timed, and the focus thing you were kind of talking about, maybe that Bay State is struggling with on where they are focusing their aggression, has been spot on from this player. There's going to be the ultimate coming out of Benjani, has to Josh back over the wall. A huge lockdown onto DMK, finds the Cataclysm on the backside, but it's going to be a double kill going over to Strumpus, the man, the myth, the legend, finds himself a triple kill here. Could potentially be more than that. It is actually going to be Strumpus doesn't find himself there, but Quadro Lorm takes that one away. No real opportunity for the pentakill after that, but it is an opportunity to end the game on a high note. Wildcard Gaming is going to do exactly that. It took them almost 30 minutes, but very defiantly towards the second half of this game, they have said that there is a reason we are the higher seed. There is a reason that people did not anticipate voting for the other side of things. Bay State ends up going home fighting well, but taking an L.
I really like that Wildcard at like the 20-minute mark in this game. They had been, you know, challenged back and forth. They had given up enough gold to Jinx to be like really significantly in danger of losing a pure 5-on-5, and they just go, all right, Bay State, 5-on-5 us.
Yep.
And then Bay State just fell off a cliff and immediately could not accomplish anything, which is really tragic. The combination of Benjani falling behind because of the top lane play, which was immaculate from Alorm on the Aragon as usual. The combination of that with like the Veigar really coming online, and the top side just in general coming alive for Wildcard was enough to just completely put any semblance of a 5-on-5 on the complete back burner for Bay State, and they were not able to slow down the snowball. I understand what they were going for. I thought they were really close to being able to accomplish it and take this to a very interesting game around some of the neutral objectives, but unfortunately just not able to capitalize when the time came.
Yeah, it's tough to do that with a team, you know, as dedicated as Wildcard and as strong as Wildcard has been in the last, like, 2 years, I would say, you know, really since they kind of presented themselves here into this scene. The fact that they got multiple teams in this tournament as well definitely says something about the capabilities of behind the scenes, right, of the coaching, of also really just the players themselves recognizing that they have a lot of confidence in their shot callers, in, you know, executing those shots called. We're going to take a look at the post-game stats as well of that one. We do have these available here. Let's look at that goal difference over time, ending at over 13,000. While we still had a really solid damage coming out of the side of Bay State, it just got to the point where, exactly as you said, Rebel Fox, they were looking for ins to find a team fight, and then it just got to the point where Wildcard says, then fight us, we will make it happen, and it wasn't on their time.
It was, and really just kind of snowballed completely out of favor for Bay State. Ended up in a great wildcard victory. Props to them. Again, they're bringing back veterans. They're bringing back Youngster and Minwi. And also they played today with Paucus, which is a substitute support. It was not Rhino, their typical support. So you have to think that that has some impact on their play. And yet both games were very respectable and able to pull out. In game one, I think, was kind of a tough victory to pull out, and they did it anyway. In game two, they were able to challenge when they needed to, and they took complete advantage of the opportunity that was granted to them. So Wildcard showing off some real talent, even with a substitute in the lineup. Hopefully they're able to kind of come back from the 3-2 start. I know it wasn't ideal for them inside of that open qualifier to be able to get into this tournament as a seed that was probably lower than what they would have expected.
Yes.
But very happy with the performance that they showed today against a very highly touted Bay State squad who is coming in electrifyingly. Also, Bay State has beaten UCI before, so if that's any indication, I think Wildcard should be okay against UCI and maybe even Golden Guardians if that was any indication in their series earlier today. But looking good no matter what.
Yeah, I like to see improvement in, again, the underdog, if you will, the newer roster here on the side of Bay State. But the expectations, the Wildcard is going to hit the ground running, and they absolutely did that. It took a little bit longer, probably, than they were expecting. Actually, I think we had the longest game of the day, being that 36 and a half minutes in game number 1. So maybe not quite as easy, maybe not quite as approachable for some of these teams as they were expecting. But that's what we're expecting, right? For some of these younger teams, some of these I don't know, hard-fought teams, lower-seeded teams are going to be coming in playing as though they deserve to be here, and we saw just that within Bay State. So, I'm going to give you one last little shout-out before we close things out, as that is the second match of the day, so that is going to do it for us. But, Rebel Fox, thank you, of course, for joining me on the desk there, and then did you have any shout-outs?
No. I think right now Academy's still going on. Radiance is leading no team as they're going into the middle part of game 2, so definitely go catch that one. And tomorrow we're back with more of this amazing group stage action, so come check it out because we got plenty more League of Legends inside of the qualifier.
Yep. Keep an eye on these sites. If you're on Twitter, absolutely do that. If you haven't followed us already here on Twitch, make sure that you click that little follow button so you get some notifications as to when we are live. Of course, thank you so much to our sponsors. We've got Skulls Atlantic and Topology, who have helped us out here in putting on this amazing show today. Thank you to everybody who has tuned in and watched. Of course, thank you to the players for being amazing as always and putting on a great show for us to put on for you guys. But that is going to do it here at the end of the day. We appreciate you tuning in, and we hope to see you again next time.